Hello all, welcome to part 1 of Docker Made Easy tutorial. In this session, I am going to explain what is Docker, what is Docker container, what is Docker image, and also what is Docker Hub. So let's get started. In order to understand this Docker and its terms, we have to first understand what is virtualization. So what is virtualization? With the help of virtualization, a host operating system can have multiple virtual guest operating systems. Okay, just understand this. With the help of this virtualization, a host operating system can have multiple, that means many virtual guest operating systems. For example, in my laptop, you see whatever the screen I shared, where my laptop is being shown while recording this video, right? Okay, this is my laptop, right? This is my laptop. This laptop of mine has this operating system known as Windows 11 operating system. I have Windows 11 operating system in my laptop, but this is the host operating system. So what is my host operating system? Windows 11. Okay, Windows 11 is the host operating system. Now this host operating system can have multiple virtual guest operating systems. So where can I have this guest operating system? For example, guys, here I'm running this virtual machine on the top of this Windows 11 operating system. I've installed a software related to the virtual machine, that is VirtualBox software installed. In that VirtualBox software, I'm running another operating system. You see, this is a Linux operating system, Linux Ubuntu operating system. This is nothing but the guest operating system, guys. My host operating system, that is Windows 11, can run on the top of the host operating system, that is Windows 11. We can run multiple guest operating systems like Linux, Ubuntu, like this. Okay, this is the Linux Ubuntu operating system, guys. Okay, whatever you are seeing here is the Linux Ubuntu operating system, which is the guest operating system. So this is possible with the help of virtualization, guys. In a single laptop, I'm having multiple operating system. One is the host operating system, and on the top of the host operating system, I'm running another virtual guest operating system of Linux Ubuntu. Like Linux Ubuntu, I can have another virtual machine running side by side. Okay. Along with this, I can launch one more Linux Ubuntu or any other operating system related virtual machine having the guest operating system I can run, guys. All these things are possible with the help of virtualization, guys. Okay. This is what is virtualization. So here I'm using a software, guys, VirtualBox software. This VirtualBox software I have to install on my host operating system, that is Windows 11. I have to install this VirtualBox, and using this VirtualBox, I have to install this Ubuntu and all those stuff. So this is the process of virtualization. Okay. So virtual machines. This is one virtual machine, Linux Ubuntu virtual machine, which is running the guest operating system. This is not my original operating system. My original default laptop operating system is Windows 11, but on the top of that, I'm getting access to this Linux Ubuntu operating system because of the virtual machines and because of the virtualization. So hope you have understood now what is virtualization. With the help of the virtualization, the host operating system, that is this Windows 11 kind of, can have access to other guest operating systems like Linux Ubuntu, like this. Okay, Linux Ubuntu line like this, which are running on the top of the virtual machines. Okay, so this concept is known as virtualization. So already I gave the example. You can have any number of virtual machines, guys. Okay. So the number of virtual machines running on your host operating system depend on, you see the capability of your laptop and all. Okay. How much RAM you have, how much speed your machine is, and all the stuff. It depends. Okay. So one or two virtual machines, this host operating system can manage. Okay. This laptop can manage. Behind that, right, the system will become very slow. So that's the thing. So why software testers need virtualization? Okay, why we need these virtual machines? Like why the on the top of the host operating system already we have the host operating system, right? On the top of that, why we need this kind of virtual machines running containing the guest operating systems like Ubuntu and other versions of Windows, etc. Why? Why software testers need that? Because software testers have to test their application. Okay, whatever the application that has to be tested by software testers, that application has to be tested on the supported environments. For example, that application that I have to test is supported by Windows 11. It is also supported by Windows 10, and also the application is supported by Linux Ubuntu also. That means I have to test that particular application not only on Windows 11 but also on the Windows 10, Ubuntu, and all those stuff. But in the single laptop, okay, in the single laptop I can only get Windows 11 operating system. But if I have to test that particular application either on Ubuntu or Windows 10, I cannot purchase another laptop, right? So instead of purchasing a new laptop, what I will do is I'll install the simple software known as VirtualBox. In that VirtualBox, I'll configure this Linux Ubuntu and run the Linux Ubuntu operating system. And after my testing is done, I will delete this virtual machine. Okay, I'll simply delete this virtual machine after my testing is done. So I don't have to purchase a separate laptop for this, right? Which is having this Ubuntu operating system. So that's what is the thing, guys. Okay, so that saves a lot of money for us, right? So virtualization concept helps us in running multiple operating system, that is guest operating systems on the top of the default host operating system, so that we can test our applications on multiple environments in a single laptop instead of purchasing multiple laptops. Okay, so how this virtualization actually works, how this is actually possible, where on the top of the Windows 11, I'm running the Ubuntu operating system as a guest operating system. How this virtualization is possible? That is possible with the help of something known as hypervisor. Okay, there is something known as hypervisor which makes this thing possible. Okay, so what is this hypervisor and how will it help us in setting up the virtual machines? Okay, so with the help of this hypervisor only in this machine on the top of the Windows 11, I'm running this guest operating system, that is Linux Ubuntu. So here is the representation, guys, of virtualization, how the virtualization works. So in virtualization, guys, the laptop, whatever the laptop, on the laptop, whatever the operating system is, that is nothing but the host operating system. On the top of the host operating system, you see, on the top of the host operating system, this hypervisor is working, right? This hypervisor will come when you install this kind of virtual box softwares and all, right? Okay, they'll come up with this kind of hypervisor. Those hypervisors which are installed on the top of the operating system will take care of this virtual machines. For example, in my machine, I have this virtual machine, that is a Linux Ubuntu operating system virtual machine. Okay, this is one virtual machine. This side we have another virtual machine. Okay, you can have any number of virtual machines, and those will be taken care by the hypervisor. Here host operating system, and here virtual machine 1, virtual machine 2 managed by the hypervisor. They get created with the help of setup or created with the help of hypervisor. And these individual virtual machines will have their own guest operating system. You see, this virtual machine has its own guest operating system. For example, here host operating system is, in my case, is Windows 11. Whereas here one of the virtual machines guest operating system is Linux Ubuntu. Linux Ubuntu. There can be any more number of virtual machines in your single machine, which are managed by this kind of softwares, uh, like hypervisor related softwares like VirtualBox and all. Okay, they can have another operating system. Here Linux Ubuntu is there. Here we can have Windows 10. Another can have another flavor of Linux or something, and so on. Okay, this is the thing, guys. So hope you got the idea, like what is hypervisor and how it is helping us in creating the virtual machines. Fine. Now, but there is one drawback here, guys. Okay, with the help with virtualization, there is a drawback because this virtualization is costly, guys. Okay, if I have to run, okay, here I'm only running one guest operating system. Okay, virtual environment I'm running, guest virtual environment having guest operating system like Linux, Ubuntu I'm running. But if in case I need 10 virtual machines, I want on the top of this Windows 11, I want 10 virtual machines. Then is my system capable enough of running those many virtual machines, where each and every virtual machine has its own operating system and all those stuff? Is it possible? This laptop, it is not possible, guys. This laptop, definitely my laptop will not support, because I need high configuration laptop for that. Okay, very the laptop or any separate server machine or whatever you call that particular machinery having huge configuration can make that possible, where you can get 10 virtual machines running on the same machine. Okay, that is possible, but it's costly affair. It's a costly affair, guys. Okay, for each and every virtual machine, lot of resources are required. RAM is required, speed is required, and all. Okay, these virtual machines share the resources of the host machine only. Okay, these virtual machines which are running here share the resources of this laptop only. They'll not get from somewhere else, right? So that's why in order to run more virtual machines, we need a better system in place. So that's why I'm saying it is costly. And also, guys, why this becomes costly, why these virtual machines are consuming a lot of space and resources of this original laptop is because they come with default things. Okay, they come with a lot of software. For example, if I take you to this virtual machine having the Linux Ubuntu operating system running, you see when I click on this, lot of applications are there. Do I need to play this game? For testing my application, is this game required? For testing my application, whether this email Thunderbird mail is required, right? To test my application or other softwares here. all the other softwares like Office Writer. Okay, lot of things are there here, right? Lot of softwares are here. All the softwares are required for testing my application? No, these are unnecessary software which are coming by default with the operating system. With Linux Ubuntu operating system, these default applications are coming by default with this Ubuntu OS when they are running on the virtual machines, and they are taking a lot of space and memory. And because of they are taking a lot of space and memory, they need a lot of resources from the original host operating system, right? From the host operating system, this guest operating system is consuming a lot of memory and other resources because it is having a lot of applications which are not required for testing our own application, right? This application not required. Okay, we don't have to have these applications if you have to test our application. So that's the problem, guys. Unnecessary lot of resources are being shared from the host operating system to the guest operating system, which is there on the virtual machine. So it results in a waste of space, guys, because of this default applications that coming in the guest operating system, right? It's consuming a lot of resources of the host operating system, and that's why it's becoming costly. Because of the default things of the operating system, it's becoming costly, guys. But what's the ultimate solution? The ultimate solution is I want to test the application on the uh, Ubuntu Linux Ubuntu operating system, let's say, but I don't want all these applications, guys. I don't want all these applications which are consuming a lot of resources of my machine. That's the solution point, right? So to overcome that problem of virtualization, where virtual machines are taking or consuming a lot of resources of the host operating system, there came another concept known as containerization. Okay, to overcome this problem of heavy resource sharing from the host operating system, okay, or host machine by these virtual machines, the virtualization concept has failed a bit. And just because of that, there's one more concept came, that is containerization. Okay, that is containerization. In this containerization concept, in place of the virtual machines like this, in place of the virtual machines like this, we'll have something known as containers. Okay, we'll be replacing the virtual machines with what? Containers. We will be replacing this kind of virtual machines with what? Containers. Okay, and luckily these containers doesn't have any separate operating system. They will, okay, they'll replicate the operating system with the help of the host operating system. Understand this, guys? Okay, containers are the replacement for the virtual machines, and they are the solution. Okay, they are going to replace the virtual machines, and they don't contain any operating system, and they create this operating system with the help of the host operating system only. Okay, so containers simply use the things from the host operating system, and they look like a separate operating system kind of thing. And also, guys, in case of virtual machines like this, lot of applications are running, right? Lot of applications are coming along with this virtual machine, right? This games and all those stuff are coming, calculator, which we don't need for testing our application, right? Those unnecessary things will not be there in the containers. Containers will only contain the libraries and binaries that are only required by the application that we have to work with. Okay, for example, we have to test some application. The application related libraries and binaries only will be there in that container. Unnecessary stuff like this kind of games and calculator, Word documents and all those stuff, that will not be there, guys. So Word softwares and all those things will not be there. Only the application required libraries and binaries will be coming in these containers, and luckily they don't have any operating system. Container doesn't have any operating. Here you see virtual machine is having the Linux Ubuntu operating system, but here containers doesn't contain any operating system. Okay, and they will simply use a host operating system as a means. Okay, they don't have their own operating system. They will be using the host operating system that this machine has, and at same time, okay, they don't have unnecessary softwares like games and the calculator and all those stuff. uh, Only the libraries and binaries, containers will only come up with these libraries and binaries that are required for working with the application or testing the application. Nothing much, nothing more than that. Okay, so here is the representation of the containers, guys. So containers are going to replace the virtualization in our case. Okay, the containers are something that we are finding as a solution for the virtualization, where virtual machines are getting replaced by the containers. So how the diagram of the containers look like? Here we have the host operating system. Here we have the host operating system, that is this Windows 11, whatever you can see in the laptop. On the top of the host operating system, there is something known as container engine. Okay. In case of virtualization, we have something known as what is that, guys? Hypervisor was there, right? In case of virtualization, we have the hypervisor, but in case of the containers, okay, here we have the container engine on the top of the host operating system. This container engine will maintain the containers. Like hypervisor is maintaining or setting up this virtual machines, right? Like container engine is taking care of this individual containers. Okay, there can be any number of containers, like there can be any number of virtual machines, right? Similarly here on the host operating system there can be any number. This is container 1, container 2. In place of the virtual machines we have the containers, and as you can see here guys, these containers doesn't have their own operating system, whereas virtual machines have their own operating system. We call them as guest operating system, right? This virtual machine is having its own guest operating system. This virtual machine is having its own guest operating system. But here, coming to the containers, they don't have their own operating system. They will share the host operating system, guys. These containers share the host operating system, and they don't have their own operating system. And also, so these binaries and libraries are own. There will not be many binaries and libraries, guys. Only the binaries and libraries that are required by this application. Okay, what is the purpose of this container? This application, right? For running this application or for testing this application, we created the container. Only the binaries and libraries that are required for this application only will be there, guys. But in case of virtual machines, lot of unnecessary software will be there along with these binaries and libraries of this application. Okay, with this guest operating system you'll get a lot of unnecessary software like games and calculator and all those stuff. Okay, but here in this case nothing, just the binaries and libraries that are required by the application only will be there in the container. That's why the containers are kind of cheaper, okay, compared to the virtual machines. Containers are way cheaper, guys. They are low cost, they are lightweight, very faster, guys. Okay, they are lightweight means they are very fast, guys. Okay, they will start very fast, they will stop very fast. Okay, if you want to stop this virtual machine it will take some time, but containers are very fast. Okay, they are very quick because they are kind of lightweight. That's why they are calling it as lightweight. And also at the same time they are faster because of less resources being consumed from the host operating system, and only the libraries and binaries of the application are only available in the container. They are a bit faster. Okay, they don't need with small things only they will be faster. And cost wise they are very very cheap, guys. Okay, we can run a lot of containers on the same host operating system. Okay, on the same host operating we can run a lot number of containers without any problem. But here in order to run just 10 virtual machines on this laptop, my my laptop will definitely die, guys. Okay, so that much impact it will be. And also it will not waste any space, guys. Unnecessary softwares are not there in these containers. That's why they don't waste any space. They don't waste any space. Okay, only the libraries and binaries of the required application that we have to either work or run or test, right? Only those binaries and libraries are there, so they are not going to waste your space also. Okay, they will take less space. So this is what is containers, guys. Okay, this is what is containerization, where we have containers. This is called as virtualization, where we have the virtual machines. Okay, virtual guest operating system virtual machines will be there. Here we are replacing the virtual machines with the containers. But but how to create containers? Okay, in order to create this virtual machine we have this software like VirtualBox. I have to install this VirtualBox software on the Windows 11, and using this VirtualBox, by providing the ISO files of the different operating systems, I can create this kind of virtual guest operating system, that is virtual machines I can create. But coming to the containers, then how to create containers? Like we are able to create the virtual machines, then how we can create the containers? For that there is another software, guys. For containers there is a separate software known as Docker software. Okay, so what is a Docker? Docker is a software. Using this Docker software we can create these containers. Okay, using this Docker software we can create these containers. So Docker is a software tool, and using this Docker we can create containers. So what Docker does is it will create containers, containers containing the application, whatever the application that we want to run or work with or test, right? This particular container will contain this application. Okay, it will be along with the application, it will come the container, and also this application along with the required binaries and libraries will come. Okay, so container. Okay, so Docker tool what is does is, okay, Docker is software tool which creates these containers. While creating the containers, this Docker tool packs this. Means pack, when you go to vacation, what you will do, guys, you will pack all your clothes and all that is required for the vacation, right? Like that, Docker software while creating the container will pack all the applic it will pack all at the application along with all the required libraries and binary files. Okay, application required binaries and library files along with that application, they will be packed into a single suitcase kind of thing, that is nothing but container. And to create this container we need the software known as Docker software. Hope you are able to understand. Docker is software which will create the containers. As part of creating the containers, Docker will pack all. all the required libraries and binaries required by the application. Along with the application, it will pack. Okay, along with you, it will pack. You and your class will be there in suitcase kind of thing. Okay, so like that, guys. So once this container is created, instead of using the virtual machines for testing our application on different other operating system, we can simply test our application on the containers. Okay, we can perform testing on the application using the container, because container is by default coming with this application packed along with the libraries and binary files. So once you have this container ready, you can simply start your testing on the container. That's what is the advantage of the container. At the same time, containers are lightweight, faster, low cost, and also they don't waste space. That's the advantage, guys. But here, what is Docker again? Docker is a software which will help us in creating the containers. Okay, Docker is a software which will help us in creating the containers. So in the next session, guys, I'm going to show you how to install this Docker software. So in the later sessions, I'll show you how to use that particular Docker software that I'm going to explain in the next session as part of installation, right? So in the coming sessions, I'll show you how to use this software to create the containers. Okay, that will be coming later. There is something known as second term, that is Docker image, guys. Okay, what is this Docker image? This software, that is Docker software, needs this Docker image to create the containers. Okay, with the help of this Docker image only, the Docker software will create the containers. So what is Docker image? You see, let's go out of this particular topic a bit. For example, if you have to install this VirtualBox software, okay, VirtualBox software, what I have to do, guys, on my Windows machine, I have to download this VirtualBox software exe file, and I have to double click on the exe file and install that. Then only I'll get this VirtualBox manager software, right? So similarly, in order to get these containers, we have to download this Docker image. They are like exe files, guys. Okay, when I compared with the softwares, right? Here, in order to install the software, I need to download the exe files and double click on the exe file and install. Right here, that exe file is nothing but the Docker image in this case. Okay, so this Docker software uses this exe images kind of thing like Docker images to create the containers. Fine. So for the Docker software to create these containers, what is the input? Docker image. So we have to execute this Docker image to create the required Docker containers. Okay. So using this Docker software, we will install this Docker image, right? We have to execute this instead of saying installing, right? We have to run this Docker image so that we'll get the output, that is containers will get. Okay. The kind of virtual machines replacement, that is containers will get only by using the Docker software. Docker software with the help of the Docker image will create this containers. Okay. They are like exe files. So this Docker image will contain a lot of instructions, guys, executable instructions for creating these containers. This Docker image will contain a lot of executable instructions for creating these containers, and Docker software need to be used to utilize this Docker image for creating these containers. Okay, fine. On the Docker containers, we will be running the applications. Simple. Now, next terminology, guys. Hope you understood what is Docker image. Docker software with the help of the Docker image will create these containers in simple terms. Now going to the next one, there's something known as Docker Hub. Okay, what is this Docker Hub? Docker Hub is a cloud platform, guys. I'll show you here itself. I'll show you here itself in the new tab. I'll search for Docker Hub, guys. Okay, Docker Hub is a cloud. It's on the cloud, guys. Just go to the hub.docker.com, and you may have to log in, guys. Okay, if you are using it for the first time, you can log in, or you can search here. For example, I'll search for some Selenium or something. Okay, I'm getting some Docker images. These are nothing but the Docker images, okay, which are hosted on this cloud platform known as Docker Hub. So here, coming back again, Docker software uses this Docker image to create these containers. But from where this Docker software will get this Docker images? Okay, Docker software has to use the Docker image. Docker software has to run this Docker image to create the containers. But from where this Docker software can get these Docker images? From the cloud platform, that is Docker Hub. Just Google search for hub.docker.com and search for the required image. If I'm searching for Selenium, Selenium related Docker images are coming. Here, each and everything in the search results here of this Docker Hub website, right? This is one Docker image. This is another Docker image. All are hosted on the cloud, guys. Okay, they are ready made. Okay, they are ready made, guys. These Docker images are ready made. What you have to do is just click on that. Okay, and you then you have this command, guys. Okay, to get this, to download this Docker image, you have this command. Okay, you can get this Docker image with this command, and once we get the Docker image, Docker software will create the containers with the help of the Docker image. But from where we can get the, from where the Docker software will get this Docker images? From the cloud platform, that is Docker Hub, where lot of Docker images are already there. Here, bunch of Docker images are there, right? Whatever you search, that related Docker images will come. If you search for Ubuntu, let's search for Ubuntu, guys. Ubuntu operating system, Linux Ubuntu. You see, Ubuntu related Docker image is there. So this Docker image, you'll pass it on to the Docker software. Docker software, with the help of this Docker image, will create the container for the Ubuntu operating system. Okay, like that. Okay, so like that, guys. Like that, this works. So that is what is Docker Hub, guys. It's a cloud platform where we can get the different Docker images and pass the Docker image to Docker software. Then Docker software, using the Docker images, we create the containers, required containers, which we have to use for running our applications and testing the applications and so on. Okay. Now, finally, Docker container. You already know now what is Docker container, right? So in this Docker Hub, guys, in this Docker Hub, there are different things. We can, from this Docker Hub, we can get the existing ready-made Docker images we can get, or you can also, okay, if you have created your own Docker image, you can upload that Docker image to your own Docker image. You can upload to the Docker Hub. Okay, you can either upload or you can get it also. Ready-made Docker images are there. It's not only getting, guys. Okay, you can publish your Docker images here. Okay, you can upload your Docker images to the Docker Hub so that other people can use your Docker images. Okay, that is also there. And also, by uploading here, guys, what's happening? For example, you are uploading your own Docker image to this Docker Hub. Tomorrow you want your all your team members in your project, okay, all other colleagues in your project to use your image. You can share that. You can share that particular Docker image with them so that they can use the Docker software, and with the help of the Docker software, they will use your Docker image. They'll download your Docker image and they'll create the containers. Exact container, whatever you have in your machine, that will come into their machines. Okay, so that kind of sharing is possible, guys. Okay, either you can upload your Docker image to the Docker Hub, you can get the different ready-made Docker images from the Docker Hub, and you can share your Docker image, whatever the Docker image you uploaded into the Docker Hub, that you can share with other people in your team, and those people can get the exact same replica of the container that you are using. That's the advantage of the Docker Hub, guys. Okay, it collaborates all this stuff. And finally, the ultimate goal of this Docker is to create these Docker containers which will replace the virtual machines, right? Docker containers replace the virtual machines because virtual machines are heavy, they are costly, they consume a lot of resources of your host operating system, and unnecessary stuff will be there, like unnecessary softwares like game softwares, calculator software, Word document software. Everything will be in the virtual machine. But coming to the containers, guys, they are lightweight, they are cheaper. Okay, they are very low cost, lightweight, faster. A lot of other advantages are there, like they don't even waste your space, right? They are very lightweight. Okay, so because of that, we have to use Docker containers in place of the virtual machines, and we can run them, we can stop them, and we can delete these containers. If you don't want this Docker container, we can delete them also. Okay, they are very fast, they are low cost, faster, lightweight, everything, guys. Okay, so to create these Docker containers, we need this Docker software. Software needs this Docker image. Okay. Based on the type of the container it has to create, Docker software has to get that particular type of image, Docker image, from where it can get, from where the Docker software can get this Docker image from the Docker Hub, right? From the Docker Hub, lot of ready-made Docker images will be there. By getting from there, we can, Docker software will create this Docker container, which is a replacement for the virtual machines and which are kind of lightweight, low cost and all. So hope, guys, you got the clarity of now. After, by the end of this session, you would have got the clarity that what is a Docker. Docker is nothing but software. What is a Docker container? Using this Docker software, we have to create this Docker container, and how the Docker software will create these Docker containers with the help of the Docker image. It's like a executable kind of image which we can run. Okay, by running this image, we'll get the Docker containers created, required Docker containers created. So Docker software uses these Docker images, the required type of Docker images, to create this kind of Docker containers. And from where we can get these Docker images, from the Docker Hub cloud repository like this, where you can Google search, guys. Okay, cloud repository like this, whatever the Docker image is required, you can Google search on this Docker Hub. You can even publish your Docker images. You can publish and share your Docker image with your team members or colleagues, etc., so that if you want them to use the same container. Okay, so all these things are possible with Docker, guys. So that's it, guys. Thank you. Bye. Hello all, welcome to part 2 of Docker Made Easy tutorial. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate how to install Docker. So let's get started. in order to install Docker in your machine, we have to check few prerequisites. The first prerequisite we have to check is whether we have Windows 10 or higher operating system or not. How to check that? Here in Windows, we can search for that. Okay. By using this Windows search mechanism, here type WINVER, then you'll get this option run command winver. Just select that and immediately it will give you the version of the operating system you have. I have Windows 11 operating system, which is higher than Windows 10. Either you should have Windows 10 or higher version. So since I have the higher version, no problem. I can go to the next check. My system is satisfiable as part of the first prerequisite check. Second prerequisite check is whether we have this 4 GB RAM or not. Minimum 4 GB RAM should be there. So how to check whether how much RAM is there in my machine? For that, again, Windows search. This time search for system information and select this. This dialog will come, system information dialog. Scroll down a bit, guys. Here you see 8 GB RAM is available in my machine, which is far behind this minimum 4 GB RAM requirement. So this is also done. Now next one, next prerequisite check. This BIOS level virtualization is enabled or not. How to do that? Again, Windows search, this time for task manager. Just search for task manager here. You'll get this task manager dialog. Once you get the task manager dialog, select this performance tab, and here somewhere at the bottom you have this virtualization label, and which is in enabled state. It should be in enabled state, guys. Okay. So BIOS level virtualization is in enabled state in my machine. So third check is also completed. Now let's move on to the fourth check, where we have to enable this WSL2. WSL2 stands for Windows Subsystem for Linux. Okay, this feature in Windows need to be in enabled state. Okay, Windows Subsystem for Linux feature should be in enabled state. How to do that? How to enable that? For that, guys, here in Windows search, type turn. Okay, turn Windows features on or off. Just type this one. Okay, and select this control panel option, turn Windows feature on or off, and you'll get this dialog, guys. Once you get this Windows feature dialog, scroll down here. This option, Windows Subsystem for Linux option, should be in selected state. If it is not in selected state, select this option. Okay, you have to enable this option. And also here, another option is there, virtual machine platform. This option should also be in enabled state. If it's not in selected state, select it, guys. And after selecting, say OK. In your machine, in my machine, they're already in selected state, so no problem. But in your machine, if you find these options as not in selected state, select them and then immediately restart your machine, guys. Okay, don't forget to restart your machine. After restarting the machine, since I already have selected them and restarted my machine, I'm not doing that. Okay, so but in your case, after selecting these two options, you have to restart your machine for sure. Okay, after that, in this particular application page, you have to go to the step 2, guys. So just go to this application URL. There's some step 2, guys. Here step 2 is there. Check requirements for running the WSL2. Okay, what are the requirements I have to check? Here, if your machine is Windows 64-bit machine, then we should have this build version, build number, this much number or higher number. Okay, build 1830, 18362 or higher should be there. How to check whether my Windows operating system build number is either 18362 or higher? How to check that? Again, Windows search here for WINVER, again same command. Open that, you'll get this dialog. Here you see there is some build number, guys. OS build 22,000.376 is there. Okay, so which is way higher than this 18,362, right? This is 22,000. Okay, 4,000 higher, you can say. So no problem, that's satisfied. Okay, since my Windows 64-bit machine, right? I'm going with this check. Remaining all you can ignore, guys. Now again go back to the notes. Here again we have to check the step 4, guys. Okay, let's go to the step 4 here. The same page, go to the step 4 where we have to download this option. We have to download this WSL2 Linux kernel update package for 64-bit machines. Okay, just click on that link. You see, the moment I click on this link, guys, this MSI file will get downloaded. Okay, once it is downloaded, double click and install, guys. Okay, just install. Completed the Windows subsystem for Linux update setup wizard will come. Click on finish. Done. Step 4 is also done, guys. So then go for the step 5 at the same page. Scroll down here. You'll have the step 5 where in the PowerShell, it's like a command prompt, right? In the Windows machine, PowerShell is like an advanced command prompt. Just go to the PowerShell and run this command. I'll copy this, guys. I will copy this command and I'll search for PowerShell. Windows PowerShell. Open that. After opening the PowerShell, just paste right click guys. Okay, just right click. Just simply here already you copied, right? Already you copied. Go here, search for PowerShell. After searching for PowerShell, just right click guys. When you right click, right, whatever you copied here will be pasted automatically. Now just press enter. You see the operation completed successfully is coming. Just close this. Okay. Step 5 is also completed. So I have set the WSL2 as my default version using this command, guys. That's the only thing. So these are the prerequisite steps, guys, we have to do before we install Docker, right? All these checks have to be completed. Now to see whether this WSL2 is successful, okay, is successfully enabled or not, let's try to install any Linux distribution of our choice just to confirm whether this WSL2 is really enabled or not. That means from the Windows machine, am I able to use some Linux operating system or not? Okay. So if I enable this WSL2, what will happen? When this is enabled, I can install something related to Linux operating system in the Windows operating system. That's what is WSL2, guys. Okay. If it is enabled, I can install my Linux distributions and use the Linux distribution from the Windows machine. That's what the WSL2 enabled state will do for us. So to check whether this WSL2 is really enabled or not, I'm going to install one Linux distribution in my machine. So I can take this 18 or 20, guys. Okay, I'll try this 18 first. Let's see if this is okay. Then I'll go with the 18. Click on the gate, guys. Open Microsoft Store. Loading, guys. Let's wait. Now, guys, let me click on this. Actually, here get button will be there. Click on the get button. I got the retry, but okay. So once I say get right, it got downloaded and installed, and I am getting this open option. It will take some time for you because I've already installed it and removed it once. That's why I'm getting different options here. But in your case, you'll get this get button here. When you click on the get button, it will download for you, and then after it is completely downloaded, you'll get this open button here. Okay. So click on this open, guys. Installing this may take a few minutes. Will come. Wait for a while. Okay, it's taking some time. Let's wait. Okay, so enter Unix username has come now. Here I have to enter the Unix username. I'll give my username, guys. Arun Muturi or something. I'll give sample username. I gave. Press enter. After that, it's asking for the password. I will give some dummy password 12345. Let's say, and press enter. Again 12345. Confirm password. Enter. You see password updated successfully. You see now this proves that that WSL2 is enabled. Okay, without WSL2, this will not be possible. This getting this kind of Ubuntu. Ubuntu is a Linux operating system, right? I am able to run this Linux operating system from here. Okay, Linux operating system related thing I can run from my Windows machine. That is only possible if I enable the WSL2 in my Windows machine. Otherwise, this won't be possible. Fine, guys. So the steps are all completed. So all the checks are completed, guys. Now I'm able to use some Ubuntu 18.0 or not. Okay, I can use. And similarly, guys, you can either go with this 18.0 or 20.04 or any other things. Okay, any other Linux distribution, just select here. And once you select that, this kind of thing will come. Click on the get option. Open Microsoft Store, you will just say, and in a while it will be downloaded. It will take you to the micro. Not only that, Ubuntu, guys, you can go for anything, any Linux. These are all Linux related stuff only. Okay, Ubuntu, SUSE, all those things are Linux distribution, different flavors of Linux operating system. Click on this get, it will be downloaded, and after downloading, you can open. Okay, the same process applies. If you are able to use at least one of them, either Ubuntu or the SUSE or whatever it is, right? That means it confirms that the WSL2 option is enabled in our Windows machine, and we are okay to choose. We are okay to install Docker later part. Okay, once this WSL2 is enabled, simply restart your machine once, guys. Okay, if these things are not immediately happen, restart the machine. Okay, it's okay to restart the machine one or two times, no problem during this process of installing. So I'm stopping here, guys, since already Ubuntu we already tried. You can try the other things. Okay, no problem. So once this confirmation is done by installing this Ubuntu and checking whether WSLT is enabled or not, now the time has come. You can once restart the machine here, guys. Before doing these steps, better to restart the machine once. Okay, here before completing this step, restart the machine once. Now, after restarting the machine, you can search for this in Google, guys. Just Google search for download Docker for Windows. Okay, just Google search for this, download Docker for Windows, and you'll get this link, guys. Install Docker desktop on Windows. You'll get, click on that. Install Docker desktop on Windows. So click on Docker desktop for Windows link here. You see here, WSL2 should be enabled. It's already enabled, so no problem. It's downloading, guys. Let's wait for the Docker desktop exe file to get downloaded successfully. After that, we'll double click and install with the general steps, guys. You don't have to do much. Okay. So let's wait for this file to get exe file to get downloaded completely. So it got downloaded successfully. Now double click on this exe file, guys. You'll get an installation wizard in a while. Okay. I got a confirmation user account control. I'm just selecting yes on my machine. Now we are getting the installation wizard for installing the Docker on this machine. So let's wait for this to appear. Yeah, downloading package. Let's wait, guys. Okay, so install required Windows components for WSL to add shortcut to desktop. Just say okay, guys. Don't change any option. Just click on selecting OK or next until this installation is completed. Let's wait for it to install this machine. After unpacking them, it took a lot of time, guys, for unpacking. Actually, I passed the video. After that, it has started installing, and now the installation has been succeeded. Took some time for the installation to be completed. That's okay. Just click on close, guys. Now we have installed Docker on this machine, right? We have successfully installed Docker on this machine. Now let's launch it. But before launching, guys, I again recommend you guys to, after installing the Docker with this settings, whatever I just now showed you, default setting, just restart your machine again. Okay. Once restart your machine, after restarting the machine, just launch this Docker. How to launch the Docker? You see on the desktop, this Docker desktop has been added, or you can also do one more thing. That is, just click on this Windows search and search for Docker. Okay, Docker desktop will come here. Just click on this Docker desktop app. This is also another way. Okay, either from the desktop where the shortcut has been created, or just Windows search for the Docker to launch it. Okay, in a while it will launch. Just wait for the Docker to launch. So it's taking some time. It's loading, guys. Wait, it's coming. Docker software will get launched in a while. Yeah, it got launched. Initially, you will get this our service agreement has changed kind of options will come. Agreement related stuff will come. Simply scroll down and select this. I accept the terms. And now click on accept. Now it will be launched. Make sure that you have restarted your machine before launching the Docker in this machine, guys. So it's a good practice to restart your machine after installing Docker. Then only you try to launch. So you'll not face any problems while launching. So open that. Okay, you see the Docker has been launched, guys. So it will take a while to launch, start this Docker engine. When you start this Docker software, it will start the Docker engine. It will take some while. Just see container apps, images, volumes, and dev environments. 4 options are there. But let's wait, guys. Let's wait until this Docker engine is started. It will take a while. Let's wait. Once for the first time when you launch, right, it will start the Docker engine and all those stuff. Okay, so it will take a lot of time for the first time. You see the Docker engine has been started, and okay, you will get this get started with Docker in a few easy steps kind of option. Just skip this tutorial, guys, no problem. These 4 options will be there. You see container apps. There are no container apps running at this point in this Docker software. There are no containers running. Okay, so we have not created any Docker containers, right, using the software. So there are no containers that are currently running on using this Docker, and there are no images also using which Docker software will create the Docker containers. Okay, there are no images here. You can search for the images if you want here. And so volumes, don't worry about the volumes. Dev environments, okay, if you want to create a new dev, some options are coming. Don't worry anything about that. Simple. Okay, this is the way to launch, guys. Okay, so at this moment there are no containers and no images. Okay, to create the Docker containers there are no images, and also there are no actually created containers here in the Docker. So for now that is the case, but in the next few sessions, right, I'll show you how to use this Docker software to actually, okay, create the containers, and how to use the Docker images, and all those stuff will come later. Don't worry. Just for now we installed the Docker and we have launched it for the first time. to check whether to check the Docker version. Okay, which Docker version has been installed. Okay, so open the command prompt, guys. So open the general command prompt in your machine, CMD, and open this command prompt. And here type this command, guys, to check the version of the Docker that has been just now installed. Okay, to confirm whether the Docker has been successfully installed, just type this command docker -v. You'll get the version number of the Docker 20.10.11 as of now, guys. Okay, as of January 1st, 2022, I have this Docker version as 20.10.11. So when you type the same command later, the coming days, right, after January 1st, 2022, right, you may get a different version, maybe depending on the release of the Docker software. Okay, now the post steps are like, again, restart the machine, guys. Okay, restart the machine. So once all this stuff is done, restart the machine. Anyhow, you restarted the machine after installing, right? That's enough. Okay, if you already restarted, no need to do this. Otherwise, restart. Okay, if you don't get this docker -v, when you type docker -v, if you are not getting any Docker version, right, better to restart and try this command prompt again. You'll get it. Okay, so hope, guys, you understood how to install Docker. These are the steps. Okay, these are the prerequisites which are need to be checked before installing the Docker. Once these prerequisites are met, this is the process for installing Docker and launching it. Now, we have not utilized this Docker software till now. How to use this Docker software for creating the containers, and how to use the Docker images to create the containers using the Docker software. All these things I'll cover in the next few sessions. Okay. Till then, wait for a while. Wait for that. So that's it, guys. Thank you. Bye. Hello all, welcome to part 3 of Docker Made Easy tutorial. In this session, I am going to explain the process for creating Docker containers. So let's get started. First of all, I'll click on this link which contains a diagram representing the process for creating the Docker containers. It all starts with this Docker file which contains the instructions to create a Docker image. Upon building this Docker file, we'll get this Docker image. Once the Docker image is ready, we can upload the Docker image to this cloud repository, that is Docker Hub. Now everyone can download this uploaded Docker image from this Docker Hub to their respective machines. With the help of the Docker software installed in their individual machines, everyone, with the help of this Docker image and Docker software, they create these Docker containers in their respective machines. So this is the process of creating the Docker containers. Hope, guys, you understood the process for creating the Docker containers. So that's it, guys. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 4 of Docker Made Easy tutorial. In this session, I am going to practically demonstrate a list of Docker commands for you. So let's get started. Once you have installed Docker software in your machine as shown in the previous session, now we can run all these Docker commands from our machines. So in order to run these Docker commands, first we have to do Windows search and search for this CMD, and you'll get this command prompt application. Open that. Inside this command prompt, we can run all these Docker commands. First, let's get started with the first command, that is Docker ---- version, which will give you the version of the Docker software that has been installed in your machine. Just type docker ---- and press enter. You'll get the version of the Docker software that is installed in your machine. Now, there is one more command, guys, which is a shorter version of this docker ---- command, that is docker -v, which also gives the version of the software, that is Docker software, that is installed in your machine. Simply say docker -v, guys. Okay, no need to type version completely. Simply docker -v. It will give you the version of the Docker software that is installed in your machine. Now we have the next command, that is docker info. Just type this docker space info. It will give you the information of how many containers are running, fast and stopped. Okay. The main purpose of this docker info is it will give you the status of the Docker in your machine, where the main part here is how many containers are there, how many Docker containers are there that are currently running your machine, fast in your machine, stopped in your machine, and how many images are there. This is the main portion, guys. You have to focus when you type docker info. But there are no Docker containers, hence 0 is there. There are no Docker containers running, fast or stopped. That's why containers is 0, guys. And images also, there are no Docker images which can be used for creating the Docker containers and run them. Okay. So all are 0 because we just started now. Fine. So if you don't want all these previous comments to be visible, here just type CLS guys, clear the screen. Okay, you see freshly you can type new commands. Now let's go with the next one guys, that is docker hyphen hyphen help. Okay, so this docker hyphen hyphen help will list you the complete list of docker commands that we can run from here. Okay, docker hyphen hyphen help, just press enter, you'll get the list of the docker commands you can run. So you see a lot of commands came. These are the commands guys, build, commit, cp. You see ps is there. These are important commands. For example, images is one command, ps is one command. We are going to use the images and ps. Okay, pull is one command, then remove rimi. So rmi, so run, and the other one is stop. Okay, lot of commands are there guys, lot of commands are there in docker. So you don't have to by heart or just remember all these commands guys for now. So when you type this command, that is docker hyphen hyphen help, you'll get the list of docker commands. Again, I will say CLS so that it will clear my screen. Let's go to the next one. So if you want to find out more information about one of the command, for example, when you type docker hyphen hyphen help, you got a list of docker commands, right? Here you got a list of docker commands. Let's find out about a few commands here. Let's say one command we can take here is images command. So here I'll say docker images. I don't know what is the purpose of this docker images. So here after typing docker images, just type hyphen hyphen help guys. Okay, this will give you the information about only this images command. You see, when I say docker images hyphen hyphen help, I got this. This is for listing the images. Okay, whatever the docker images that have been downloaded in this machine will be listed guys. Okay, that's what is the purpose. Or if you want to find out the help regarding this ps command, so here you can type docker ps hyphen hyphen help, press enter, you will get the information about this ps command in docker. That is, it will list a list of containers that are available in our machine. Okay, list of docker containers it will list down. Fine, that is what is ps command. Like that you can find out the help. Okay, you can know about each and every command using this help commands. So again I will clear the screen. Now let's use another command of docker guys, which will help us in login. Okay, if you want to log into docker hub, okay, if you want to log into docker hub is this hub.docker.com. If you go to this hub.docker.com, there is some sign in guys. Okay, there is sign in and sign up. So before you run this commands docker login command, what I suggest is go to this hub.docker.com and sign up guys. Okay, create an account here and have the credentials in place. Once you have this credentials of this hub.docker.com, from the command prompt itself, we can log into this hub.docker.com. Okay, how to log in then? You have to simply say docker login. When you press enter, it will ask for the username of this hub.docker.com. Since I already created an account with hub.docker.com, I'll give the username here. Arun Motori is the username, and it will ask for the password of this hub.docker.com. Okay, so I'll give my password. I gave the password and press enter. If I give the correct credentials, it will log me in. Login will be successful, guys. You see, login succeeded. Fine. I have got logged into the hub.docker.com using this docker command. Similarly, I can log out also. I can log out with these credentials. Okay, so logout. Simple command is you have to give logout against docker logout, and you will log out from this hub.docker.com. Here you see removing login credentials. This login credentials which I have used for login have been removed, and now I got logged out from this hub.docker.com. These are the commands for logging in and logging out from the hub.docker.com. Now guys, the next command I will type, that is docker images. Okay, docker images, very important command guys. Okay, so very important command. This will list down the list of images I have downloaded, docker images that have downloaded in my machine. Just press enter here. You see here there are no images available. Okay, in my machine there are no docker images available. But from where I can get these docker images? As I already mentioned in the previous sessions, we have to go to this hub.docker.com. It's a cloud repository. Hub.docker.com is a cloud repository which contains lot of docker images. Let's say I want to download the docker images of Ubuntu operating system. Okay, Ubuntu OS. So for that I'll type Ubuntu here. Okay, Ubuntu Linux OS. Okay, just search for Ubuntu guys at hub.docker.com. Just Google search, just search for this Ubuntu, and in the search results, you will get this. So let me do it again, guys. Let me search for Ubuntu here. A list of Docker images will come. You see the first one. Okay, when I search for Ubuntu in this Docker website, that is Docker Hub website, when I search for Ubuntu, I got this search image. Okay, I got this Ubuntu image. It's saying that it's official image from Ubuntu, so we can trust this one, right? It's an official website, official image from Ubuntu OS. So if I have to download this Docker image at this moment, when I type Docker images, there are no images available here. But I want to download this Ubuntu Docker image from hub.docker.com. Just Google search, search for Ubuntu, and you'll get this Ubuntu image. Click on this Ubuntu image, guys. Just click on that official image from Ubuntu, and you got this command, docker pull Ubuntu command. Okay, you can either, by looking at this, you can type this, or you can even copy this also. Okay, just copy this and right click here. You will get this command. Docker pull is the command, and here Docker image. Okay, whatever the Docker image I want to install, name of the Docker image I have to provide. Docker pull is for downloading, and Ubuntu is the name of the Docker image. Okay? So this is the command, guys. Press enter. In a while, this Ubuntu Docker image will get downloaded in my machine. Let's wait. Let's wait for this process to be completed. It's currently downloading. You see, it started downloading the Ubuntu Docker image in my machine. So far, there were no Docker images, but now after you trigger this command or run this command, docker pull name of the Docker image, okay, that Docker image is getting downloaded. It's extracting now. So it got downloaded, guys. Now type the same command. On the top, when you type Docker images, you are not getting any Docker images here because there are no Docker images at the time available in your machine. Now, after you have downloaded this Ubuntu Docker image, if you type the same command, that is Docker images command, you will get the Docker image. You see, one Docker image is available right now in your machine. Ubuntu latest, okay, Ubuntu latest is available. So how to, how to, so how to, what is the purpose of this Docker image? Okay, using this Docker image, okay, by running this Docker image, we can create the Docker containers that I will explain later anyhow. Okay, that will come in the process. So Docker images are like exe files. I explained, as I already explained in the first session of the this Docker series, right? What is a Docker image and all those things I explained. If you have not seen my first video, just go and see the first video, guys. You'll understand what exactly the Docker images are. Okay, they are like exe files, guys, using which we can create the Docker containers. Fine. Fine. So on running these Docker images, Docker containers will be created. Fine. Anyhow, for now we got this Ubuntu Docker image in our machine. So this was the command, guys. Docker pull was the command. Okay, Docker pull followed by the name of the Docker image. If you provide that and search this Docker, now type this Docker images, we'll get the list of images. At this moment, only one Docker image is available, downloaded in my machine. Now, if I want to remove this, okay, I have downloaded. I want to remove this Docker image from my machine. For that, this is the command, guys. Docker RMI remove. Okay, remove the image. So have to give the ID of this Docker image. So here is the ID, guys. How to get this ID here? Select this ID, right click on this command prompt, select edit and say copy. Now right click here, you will get this image ID pasted here. You are simply running this command known as RMI, remove image. RMI stands for remove image. So using the Docker command, you are removing the image. That only one image is there in your machine. That one downloaded image is there. That also you are removing here. Just press enter. The Docker image will be removed from your machine. Now, if you say Docker images, you see again there are no Docker images right now available. So again, guys, so CLS, just press CLS. At this moment, if I say Docker images, there are no Docker images now because we have removed whatever the Docker image we have downloaded that have removed using this RMI command. Now, guys, type Docker PS. There's another important command, guys. After Docker images command, which is very important, there's one more command that is Docker PS. Okay, when you type Docker PS here, you are not getting anything. There are no Docker containers available or running in your machine. So how to create the Docker containers? To create the Docker containers, we have to run this Docker images. Okay. So by running this Docker images, then we'll get the Docker containers created in our machine. But here there are no, at this moment, there are zero Docker containers. Even there are zero Docker images using which we can create these containers. So PS will give you the list of Docker containers which are running in your machine are available in your machine. So, so what we can do is, again, let's download one of the Docker images. Okay. Again, let's download this Ubuntu Docker image. So you know the process, right? You have to say hub.docker.com and search for the Ubuntu. You'll get this list of Docker images. Select the appropriate one and go to that particular Docker image and copy the command. That is Docker pull. Pull will download. The name of the Docker image here is Ubuntu. We have to give. Just right click here, press enter. Again, the Docker image will be downloaded into our machine. Let's wait. So it's again downloading the Ubuntu Docker image to our machine. Earlier I have downloaded, but again I have removed the image. But now again, freshly I'm downloading Ubuntu Docker image. So once this Docker image is downloaded, if you type Docker images, under that you will get Ubuntu image available. Okay. If I now type Docker images, you'll get the Ubuntu Docker image available. Now again, if I say Docker PS, there is an image, but there are no containers available. Okay. We have not used this particular Docker image to create a container in our machine. But how to create the container? Using this Docker image, how to create the container? Docker software uses this Docker image and creates a Docker container. But what is the command? Okay, what is the command for creating the Docker container out of this Docker image? For that, the command here we have is the run command, guys. Okay, so here run is the command. Docker run and give the name of the. So here we have to say already we downloaded. So simply say run, guys. Okay, so Docker run. Just say give the name of the Docker image. Okay, so select that, right click here and say edit and say copy and just paste it here and press enter. Okay, it will run the Docker image. It will create the Docker. So what happened? Okay, let's see Docker after running, guys. After running, let's say Docker images. I will say one Docker images. Will Docker PS. I will say. Is there any Docker PS running? No, container is not created, guys. That is not the command. Docker run is not the command. Here is the command, guys. Okay. So this is the command we have to use. Okay, I have missed -it there. Okay, while creating the. So if you say Docker run means if already container is there, it will run the container. Okay, so the problem with this command was when I again I'll say CLS, guys, so that you will not get confused. If I say Docker run, name of the Docker image, that is Ubuntu. If I give here, the problem with this command is it will only run if the container is already created. Is the Ubuntu container already created here? No, right? Only image is there, image file is there. But if I say Docker run, since there is no container with this name Ubuntu, it's not running, guys. Okay, it's not running. That's the problem. That's why when I say Docker PS, I'm not getting anything running here. No container is available. But there's one more command, guys, that is Docker run hyphen it Ubuntu. Okay, that means if already the Ubuntu container is there, it will run it. Otherwise, it will create the container and run it. Okay, so this Docker run will create the Ubuntu container and run it. Only extra -it we have to give for this purpose. Docker run -it run the Ubuntu container if it is available. Otherwise, create this Ubuntu container using the Ubuntu Docker image and then run it. Okay, so that's the process, guys. Just I'll give Ubuntu here and press enter. Since Ubuntu container is not available, it will first create and then run. You see, already you are getting the Ubuntu Linux Ubuntu operating system command prompt is coming. That means it has been running. Container is running. But here I cannot check whether I cannot run this Docker PS command because this went to a different interface, Ubuntu interface it went. So what I will do is I'll open without closing this command prompt. I'll open another command prompt. Okay, a fresh command prompt I will open here. Since I already run this, okay, I created this container using the Docker software using this command, right? Docker run -it Ubuntu, and also Docker container is now running. So here, if I say Docker images, it will give you the list of images available. If I say Docker PS, you see one container is running already. That is Ubuntu container. Okay, using the image Ubuntu image, we created this container, Docker container we created, which contains Ubuntu, and it is currently running. Running, guys. Okay, it's running. It's up 37 seconds back, and it's running currently. Okay, so now it is running, guys. Docker PS will give you the list of containers that are created. Fine. Now thing is that I want to stop it. Okay, I want to stop it from running. Okay, I want this Docker container to stop. It's currently running, right? It's currently running. So I want to stop. For that, guys, there is a command like docker stop and have to give the ID of the container. Select this container ID which is currently running, and to stop it, you have to use docker stop and give the ID of the container which is currently running, and it will stop the container. Okay, it will stop. So here if I say docker ps, okay, you see no container is there, no container is running here, right? Earlier it was running, I stopped it. Now then I will start the container again, guys. Okay, I stopped it, right? I will start it again. Okay, docker start. Just press give the container ID, same container ID I gave here. It has started the container again. Again, if you say docker ps, it will give you the list of the containers which are running now. You see, again the container is running. Docker container is running. Docker container is a lightweight virtual machine kind of stuff, right? Container. It is a lightweight container which has this Ubuntu software, okay, Ubuntu operating system available, okay. So that's what is this. Using the Docker image of this Ubuntu, we created a Docker container having the Ubuntu operating system, lightweight machine, you can say, virtual machine kind of thing. Fine. So I started, guys. Now here I'll say CLS clear the screen. Now there are few set more commands are there, guys. Okay, 4 more are there. We'll complete them. So Docker stats, okay, this will give you the stats of the Docker, like whether the container is running or not, okay, how much memory is utilized by this container, okay. This particular lightweight virtual thing is utilizing how much of memory. You see, this much of memory is being utilized. It is lightweight, guys. Definitely, it's a lightweight. Okay. So like this kind of information, if you want to get regarding that running container, you can type this command, that is Docker stats. And again, I'll open this. This is there's no way to stop this, so I'll just open another command from Fishly, and here I'll type the other commands of Docker. Next command we have is the Docker system df, okay, which will give you the information about how many Docker images are there, how many active containers are running, all those stuff. Okay. For the Docker system df, okay, just press enter. It will give you how many images are there. One image is there, okay, one image is there, and it is active. Okay, only one image is active. And here containers, it's saying 3, but only one is active, that is Ubuntu container is active. Now I want to do one thing. I want to stop the container. Okay, I already have the ID with me. I didn't delete this. Okay, whatever the ID was there, I didn't delete that, guys. Okay, the container ID of that Ubuntu, just docker stop container ID. I'll stop the container, guys. Got stopped. Now if I say docker ps, you see no container is running at this moment. If I give this command docker system df, it will say that image is 1, but active containers that are currently running are 0, guys. Okay, 0 containers are active in this moment. When containers are there but active containers are 0, okay, containers are there but active containers are there 0, in that case, if I give this command docker system prune hyphen f, if I give, okay, docker system prune hyphen f, if I give, what will happen is it will delete all the, okay, it will remove all the inactive containers. Just say this, you see, it has deleted a container because it's not active. Okay, deletes all the stopped containers, which are non-active containers will be deleted. Images won't be deleted, guys. Still we have the images. If I say docker images, you see, we'll still have the docker images, but docker ps or docker system df, if you give, you see here images are not deleted, but containers got deleted. Inactive containers, earlier inactive containers were 3 here, but here inactive containers became 0. They got deleted, guys. Okay, that's the purpose of this command. Now if you want to delete this image also, you see, when I say docker images, image is still there, guys. If you want to remove this docker image, you already know this command, right? Docker rmi, I already demonstrated earlier here, somewhere here. Docker RMI is already demonstrated. I'm explaining again. So copy this image ID of the Docker, copy this, and here say Docker RMI and image ID of that Docker image. Just press enter. You see that Docker image got deleted. Now CLS, now type Docker, images, will not get any images. If you say Docker PS, you will not get any Docker containers running. So these are the list of commands, guys. Okay, in Docker commands, which are very important for us to get started with Docker. Okay, so here these are the list of the Docker commands that everyone should know, guys. Okay, So hope guys you understood all these Docker commands. I wish everyone should practice all these commands, okay, and get some confidence around these commands, these tough commands. So that's it, guys. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 5 of Docker Made Easy tutorial. In this session, I am going to practically demonstrate running Selenium automation scripts on Docker containers. So let's get started. First of all, let's search Selenium Chrome in the Docker Hub. As we already know, hub.docker.com is a cloud repository where we can find all the required Docker images. So let's search for Selenium Chrome. Okay, just search for Selenium Chrome now. To find the Docker image related to Selenium Chrome on the cloud repository, that is hub.docker.com, we are searching Selenium Chrome. Scroll down, scroll down until you see a official Docker image from Selenium. Okay, so here this Docker image is from some other thing. Here browserless, here Selenoid, like that many people are publishing this Docker images. We have to find the Selenium Chrome Docker image from Selenium, guys. So scroll down until you find. Okay, here you see by Selenium is there. This is something that we want, and this is nothing but Selenium Chrome. Okay, Selenium / standalone hyphen Chrome. So this is the required Docker image for Selenium Chrome, guys, which is published by the Selenium guys. Okay, which is uploaded by the Selenium guys itself. Okay, click on this. You'll be taken to the page of this Selenium standalone Chrome Docker image page. And here, to download this Docker image in our machine, we should run this command, docker pull command followed by the name of the Docker image. Copy this for now and paste it here in the new tab. Okay, docker pull Selenium / standalone hyphen Chrome. Here at the end, provide colon and say latest. Okay, here this part is the tag, guys. Okay, this is a Docker image name followed by the some version you have to give. Okay, which version of Chrome standalone of Selenium you want to download the Docker image. Just provide latest, guys. This will be better. Okay, this is the command for now. Just tweak it a bit just by adding colon at the end of the command and say latest. Okay, it will get the latest version of the Selenium standalone Chrome. Copy this command, but where I have to run this, as already explained in the previous session, we have to run all the Docker commands in the CMD command prompt. Just type CMD here and open the command prompt. And here now paste this command that you have modified a bit by adding colon latest at the end. Copy this command and run this command in the command prompt. Okay, before running this command, if you say Docker images, you see there are no Docker images at this moment. Okay, there are no Docker images in my machine. Now after this command, now copy this new command that is for downloading the Selenium standalone Chrome Docker image. Just type this command docker pull Selenium standalone Chrome latest version of pull the or download the latest version of the Selenium standalone Chrome. Just press enter. It will download the latest Docker image for this Selenium standalone Chrome in a while. You see it will take some while, guys. Okay, it will take some time. You see it's downloading all the stuff that is required by that download this Selenium standalone Chrome Docker image. It will take a while. So I'll pass and resume the video, guys, once it is done because it takes some time. Okay, it got downloaded. Docker image for Selenium standalone Chrome got the latest version of Selenium standalone Chrome got downloaded now. Now simply say CLS here. Just type CLS here. It will clear the screen. Now again say Docker images. Earlier there were no Docker images downloaded. Now when I type this command, when I run this command, you will see one Docker image. That Docker image is nothing but Selenium standalone hyphen Chrome, the latest version, okay, of the Selenium standalone Chrome Docker image is available. So what next? After that, guys, after that, we have to go to this page, guys. Okay, we have to go to this GitHub page of Docker Selenium, and here, in order to run this, okay, in order to create a container and run this container, okay, in order to using this Docker image, we have to create the Docker container, right? Using this Docker image, we have to create the Docker container. That's what we generally do, right? As explained in the previous sessions also. Okay. So how to create a Docker container out of it and how to run that Docker container. For that, guys, we are going to this GitHub page of Docker Selenium. Here, when you scroll down a bit, When you scroll down, you will see some execution modes for Firefox, Chrome, and Edge, right? Standalone, Selenium, hyphen standalone, hyphen fire. This is for Firefox, okay? But here, our Docker image belongs to standalone Chrome. So here, this is the command, guys. This is the command, okay? Copy this command, copy this portion of the command, go to the new tab, paste it. Let's modify it a bit. Docker run hyphen d hyphen p. This is all fine. Okay, this is all fine. This one is also fine. This is the Docker image name, right? Standalone hyphen Chrome, Selenium / standalone hyphen Chrome. After that, some version is there. I don't want this version to be specified. After colon, just provide latest. Okay, it will get the latest. It will run the latest version of the Selenium standalone Chrome. So it will create that container. Okay, it will create the Docker container. At same time, it will run that container. Okay, copy this. Now go here. After once we have this Docker image, we have to run this command. Okay, so whether it has been copied or not. I'll again copy. Right click, copy. Now here come again and paste. Okay, now I got the command. Docker run hyphen d hyphen p. Okay, this Docker image we are running here, which is having the latest version of Docker image. And if there is no container, it will create and run, guys. Okay, press enter. You see, now we got something. And say here Docker ps to see whether this the container has been created and it's running or not. You have to type Docker ps. These commands I've already demonstrated in the last session, guys. Go and watch the last session if you are new to this Docker commands. Docker ps, you see, Selenium standalone Chrome latest is running, right? This one is running. You can expand this if you want. You see, having the container ID. Container ID is this one, and it is running, guys. Okay, it's running. It's up 5 seconds before. Okay, just 5 seconds before using this command, we have created the container and also running at the same time. Okay, fine. Now what next? Once the container is running, what next? Here we have already checked. Then now, guys, now the container is available. In this container, we have to run our Selenium automation scripts, right? On this particular Docker container of Selenium standalone Chrome container, I have to run my Selenium automation scripts. But how to run? I need the Selenium automation code, right? For that, I'll open this Eclipse ID. Here already a sample project is already created and configured with Selenium 4. Okay, the latest version of Selenium as per today is Selenium 4. I configured that this particular sample project with the latest version of Selenium. And here under src test Java, I created this demo class. Under that main method is there. Now here we have to write the automation code of Selenium. Okay, let's start writing. How to write? We have to write in a different way using the, we have to write this in a different way using the remote WebDriver concept. Okay, first we have to create an object for the desired capabilities. Desired capabilities DC is equal to new desired capabilities. Create an object for the desired capabilities and import this desired capabilities from Selenium library. Okay, and after that here write WebDriver driver is equal to new. Here we have to create an object for the remote driver. Okay, remote WebDriver, I guess. So I don't think remote driver will come. Remote WebDriver, I will change it. Import this WebDriver interface from Selenium, and here I need to give remote WebDriver, guys. This is remote WebDriver, not remote driver. Over the mouse and import this remote WebDriver from Selenium. Done. Here this cannot be empty, guys. Here there are two parameters, two arguments you have to give. Second argument is nothing but this desired capability DC, and the first one will be new URL. Give new URL, and inside this URL import this URL from java.net, and here provide double quotes inside the URL. Give double quotes inside the URL and type here http :/ localhost : 4444. That's it. Okay, now hover the mouse on this and say add throws declaration to ignore the exception. Now write the code. Driver dot get command. Provide the URL that you want to open. Let's say on the Docker container, when my Selenium automation scripts are running on the Docker container, I want to open this application URL in the Docker container. Internet Heroku application I'll give. I'll copy this and paste it here. Very sample code I will write, guys. I'll not write any big code here. Just opening the application, and after opening the application, I'll print the title of the page. Okay, I'll just print the title of the page, guys. Driver.get title. So, and after that, I'll simply close the browser. Okay, quit or close the browser. That's it. Very simple automation script. Now, the container is already running here. When I say Docker PS, the container, the Selenium standalone Chrome container is running in my machine. And also here, we have this Selenium automation code ready also. Okay, if I run this code, this automation script should run in this container. Okay, in this Selenium container, that is Selenium standalone Chrome container, this Selenium automation script should run. So here we have to create object for remote web driver for that purpose. Okay, that's the reason. Run this, run as Java application. Let's see what will happen. Let's see. Started. Let's see what is happening. The script will run in the background, guys. You will not see any UI of the browser running on the screen because the browser is actually running in the container. Okay, not in your local machine, right? It detected, guys. It detected, but you will not see any browser. Okay, you see you got the output, but okay. The execution happened on the container, guys. That's why you are not seeing any UI. In the coming sessions, I will show you how to watch the your application running, Selenium automation script running in the container. I will show in the next few sessions. Okay, after few sessions, I will demonstrate that one also. For now, the script got this particular automation script got executed on this Selenium standalone Chrome container, guys. Okay, fine. So next one. So you got the output, right? That means the script has been executed. Similarly, guys, similarly, you can also run your Selenium automation scripts on other Docker containers. Like apart from the Selenium Chrome, you can also run your Selenium automation scripts on Selenium Firefox and Selenium Edge containers also. For that, guys, if you want to run your Selenium automation scripts on Selenium Firefox container, then we have to again go back to the Docker hub.docker, and here search for, instead of Selenium Chrome, you have to search for Selenium Firefox, and you'll get the search results. Same process, guys, and you have to find the publisher, like the uploader, like Selenium. Here this is standalone Chrome, but I want standalone Firefox. You see here Selenium Firefox, but it's not the Selenium. So let's see, guys. Let's see. Most probably, yeah, here we find, okay, Selenium hyphen standalone hyphen Firefox by Selenium. This one we want. Click on that. Copy this command, guys. Copy this command, which is required for downloading the Docker image. Yes. Okay. After copying that command here, paste it, and at the end, say colon latest. Okay, latest. Now copy this. Now here, before I do anything, if I say CLS and say Docker images, only the Docker image related to the only the Docker image related to Selenium standalone Chrome is available. But now when I run this command, Docker pull Selenium standalone Firefox, press enter, it will take a while, guys, to download this Docker image to this machine. You see, it started. I'll pause and resume this video once this is downloaded. Okay, the container has been downloaded. Now, if I say here CLS and say Docker images, now you have two images, guys. Two Docker images. One is Selenium standalone Chrome. Other one is just now I downloaded, right? Selenium standalone Firefox is also there. And how many containers are there? Docker PS, if I type, you see only one container is running, but that container is related to the standalone Chrome. I want to stop this container, guys, because the next automation, Selenium automation script I want to run is not on the standalone Chrome, Selenium standalone Chrome, but I want to run the Selenium standalone Firefox. For that, I want to stop this container. Okay, I want to stop this container from running. How to do that? Copy this container ID, select this container ID, right click on this command prompt, select edit and say copy. Now here, type the command docker stop, paste the container ID and press enter. It will stop the Selenium standalone Chrome container. You see, now say docker ps again. You see no containers are running. Now what I want to do is, now I have the Docker image of this Selenium standalone Firefox also. What I have to do here is, again I will go to the GitHub page, guys. The same GitHub page for Docker Selenium I'll go. You can Google search also, guys. If you want to go there, you can Google search also. I'll tell you. Docker. Okay, Docker. Uh, just Google search for Docker Selenium. Okay, Docker Selenium GitHub. Okay, simply these three words are enough, and you'll get this link. GitHub page of Docker Selenium you'll get. And in that page, guys, in that page, scroll down here. The browsers will be listed here. Firefox, our current. I want now to run my Selenium automation scripts on Firefox browser. For that, this is the command, guys. Copy this command. Okay. Copy this command, guys. After copying this, the new tab, paste that command, docker run -d and all those stuff here. At the end, just remove this version number to latest. Okay? So that's what you have to do. After that, copy this, go back to the command prompt. So here, no containers are running now, but there are two Docker images. I want to run this. I want to create a Docker container out of this standalone Firefox Docker image, Selenium standalone Firefox Docker image, and it has to run also. For that, this is the command, guys. Okay. So it didn't come. Let me copy paste again properly. Copy this. This is a command, guys, for creating the Docker container out of this Docker image, Firefox Docker image, and also running the container. Just press enter. So yeah, it's done. Now say Docker PS. Now see which container is running. You see Selenium standalone Firefox latest container is running, right? Now once this container is running, go back to your Selenium automation script. This was a Selenium automation script, right? Simply run this. Now this time the Selenium automation code will run on which container? Selenium Firefox container, not on Selenium cron. It will now run on the Selenium Firefox container. You will not see anything on the UI happening, guys. You will simply get the output. That is title of the page will be printed in the output. That shows that proves that the script has been executed. Let's wait for the container to be detected and the script to be running on that container. It will take a while. You see it detected, guys. Okay, detected. Once it is detected, it will run. Now you will get the title printed here in a while from the Firefox browser. You see the title of the page got printed with this print statement, and the browser has quit. You see the script has stopped. So we have also run our Selenium automation scripts on Selenium standalone Firefox container also. Okay, again repeat the same steps, guys. Again, stop this container. Okay, again stop this container. Right click, edit, copy, and simply say docker stop. Paste the container ID of this Selenium standalone Firefox. The container will stop in a while. Yeah. Now say docker ps. You see now no containers are running. You see no containers are running. I'll say CLS so that you not see anything. But here there are, if I type docker images, there are already two docker images. One is Chrome and Firefox. Now I want to run my Selenium automation scripts on the final container, that is Selenium standalone Edge container. Okay, that's on the Edge browser I want to run. So for that, guys, again, what we have to do, guys, again, we have to go to hub.docker.com and search for, on this cloud repository, we have to search for Selenium space Edge. Okay, two terms you have to search and scroll down until you find your required. Okay, from Selenium. This is from Selenium, but for standalone Chrome, we want for standalone Edge here. Okay, so from Selenium we have to find. You see, this is from Selenium, but for a standalone Firefox, let's go with the next one, next page. Just aiming that we can find that Selenium. From Selenium we have to find, guys. This is not Firefox is there. Okay, it looks a bit difficult here. What I will do here is, if it is taking too much of time, we can do one thing. Here I'll say Selenium hyphen, just better search, standalone I will search. Okay. Now Selenium hyphen standalone, here Chrome debug, Chrome, Firefox. You see Edge has come very easily, right? This is a better way of searching. Selenium hyphen standalone, all the things you are getting easily. So I want Selenium standalone Edge from Selenium only. Just click on this, you'll get the command for downloading the Docker image of Selenium standalone Edge. This is the image. Copy that command, and here at the end provide colon and say latest. Okay. Now copy this command and go to the command prompt and download this image for Selenium standalone Edge of latest version. Let's wait for this image to get downloaded. See, it started. It will take a while, guys. I'll pause and resume the video. As we can see here, the Docker image for the Selenium standalone Edge has been downloaded successfully. Now say CLS. Now just type CLS here, guys, and type Docker images, Docker space images. Now you see, now we have three Docker images, one for Selenium standalone Chrome, second one for Selenium standalone Firefox. Now for the latest one, other just now downloaded one, that is Selenium standalone Edge also. Okay. Now let's try to run our Selenium automation scripts on this Selenium standalone edge container. Okay, for that we only have the Docker images, but when I say Docker PS, you see no containers are running here. We have to create a container out of the Selenium standalone edge and also at the same time run that container. For that, what's the process, guys? Here in the Google, I have to search for Selenium. Okay, Selenium Docker GitHub, like this. You search, okay, 3 words, and you'll get this GitHub page for Docker Selenium. Click on that. Here, somewhere here on the page, you will find the instruction or command for running the that creating and running the Docker container for Microsoft Edge. Okay, that is Selenium standalone Edge. This is a command, guys. Copy this command. After copying this command, guys, after copying this command, here just paste it and remove this after colon and give latest. Okay, it will take the latest version. It will run. It will create the container for the latest Docker image and also it will run it. Okay, so it will run the container. Fine. Now go back here and paste it here, guys. Now just run it. So you see, it's running also. Now it created and running, guys. Okay, the container is created and also running. Now again, if I say Docker PS, you see the container ID, the container having this container ID and which belongs to the Selenium standalone Edge latest Docker image is now running. Now, if I run my automation scripts, okay, if I run my automation scripts, the automation scripts, Selenium automation scripts will run on this particular container. Okay, run this. The container is having the Edge browser, guys. Okay, this particular container is having the Selenium already configured and it's having the Edge browser. Okay, on that Edge browser, the scripts will be running. You see, let's see whether that will be detected or not. You'll not see any UI, guys, as I already mentioned. For Chrome and Firefox, you did. You see, it got detected anyhow. In a while, it will print the title of the page. You see, the title of the page got printed from the Edge browser, from the container, and you see, the automation scripts has ended. Okay, because the browser has closed here. So hope, guys, you understood how to run your Selenium automation scripts on Docker containers. Okay, here I showed you 3 Docker containers like Selenium standalone Chrome container and Selenium standalone Firefox, Selenium standalone Edge. 3 containers I showed you for running the Selenium automation scripts on. So that's it, guys. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 6 of Docker Made Easy tutorial. In this session, I'm going to practically demonstrate how to perform cross-browser testing and cross-platform testing using Selenium Grid on Docker. So let's get started. First of all, let's understand what is Selenium Grid. Selenium Grid is one of the components of Selenium using which we can distribute the automation scripts across different machines to promote cross-browser testing and cross-platform testing. Now let me explain this line in a detailed manner with this diagram that is available at this link. Let's open this page and we'll get a diagram, guys. So this is what is Selenium Grid, guys. It's one of the components of Selenium which distribute the automation scripts to run on different machines. Here we have 5 machines, right? The Selenium Grid setup. There are 5 machines here. One is a hub machine and remaining all are the node machines. 4 node machines are there. When you run your scripts on this hub machine with the Selenium Grid setup, the Selenium Grid will distribute the automation scripts to run on different machines having different browsers and different platforms or different operating systems. Okay, your scripts will start running on different machines having different platforms and different browsers and different OS. On the hub machine, we'll be writing the automation scripts like this add cable, this remote web driver, this is automation code, and this automation script code which has been set up for the Selenium Grid will be distributed to run on different node machines like this. And all this Selenium Grid, we are going to, okay, we are going to implement all the Selenium Grid setup on the Docker. Okay, so we'll have a separate Docker container for this hub machine. We'll have separate Docker container for each and every node machines here, and we'll set up all the Selenium Grid on the Docker, guys. And all our scripts will be distributed and running on different containers. Okay, that's what I'm going to demonstrate now. So how to set up this Selenium Grid on Docker containers is the next thing. So let's get started, guys, with this. So we need to configure hub and multiple nodes as Docker containers. Okay, in my laptop. Okay, in my laptop, as explained in the previous session, guys. Okay, in my laptop already Docker software is there, and I can run all the Docker commands in my command line. So we have already seen how to run multiple containers, right? So we have a lot of commands, right, to download the images, Docker images, and how to create the containers from the Docker images. All those things we have seen already in the till the last session. Now here, what we are going to do is we need to configure hub and multiple nodes as Docker containers. Okay, one hub container and multiple node containers we are going to run in the single machine. So before we run this commands for this starting this container Docker containers for this hub and node machines for the Selenium grid purpose, first we have to run this command. Okay, we have to initiate this grid. We have to create the Selenium grid on the Docker. For that, open the command prompt, and in the command prompt, type this command, guys: Docker network. Okay, create grid. So we are creating the Selenium grid here on the Docker, guys. A grid of containers we are going to create under this thing. Docker network create grid. The grid has been created. Selenium grid has been created on the Docker. Now we need the containers, right? Now we need the containers and all those stuff. So from where I'm getting these commands, guys. Okay. So here, this is the link, guys, where you can find all the commands which are required. Whatever the commands I'm showing now in this notes and available on this notes, right? All are available at this link. Okay. GitHub, Docker, Selenium. Okay. You can even Google search for this. Selenium, Docker, GitHub. Just three terms you search and you'll get this link. GitHub for Docker, Selenium. Here, all the commands are available, guys. If you scroll down here, there is a section. There's section here. Hub and node section is there. Here you have all these commands. The first command I have just now uh, run is Docker network create grid. Okay, this is the command I have run. After this command is run, then we have to go with the next commands, guys. So the next command we have to run is like we have to download the Docker images, right? For this hub. Okay, Selenium hub, we need the Docker image for Selenium node. Okay, there are different type of nodes like Chrome node having the Chrome browser. That is a cross platform or cross browser you can call Selenium node Chrome. One node machine having the Chrome Selenium Chrome, another node machine having the node container having the Selenium Firefox, another container having the Selenium Edge browser, like that. Okay, so we need to download all these images, Docker images. So how to do that? So you already know, right? You can go to the hub.docker.com and search for this if you want. Okay, so just search for Selenium space, /hub, and just press enter. You will get the Selenium hub from Selenium. Click on that. So copy this command, guys. Copy this command, and you know, right, what you have to do. Okay, at the end you have to say colon latest. You have to type. Okay, just type this command first and say colon and latest. Okay, this is the tag. This is a version, you can say. So we are now downloading the Docker image for this Selenium hub first. Okay, out of these Docker images, we'll create the Docker containers later. Okay, it will take some time, guys. We have to wait. Okay, I'll pass and resume the videos. Okay, the Selenium hub Docker image has been downloaded. If you type here Docker images, you see only one Docker image is there now. So in the last session, we have downloaded a lot of Docker images, right? Before I started this session, I removed all those Docker images and also have terminated all the containers and all those stuff. Okay, so be freshly, because again I have to explain freshly, right? So that's the reason have the previous session, whatever the Docker images and Docker containers, right? I stopped all the Docker containers. I deleted all the Docker images. Then I started this session. Anyhow, at this moment, when you type Docker images, you should contain only one Docker image, that is Selenium hub Docker image. Similarly, we have to get the Docker images for this Selenium node Chrome, Selenium node Firefox, and Selenium node Edge. Here, if I search for Selenium node here, Selenium /node, you see node Chrome is there, node Firefox is there, node Edge is there. Three are there. Okay, so we'll go with the first one, that is node Chrome. Copy this, paste this command here. Sorry, it has not copied. I'll copy it again. Copy this, copy it now, paste it. Yeah, I got it. Colon latest. I'll just add colon latest at the end. So it will download the Selenium node Chrome Docker image. Again, it will take some time. I'll pass and resume the recording. As you can see here, the Docker image for the Selenium node Chrome has been downloaded. Now let's say CLS. Clear the screen here, guys. First of all, clear the screen so that you can now type Docker images. You'll get two Docker images. One is for Selenium Hub and other one Docker image is for the Selenium node Chrome. Now let's get other Docker images also. like the other ones for the Firefox. Okay. So again, I will search it. I'll go for the Firefox one this time. Selenium node Firefox from Selenium itself. Copy this. Once it is copied, go here and paste and colon latest, add it and run. I'll pass and resume the video for a while. Okay, so it will start downloading, guys. It will start downloading. Once it is downloaded, I'll resume the video. Okay. The Docker image for the Selenium node Firefox also got downloaded. Now clear screen and say Docker images. You see now we have 3 images and the final Docker image for Selenium node Edge I'm going to download. Again, I will search for Selenium /node and here I'll get Selenium node Edge. Click on that. Now again, copy this command. Now come back here, right click and you'll get this command pasted and say colon latest and press enter. For the final time, I will pass and resume the video once the Selenium node Edge is downloaded. So finally, the Docker image for Selenium node Edge also has downloaded. Now simply say CLS here and say Docker images. We should have 4 Docker images downloaded. One is for Selenium Hub and remaining are for the node machines, node containers. We have to create containers out of these Docker images, guys. Anyhow, Selenium node Chrome, Selenium node Firefox, and Edge. Okay, four Docker images are there for the next step. Now the process is for creating and running the containers for each and everything. Okay, for each and every Docker image that we have downloaded, for each and everything that for each and everything of that we have to run. Okay, we have to create and run the Docker containers. How to do that? Here, guys, these are the commands. As I already mentioned, this is a web page, guys. What was the web page? I'll tell you. I'll show you the web page. So Selenium, Docker, GitHub. Okay, go to this web page. GitHub, Docker, Selenium. Scroll down here, somewhere near this hub and node section. You have a lot of commands here. Okay, these commands. Using these commands, we can create the Docker containers out of the Docker images, and also the Docker containers will start running. Okay, so here first one is for creating the container for the Selenium hub and running the container. Second one is for creating the Docker container out of the Docker image for the Selenium node Chrome and running it. Similarly for other Selenium node Firefox and Selenium node Edge. Okay, so 4 containers we have to create and run, guys. For that, these are the commands. So I too have these commands here. So I'll okay. So at the end, guys, you see colon latest I have added for each and every command. Colon latest is added. Then that's fine. So I'll first create the container using the Selenium hub Docker image and also run the container using this command. I'll copy this command, guys. Simply run this. Don't have to do anything else. Okay. So now if I say Docker PS, you see one container will be running, guys. Okay. I'll just expand this. You see Selenium hub container is already running now. Okay. Now next command, guys. This command is for the next one. Copy this, paste it here. No, it has not copied, pasted properly. I copy again. Copy, copied. Now right click paste. Okay. This is for running the Selenium node. Okay. Creating the container for Selenium node Chrome and running it. So again, say Docker PS. 2 containers are running. Container 1, container 2. One is node Chrome and other one is hub. Now third container I want to create and run for Selenium node Firefox using Selenium node Firefox. Okay, just press run this. And last one, guys, for Selenium node Edge, I'll create the container and run the container. This is the last command. Now, if I say CLS and say Docker PS, you get all the containers. List of containers are coming. Right, 4 containers are there. One for hub and remaining are for nodes. So this kind of setup we have now created on the Docker, right? The Selenium grid hub node setup we created on the Docker. So for each and everything here, we have a container. For hub machine, we have a separate container. For each and every node machine, we have separate containers, right? Now the next thing is, let's browse this application, browse this URL to see whether we have this Selenium grid set up on the Docker or not. Okay, the Selenium grid has been set up on the Docker or not. For that, we have to type here localhost localhost colon 4444 and press enter. You see, the Selenium grid is ready and running, and there are three nodes: one for Chrome, one for Edge, one for Firefox. You see, three nodes. Okay, in three containers we have these three nodes, and one container we have the hub. So working fine so far. Now the next thing is run the sample. Okay, we have to create this sample automation script, okay, which runs on cross-browser Selenium automation, which runs on different browsers and different containers on this grid. Such thing we have to create. For that, I will open this Eclipse IDE, guys. I'll open this Eclipse IDE. I'll launch this. So after I launch the Eclipse IDE, I have a sample project here, guys. But what I will do is I'll delete this project. Okay, this project is not required for us. I'll delete this existing project here. Say okay. I will create a new project, guys. Freshly, I'll start creating the automation script. Okay, cross-browser automation for running the scripts on different browsers. Right, I'll create a project and write the automation scripts. So from scratch, I'm going to write. For that, I'll select file, new project, and here I'll I'll expand this Maven folder, this wizard, and select this Maven project. Click on next. Click on next. Here, I'll search for Maven hyphen archetype hyphen quick start. Okay. Then I'll get this Apache Maven from quick start 1.4. Click on next. Now here, give the project name. Say Docker Selenium Great Demo Project. Okay. Demo project. DSGDP. Okay. Some random group ID and some random, okay, package name you give and create. So here Docker Selenium Grid demo project has been created. Now after it is loaded completely, just expand this, guys. Okay, delete all these packages along with this files default things. Delete this package along with the default Java file. Now here under the src test Java, create a test package. Click on finish. Under the test package, create new first test. Let's create first test. So I'll say one. Okay, I'll say one, guys, simply, and can make it simple also. I'll just select public static void main here on one, and here I'll say desired capabilities DC is equal to new desired capabilities. Very simple script I'll write, guys. It will not take much time. For the mouse, and I cannot import this desired capabilities because here this project is need to be configured with Selenium. So I'll open this pom.xml file. So I'll go to the dependencies section, and here already JUnit dependencies there. I'll remove that because there is no use for me. So I'll go to this website, that is mvnrepository.com, and search for WebDriver. What is that, guys? We have to search for Selenium Java. Okay, Selenium Java. Search for Selenium Java, then you'll get the Selenium Java here. Take the latest version of Selenium Java available at your time. Okay, I'm taking this latest version for now. Copy this, come back here, and here paste the dependency for Selenium Java under the dependency tags of this pom.xml file. Now save this, guys. Now save this. So the jar files will be automatically downloaded for Selenium Java and configured in this project automatically. Okay, once this is done, close this pom.xml file. Now hover the mouse on this desired capabilities, you'll get this import statement. Okay, if it's not coming, just give it some time and go back again. You see, now you are getting import desired capabilities from Selenium library. After this, I have to write driver is equal to new remote web driver. Okay, like this I have to write remote web driver, put a semicolon here. Import this WebDriver from Selenium library and import this remote WebDriver also from the Selenium library. Here put a comma, and one of the arguments should be this GC, second argument should be DC, and first argument should be new URL. with circular brackets you type and hover the mouse on this URL and import this from java.net, and here set the circular brackets, provide double quotes and say http colon double slash localhost colon 4444. Okay, that's it. For the mouse and say add throws declaration. And I want this one one class script should run on Chrome container. Okay, Selenium Chrome. Okay, Selenium Chrome node. So here there are 4 nodes running, right? So I want this automation script of the Selenium grid. I want that to run on this one, that is node Chrome. Okay, node Chrome I want to run. So here I have to set dc dot set browser name. Okay, I have to write like this, set browser name. Okay, like this I want to write, and here I want to say Chrome. Okay, set browser name as Chrome. But instead of writing this code here, guys, we can do one thing, that is we can create something like this. uh, what happened here, any mistake? Save this once, the errors are gone. Okay, now here under src java create another package known as base package. Under the base package, it's better to write like this instead of writing the code directly inside these things, right? Just say new, say package is already there. Now create a base class, new class, say base class, click on finish, and here create a method, public void, initialize browser method, initialize browser. Here I'll pass the browser name, which browser need to be initialized. Like that I'll pass the browser name. So here I'll say uh, here I'll write the desired capabilities, actually capabilities, instead of writing the desired capabilities in individual files, because we need to create multiple files here, 1 2 3 like that. So instead of writing multiple times, I'll write here once, desired capabilities this is equal to new desired capabilities. This project code is available in the notes, guys. If you want to get this project code, you can get from here. The complete project is available, whatever that I'm building. So import this from Selenium, and here say if this browser name dot equals, if it is equals Chrome, if the whenever you are calling this method, if you are passing the browser name as Chrome, in that case I'll say dc dot this desired capabilities. I'll set the browser name to, if it is Chrome, I'll set the desired capabilities browser name also to the Chrome. Okay. Else if browser name dot equals, if it is Firefox. Okay, if it is Firefox, I'll set it to Firefox only. Here three only, I'll create only three, because here only three containers are there. One is for Chrome, one is for Firefox, another is for Edge. So only three things I'll write. I'll not create this a complex thing for each and every browser. Only for three browsers I'll write this code. Okay. Set a browser name, and here I'll say Firefox only. Okay. If it is Firefox, it is Firefox. Else if this browser name dot equals, if it is Edge browser. But here I need to be careful for the Edge browser, guys. For Edge, it's not Edge. So dc dot set browser name. Okay. Set browser name. Here instead of Edge, I have to write Microsoft Edge like this. Okay. In uppercase. Everything has to be, it's case sensitive, guys, and also the name should be like this, Microsoft Edge. Okay. So after this is done, guys, after this is done, here I have to write WebDriver is equal to WebDriver is equal to new remote WebDriver. So I'll hover the mouse on this WebDriver and import this WebDriver interface from Selenium and this remote WebDriver class from Selenium. And here I'll put comma, and here I'll say I'll pass this DC as a second argument. And here I'll say new URL, import this URL, and here http colon double slash localhost colon 4444. Okay. For the mouse on this and say add throws declaration. Now return this, guys, return this driver. Okay. Whoever is calling this method, to that calling statement, the driver object will be returned. Now here I'll make this one extends the base class. For the mouse, import this base class from base package, and here I don't have to do any of this stuff, guys. Okay, I don't have to write any of this code. Simply I need to call that method, guys. What is the method name? Initialize browser, right? I'll call this method here. First step, as a first step, I'll call this method, and here I'll pass Chrome. Okay, I'll say Chrome. So uh, here so this one is a main method, right? So it's a main method. That's a problem again. So what I'll do here is I'll go for test ng, guys. Better public void test one. Here I'll say at the rate test. Okay, annotation from test ng. So here test ng won't be available in this project. So again, I have to go to the MVN repository and search for test ng here. Click on this and get this latest version of test ng. Copy this, come back here and go to the pom.xml file and paste the dependency of test ng here. Now save this, guys. Save this. Okay, done. Yeah. Now hover the mouse on at the rate test and import this at the rate test from. So it's not coming. Yeah, it's coming. Import this test annotation from test class from test engine library. Now save this. Now here create a few more methods like public void setup. Public void setup. Here write at the rate before method annotation. Import this at the rate before annotation from test engine again, and here right here, guys, control shift O once, and here I have to call this method. Okay, here already this one is extending the base, so I can directly call this method, guys. I can directly call this initialize browser method here because this is a child class of this base class, so I can directly call. And while calling, I'll pass the Chrome, put a semicolon. You see no issues. Say hover the mouse and say add throws declaration. Okay, ignore that exception, and this will return you the driver object, guys. But to intake the driver object, I have to write here. Okay, web driver is equal like this. I have to write. Okay? Import this web driver from Selenium. I'll make it global, guys, so that all the other methods in this class can access. I'll just take it here. I'll write public web driver here and say driver is equal to like this. I'll make it global. Okay. Now we got the initialization part done. Now here I'll one more method, public void tear down. I'll write and I'll provide this annotation at the rate after method annotation for the mouse and import this after method from test ng. And here I'll say simply say driver dot which. Okay, I'll close the browser. Here I'll write the automation code, guys. How to write the automation code? Driver.get which application I want to open. I'll take the sample application, guys, that is Internet Heroku application. I'll go to this application, copy this URL. So my scripts are very simple, like where I want to, when the script is getting executed on the Chrome node, okay, I want to simply get the title of this page. Okay, driver.get title. I'll say from Chrome node. Okay, from Chrome node I'll write Chrome node from the Chrome browser. Simple thing is it's Chrome browser, nothing much. And anything else, guys, this much is enough, guys, for me to write the automation script. I don't want to do much. So here the next thing is I'll create one more class. Here I'll copy paste the code, guys, don't worry, it will not take much time. Click on finish, and here extends base class because I need to call that initialize browser method. Okay, so I'll copy all this code from here to here. From here to here, I'll copy all this code and paste in the 2.java. And here, hover the mouse on base and import this from base package. And also here, I'll just change it to test2. So here I'll say from Firefox node. So okay, this script should run on the Firefox node actually on the Selenium grid on Docker. So here I'll initialize the browser with Firefox because the script has to run on the Firefox. That's it, guys. This step is also done. Now one more final class I'll create, that is 3 class. And here again I'll copy paste the code. Before copy pasting, I'll say extends base here and hover the mouse and import this base class from the base package. After that, I paste the code which I copied from the 1.java and save this one. Okay. So here test3 I will say, and this is not from Chrome, this is from Edge browser, Edge node. Okay, from the Edge node. Here also I'll pass Edge here. I think this much changes are enough. Now we have our automation scripts ready. Okay, so everything is ready, guys. Everything is ready. What I need to do here is simply, okay, 1, 2, 3, everything is ready. I'll right click on this project and select this test engine and create convert to test engine, guys, so that I'll create this test engine.xml file. Okay, right click test engine and create convert to test engine. I'll get this test engine.xml file created. So with this content, click on finish because I want to run all this 1, 2, 3 as a batch, guys. Okay, I don't want to run this individual file separately. I want to run as a batch. That's why I'm creating this test.xml file. Here I'll be pasting hit. I'll just change the order, guys, so that I want. There's no problem in running in whatever the order. I want the Chrome browser, Chrome node script to be run on Chrome node first, then script to be run on Firefox, then the script to be run Edge. That's why I'm changing the order. But with the random order also, it's fine. No need to change the order here. Now, guys. So here already the containers are running, right? So here Docker PS. When I type again, if I say CLS and say Docker PS, four containers are already running. One is hub and remaining three are node edge, node chrome and node firefox. So when I run this automation script in my machine, so the hub node will hub container will distribute all these different automation scripts onto the different platforms, different nodes. That is, one automation script will run on the node chrome, another automation script will run on the node firefox, another automation script will run on the node edge, like that case. Okay, this is cross browser and cross platform testing that we are doing using the Selenium grid configuration on Docker. Now right click on this testng.xml file and run as testng suite. All these tests will be running as a batch, as a group. I don't have to run them individually now. So let's see whether our scripts will run on Docker nodes, Selenium grid Docker nodes. Let's see. For each and every node, there is a separate container. So on the separate containers, the nodes are there. So there it will be running there. Let's see. So it detected one of them. One of the container has been detected. Mostly it's from internet from Chrome node. Okay. Second one has to be detected now. This is called as cross browser testing or cross platform testing, where we have set up the Selenium grid on Docker and our scripts are running on the Docker containers. So it's not there. Let's wait, guys. Sometimes it takes some time. We have to be patient here. The second one for the Firefox, it has to detect, guys. Then only it will run. Yeah, it has detected the second one also. It took some time. That's okay. From the Firefox, it should come. The internet from Firefox node. Yeah, done. Now it has to detect the third one. That is from Edge node. You see, the third one also has been detected. Yeah, you see, all the tests got passed. So guys, we have successfully run our cross-browser tests on the Selenium grid, which has been set up on the Docker, right? On the Docker containers, the cross-browser testing using the Selenium grid has been happened. So hope guys you understood how to perform cross-browser testing using Selenium grid on Docker. So that's it, guys. Thank you. Bye. So one more thing, guys. Sorry I said bye, but I just need to stop you because I forgot to run these commands. Okay. So once your task is over, we have to clean up the stuff, right? So I want to stop these containers, and also one important thing you have to remember here is you have to remove the network grid. Okay. So in the beginning, guys, when you started the grid, you said Docker network create grid, right? You created the grid. That grid you have to remove, guys. Otherwise, it will be a problem. So what I will do is I'll stop all these containers one by one. Okay. We have the container IDs. Four container IDs are there. So Docker stop. One by one, I will stop this. I will first stop this Chrome container. Select that and say edit, copy here and paste it and press enter. It has to stop the Chrome container first. Let's see. Yeah, it stopped. Now say Docker PS, only three containers will be running now. Now let's take the next one, guys. I'll take the Firefox one. Copy this and say Docker stop. Run this. Second container need to be stopped. That is a Node Firefox container need to be stopped. Again say Docker PS, only two containers should be remaining. So next one, edge container, I will stop. Okay, copy this, double click on this container ID. While it is selected, right click here and say edit copy. Now here, type the command docker stop and whatever the container ID you copied, paste it here for the node edge. So it also has stopped. Now say docker ps, only one container is left guys, that is Selenium hub. So again, copy that container ID, say edit copy. Here say docker stop, run this. Okay, done. Now say docker ps. I think none of the containers will be now available. You see, all are clear. You can say CLS and again type it docker ps. You see, no containers are now running. Now thing is we have to remove that grid guys. Okay, we have to whatever the grid we have started here for Selenium grid set up on the docker, right? Docker network create grid using the command. Now using this command we have to remove that grid. Okay, docker network rm grid, this is the command. Okay, this is the docker command for removing that Selenium grid setup on the docker network. Remove that grid, press enter. You see, now the docker grid has been removed. Okay, you will get this grid in the output. Okay, so these are the post steps guys. Okay, I forgot to explain, so I stopped you and explained again. So that's it guys, thank you, bye. Hello all, welcome to part 7 of Docker Made Easy tutorial. In this session, I am going to explain about Docker Compose, which is the simplest way of setting up Selenium grid on Docker using YAML file. And also, I am going to practically demonstrate how to run Selenium automation scripts in parallel mode on Docker. So let's get started. In the previous session, I have shown you the traditional way of setting up Selenium Grid on Docker, that is without Docker Compose, where I have to run a lot of commands. Around 7 to 8 commands I have to run to set up Selenium Grid on Docker in a traditional way. Few commands I have to run for downloading the Docker images for Hub node and Chrome node, Edge node and Firefox node. And also few other commands have to run for creating the Docker containers using the Docker images and running them. Around 78 commands have to run in the traditional process of setting up Selenium Grid on Docker. But with Docker Compose, which is the simplest format of setting up Selenium Grid on Docker using YAML file, only one command is required. Now in this session, let me practically demonstrate that for you. To get started, I'll Google search for three words. That is Docker, Selenium, and third word is GitHub. When I Google search for these three words, Docker, Selenium, GitHub, I'll get this link in the search results from github.com for Docker Selenium. I'll go to this page. Once I am taken to this page, I'll scroll down until I find a section known as Docker Compose section. So here is the Docker Compose section on this page. Under this Docker Compose section, we have version 2 and version 3. I'll go with this latest version as of today. Tomorrow version 4 may come. But for now, version 2 and version 3 exist and version 3 is the latest. I'm going with the latest version. So I'll click on this docker-compose-v3.yml file link. Click on this. You will be taken to another page where you will find a set of instructions. These instructions I need to copy and create a YAML file. Okay, I have to copy this. For copying this is the option guys. Copy raw contents from this file. Okay, just click on this. The contents that are shown here will be copied. And now I'll go to my Notepad++ editor, and here I will create file, new file, and here in the new file I will copy paste all these contents from this page. Copy and paste. I copied all the contents from that page and pasted here. Now I'll say file, save as. I'll save this particular YAML file at some location in my machine. I'll choose the downloads location for now. I'll create a new folder. You can name this folder as anything. I'll give DC, a short form for Docker Compose. I'll go into that folder, and here I have to name the file and I have to give the extension for that file. So for that I'll give the name of the file as docker-compose, and I'll give the extension of the file as .yaml, .yaml. And here I'll save this file type as all types. Okay, docker-compose.yaml and all types. Now save this in the DC folder of downloads location in my machine. I'm saving. It got saved. Now I'll go to the location where this YAML file is saved. Let's go to the location where this YAML file is saved. So here is the location, guys, where the YAML docker-compose YAML file is created. So now I need to run few commands. Okay. So only one command I told you, right? To set up Selenium grid on Docker using this YAML with the help of this docker compose method. Okay. Only one command is required. That is docker-compose up command. Okay. I'll show you how to run this. Anyhow, we went to the location where this docker-compose YAML file is available. And here at this location where this file is available, I have to open the command prompt. Just type cmd here and press enter. The command prompt will launch from this location where this docker-compose YAML file is available. That is this DC folder. Now first command, before I run this actual command for setting up Selenium grid on Docker using this Docker compose, okay, I'll check whether there are any Docker images and any Docker containers running or not. Okay, first I will check whether any Docker images downloaded already in this machine. So if I say Docker space images, you see there are no Docker images available in this machine, which are not downloaded in this machine. Now I'll check any Docker containers running in this machine. Docker space PS. You see there are no Docker containers which are running in this machine. So everything is clear. Again, I'll go to the same location where this docker-compose is there. Don't run this command prompt from a different location, guys. You have to go to the location where docker compose is available. This YAML file is available. Okay, from there only you have to run the docker commands. So here you have to run the docker command docker-compose, that is name of the YAML file, followed by up. Okay, so here from this location where docker-compose YAML file is available, there you type the command, that is the name of this file, docker-compose, followed by you have to give up. Using this single command, okay, using this single command, we can set up Selenium grid on Docker. Okay, this is what is Docker compose, guys. You don't have to run 7 to 8 commands like I showed you in the previous session, the traditional way of setting up Selenium grid on Docker, where I have to run 7 to 8 commands. But here with this YAML file, okay, we can simply run this single command, docker-compose up. That's it. It will do all the things. It will download for us. It will download the Docker images for us. It will create the Docker containers out of those Docker images and run them. All those things will be done, guys. Okay. The process started. So this process will take a lot of time, guys. So I'll be there for few seconds, and after that, okay, after you see 1 or 2 things here, okay, it started. You see, it started downloading the Docker image for Selenium Hub. So I'll pause and resume the video multiple times, guys. Okay. For now, it's downloading the Selenium Hub Docker image. I'm passing the video. I'll resume back once this particular Selenium Hub got downloaded. As you can see now, once the hub got downloaded, Docker image for the hub got downloaded. It's now downloading the Docker image for Selenium node Firefox. Like one by one, everything that is required will be automatically downloaded, guys. Okay. Now it's pulling another one for Edge. Okay. Node Edge. It will start downloading. Let me pass again. Now it's pulling for Selenium node Chrome. Okay, it's downloading Selenium node Chrome. Okay, so hub has been completed. Node Firefox completed. Node Edge completed. Now the turn for node Chrome came. Only one command we have typed, guys. Everything is happening automatically. As you can see, the downloading of the Docker images has been done by this single command. Now it's launching all these Docker containers. Okay, creating the Docker containers of these Docker images, and it started also. You see, it's up now. Okay, from down to up. Now, guys, to see whether the setting up of Selenium grid on Docker is successful via this Docker compose or not, I'll go to this browser and type localhost colon 4444. Okay, to see whether Selenium grid is running or not and whether the required nodes have been configured or not with this Docker compose command. Okay, let's see. You see Selenium grid is running and it has 3 nodes configured, one for Firefox, one for Chrome, and another for the Edge browser. Okay, so this is what happens, guys. You see, with a single command, docker-compose up command, I was able to set up the complete Selenium grid on Docker. So uh, now the thing is, I want to run my automation scripts, guys. Okay, I want to run my automation scripts. So in the previous project, if you remember, we have already created cross-browser automation scripts. to run on the Selenium grid, right? The same project I am going to use. Okay, you can get the project from the previous session, guys. So here I'll open the Eclipse ID. Here, this is the project that I have used already in the previous session. Okay, I demonstrated this project in the previous session. The same project I'm going to use, which contains these three files, 1, 2, 3. This 1.java will run on Chrome. Let me open this 1.java. This 1.java runs on this Chrome browser, uh, kind of Chrome container. And 2.java will run on Edge container on Docker. 3.java will run on Firefox container on Docker. Okay, here we have this testng.xml file, which contains all these 1, 2, 3 files, okay, for batch running. And this has been set up to run on the Docker, okay. So here remote WebDriver and all those stuff, if you remember. So I have already used this project in the previous session, guys. Same project I'm going to use, okay. Now right click on this testng.xml file and say run as testng switch. So these three scripts need to run on Docker containers. So the scripts will run on Selenium grid that got set up on Docker on the respective Docker containers. This one will run on the Chrome container, two will run on the Firefox, three will run on the Edge. Let's see, you see one of the thing has been detected. That is on the Edge container it has run. Now two more scripts need to run. So two more scripts, one need to be run on Firefox, another one on Chrome. Let's see. Another one got detected. Firefox is also completed. On the Firefox container also of the Selenium grid, the script has run. Very simple script, right? This scripts are very simple scripts. Okay, just they will go to the application and they'll get the title and print the title of the page on the in this output console. That's it. You see all the tests, all the three tests which are created here got run on the different containers of Selenium grid on Docker. Fine. So this is what is the simplest way of setting up Selenium grid on Docker using Docker Compose and running the Selenium scripts. Okay, our scripts are running. And there's one more thing, guys. I wanted to show here. I want to run my Selenium automation scripts in a parallel mode on Docker. Okay, parallel execution I want to show you. But for parallel execution, guys, I need more nodes, right? I need more nodes. Here only three nodes are available. One for Firefox, one for Edge browser, and another for Chrome browser I have. I want to create more nodes. So how to create more nodes? To create the more nodes, so without disturbing this existing setup of Docker Compose, I want to increase the number of nodes. For example, I want to increase Chrome by 2 and Firefox or Edge by 2. Okay, let's see. Let's scale up the nodes by copying this command, guys. I'll copy this command, which will scale this Chrome nodes. Here only one node is there for Chrome. I'll scale that to two nodes. Copy this. Instead of touching this existing command prompt, open a new command prompt from the same location, guys. Okay, from here itself, where Docker Compose file is available. Again, open the command prompt. You see, just run this command. Whatever the command I copy pasted here, just run that command. It will scale the Chrome nodes to two nodes instead of one node. Let it run. Yes, creating. Let's wait. It will be done in a while. Doesn't take much time. Okay, fine. Generating started. Okay. Now go here and refresh this once. So here only one Chrome is there still. Okay. Now refresh again one more time. Yeah, here we got two Chrome nodes, right? It took some time to update. That's okay. Similarly, I'll increase the nodes for Edge, let's say. Okay. So here, before I run this command, here only one Edge is there, but I want to make that to two. So again, without touching these existing things, I'll again go to the location where Docker Compose file is available and type cmd and run this. As you can see, it's done. Now let's wait. Yes, refresh this. You should get two Edge nodes now. Okay, two Chrome nodes, two Edge nodes. Only one Firefox is there. I'm not touching the Firefox, guys. That's enough. Okay, we have got enough number of nodes. So total 5 nodes we have. So let me run my automation scripts now in the parallel mode, guys. Okay, I'm going to run my automation scripts in parallel mode. So that's why more nodes were required for me. So I have scaled up the nodes here. For Chrome nodes, I scaled up by 2, and also Edge nodes, I scaled up by 2. Firefox is still 1. So total 5 nodes are there. Now, to create more automation scripts, 1, 2, 3, 3 tests are there here. I want to make them 6 tests. For that, I'll copy all these files. I'll copy them and paste it again. Control V. So here for 1, 1, 2, a different name is coming, 1, 2. Say OK. Then 3, 2. Then 2, 2. Now we have 6 tests. Okay, not 3 tests. Now we have 6 tests which we can run in parallel mode. And also I'll update this testng.xml file. In testng.xml file, here only 3 files are mentioned. So what I will do is I'll delete this. Instead of doing the hard work, I'll delete this testng.xml file. Right click on this project and select testng and say convert to testng. Now it will generate the new testng.xml file with all these 6 files. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 2. Okay, total 6 tests will be there. Now open this testng.xml file. Here for parallel execution, guys, in testng, here in the suit tag, we have to say parallel is equal to classes. I'll select this classes. Okay. Now I have enabled the parallel mode of execution in testng, and thread count is 5. That means at a time 5 scripts can run. Okay. So parallel execution is on, guys. Now let's run this testng.xml file. Right click so to run all the tests in a batch. Testng switch. Let's see. Here we have 5 nodes and 6 automation scripts are going to run in parallel mode. Let's see how they will run. So let's wait. They have to be detected, guys. So here it will take, sometimes it will take some while, guys. No problem. Let's wait. Yeah, you see at a time, you see 11 to 7, 11 to 6, 11 to 6. At a time, multiple nodes are getting detected, right? You see they are running in parallel mode. That's the reason they are running in parallel mode. Okay. Again, next set of scripts are running in parallel mode. You see, immediately they are opening. So I think one more test need to be done. So this is what is parallel execution, guys, and which is possible with the Selenium grid setup on Docker. As I just now mentioned, we have to turn on the parallel execution here. So almost done. Every test got passed, guys. All 6 test cases got executed in parallel mode here. Just by enabling this parallel mode of execution in testng, this is possible, guys. Okay. So hope, guys, you understood all about this Docker Compose and how it simplifies the setup process of Selenium Grid on Docker using this YAML file. With a single command, we can set up Selenium Grid on Docker, guys. That is the benefit of this Docker Compose. And also I showed you how to run the parallel execution of the scripts on Docker at the same time, right? Just by turning on the parallel execution mode in this testng.xml file and running them, we can run. That's it, nothing much. And also we have scaled up the resources, right? You see, we have scaled up these nodes. By default, there were only one Chrome, one Firefox, and one Edge, and I created 2 nodes. Okay, instead of only one, I scaled up this nodes to 2 nodes and Edge nodes to 2 nodes. Similarly, we can scale up this Firefox nodes to 2 nodes. Okay, with this command. So that's it, guys. But there is something we have to follow. The post steps are still there, guys. Okay. So once the execution is done and once you want to clear up the stuff, thing is that we have to use this command known as down. Okay. So here I'll open another command prompt here. From here I'll say cmd. I'll say Docker images once. Docker images. So these are the Docker images that got downloaded by using the Docker Compose. Okay. So Hub, Chrome, I didn't download them, right? With that single command, right, we got all these Docker images. Similarly, when I say Docker PS, you see all these containers are running. Okay. Total how many? One Hub and here one Chrome, 2 Edge, one Firefox. One Chrome has closed, I guess, somehow. Okay. Refresh here. How many nodes are there? Let's say containers are there. Okay, 5 are there. That's okay. So here, these are the containers that are currently running, guys. I want to close all this stuff. Okay, single command. I want to stop all these containers. For that, I don't have to stop them individually. Rather, what I have to do here is simply run this command, guys. Okay, that is to take down that Selenium grid on the Docker. We have to use this command. So simple. From here, we are running this command, guys. CMD. So to up the Selenium grid on Docker, we have used Docker compose up command, right? Now to take it down, you have to use down command. Now here, okay, 1 minute. So here let's wait for this command to run properly. Wait, it's taking some time to take it down. Yeah, stopping. It's stopping everything, na? Stopping the Selenium grid on Docker now. Okay, hub and nodes, all the stuff. Done, done, done. And now the final one hub need to also be stopped. Let's see. Yeah, it's completed. And it's removing, guys. It's removing all the containers and all those stuff. Okay, it's removing all the containers and all. Fine. So it even has removed the grid, Selenium grid from the Docker. Okay, so everything is completed now. Now refresh this once to see. You see, there are no nodes and nothing is there. Okay, nothing is running. Okay, the site can't be reached. Selenium grid is now down on Docker. With the help of the single command, we can take it down. Okay, now after this, guys, after this again, open the command prompt once again and say Docker PS, Docker images once, Docker images. You have the downloaded images. They didn't get deleted, but when I say Docker PS, you see none of the containers are running, right? So everything got down. Only the Docker images we have to remove, guys. As the post steps, we can remove these Docker images. So let's try to remove these Docker images, guys. So copy this Docker image ID, copy this Docker image ID of this hub and say edit copy and say Docker RMI, give the Docker image, press enter. You see it got removed. Now let's go with the next one. Double click, select edit copy and say Docker RMI, give the Docker image. Second one is also done. Now third one, let's take, copy that and say Docker RMI, third Docker image. It's also done. Now final one, Docker RMI run. So the last one also got removed. CLS and say Docker images now. There are no Docker images. There are no containers running. So we have successfully taken the Selenium grid now, and also we have removed all the Docker images that got downloaded with the help of this Docker compose command. Everything we have cleared, okay, as part of the post steps. So that's all about this session, guys. Thank you. Bye. Hello all, welcome to part 8 of Docker Made Easy tutorial. In this session, I'm going to practically show you a solution for resolving a common error that occurs while trying to remove Docker images. So let's get started. When you try to remove Docker images, sometimes you may get an error stating response from daemon conflict image is used by stopped container. When you get this kind of error message, let me practically show you how to resolve such kind of error messages. For that, I'll window search here and type cmd and open the command prompt. Now here, I'll type the first command of Docker stating Docker space images. This command will get me the list of Docker images that are already downloaded in my machine. Before I started this session, I already have a bunch of Docker images downloaded in this machine. So when I type this, I'll get the list of Docker images that are already there in my machine. These are the 4 Docker images. So earlier, guys, using these Docker images, I created Docker containers and have run them. Once their task has been completed, I have stopped those Docker containers. Now I'm in a kind of situation where I want to remove these Docker images. But before that, let me check if any Docker containers using these Docker images are still running. Okay, let me first check whether there are any Docker containers which are using this Docker images still running. So Docker PS, if I run, you see there are no containers using these Docker images that are still running. Now, in this kind of situation, when I try to remove these Docker images, what is happening? Let's see. To remove these Docker images, I'll just go to one of these Docker images, say Node Chrome, select this image ID of this Node Chrome, and right click here and edit copy. I'm copying the Docker image of this Node Chrome. Now I want to remove that. So for that, guys, there is a command known as Docker RMI followed by the image ID of this Docker image that I want to remove. Okay, I pasted it here. The same, you see B21 thing. Okay, now when I press enter, I'm getting this error message. Okay, whatever the error message I'm saying, right? Response from daemon, conflict, unable to delete, and image is being used by stopped container. This kind of error message we make it. Then how to remove? Okay, I'm unable to remove the Docker images, guys. Okay, because of this error, I'm unable to remove the Docker. You see, still all the Docker images are available. But how to remove? In this kind of situation, when you are trying to remove the Docker images and you're getting this kind of error messages stating images are being used by the stopped containers, then how to remove the Docker images from your machine? Then guys, in that cases, if things are not working out, then we have to type this command, guys. Docker system prune. Docker system prune command and press enter. Warning, this will remove all stopped containers and all the stuff. Kind of warning will come and it will ask you whether you want to continue or not. Just give Y here, okay? Y for yes. Yes, I want to continue. I want to prune it. I want to prune the system. So here something happened. It deleted containers and all those stuff. You see, for 4 images, 4 containers, something has happened. It has removed something. Now again say Docker images here. These are the list of Docker images. After running this command, guys, after running this Docker system prune, and after giving the confirmation saying why here and all, then now try to remove these Docker images. Okay, same process I will follow. I'll edit this, copy this Docker image of this node Chrome and say Docker RMI, give the image ID, press enter. You see, earlier we got the error message in this case, but now this time it got deleted, guys. So after running this command docker system prune, the problem has been resolved. Similarly, I can remove all the other Docker images also. Just press enter. You see, only 3 Docker images are available now. Let's go with the next one. Let's remove this Firefox one. I'll copy this Docker image ID and say Docker RMI. Paste this ID, guys. So fine. Paste this ID. Press enter. Similarly, you can remove other things. You see, it got removed, guys. Okay, now we say Docker images. Only 2 Docker images will be available. Like this, you can even remove this remaining 2 also. So hope, guys, you got the solution for this error that occurs generally when you try to remove the Docker images. So the only solution was to run this command. Okay, before you try to remove the Docker images, when you get such kind of error messages, you just run this command Docker system prune. Then everything will be in place. So that's it, guys. Thank you. Bye. Hello all, welcome to part 9 of Docker Made Easy tutorial. In this session, I am going to practically show you a solution for resolving the error that occurs while creating Selenium Grid on Docker. So let's get started. Sometimes while creating Selenium Grid on Docker, we may get an error stating error response from daemon, network with the name grid already exists. In such cases, how to resolve this error? Let me practically demonstrate. I'll first Windows search and type cmd and open this command prompt application. Inside this command prompt, I will type the docker command which can be used for creating Selenium Grid on Docker. Docker network create grid. This is a command, guys. The moment you type this command, it has to create Selenium Grid on Docker for you. But in place of that, you are getting an error stating error response from daemon. Network with name grid already exists. Why you are getting this error? Maybe sometimes back you have already created Selenium Grid on Docker and you forgot to remove the older Selenium Grid from Docker. So at a time, you cannot create Selenium Grid on Docker multiple times. Okay, you cannot create duplicate Selenium Grids on Docker. Only one Selenium Grid on Docker is allowed. That's the reason, guys, you are getting this error. Then how to resolve this error? Simple, guys. Whatever the Selenium Grid you have already created way back, that Selenium Grid on Docker you have to remove first. For that, this is a command: Docker network rm grid. This rm grid will remove the existing Selenium Grid from Docker. So the moment I type this, okay, I got some response saying grid. Now CLS. Now try to create the new Selenium Grid on Docker. Old Selenium Grid on Docker has been removed now. This time, when you try to create a new Selenium Grid on Docker, it should allow you. Docker network create grid. You see, you didn't get this error, right? Earlier you got this error just now, right? Now, after removing the older Selenium grid from Docker, you are able to create a new Selenium grid on the Docker. So hope guys you understood how to resolve this error which occurs while trying to create a new Selenium grid on Docker. So that's it guys. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 10 of Docker Made Easy tutorial. In this session, I'm going to practically demonstrate how to set up Selenium grid on Docker Swarm and thereafter running our automation scripts on this Docker Swarm. So let's get started. First of all, let's find out what exactly is this Docker Swarm. Before even finding out what exactly is this Docker Swarm, let's find out the real meaning of this swarm. Swarm means a group of insects traveling together. So if I Google search for this swarm here, I'll get the search results. I'll go to these images where I can find an image related to a group of insects which are traveling as a single unit. This is nothing but the swarm. Now, if you apply this swarm term to this Docker, it becomes Docker Swarm. Similarly, Docker Swarm is also a group of virtual Docker containers which are operating as a single unit known as cluster. This is nothing but Docker Swarm means. In simple words, Docker Swarm is a container orchestration tool which contains a group of virtual Docker containers. Few of those Docker containers will act like worker nodes and few will act like manager nodes. Whereas manager nodes will manage these worker nodes. Worker nodes will actually do your tasks. So that's what is Docker Swarm is. And if someone asks you what is Docker Swarm, you have to explain that or say that it's a container orchestration tool containing a group of Docker containers. Few of them are worker containers, few of them are manager containers. Manager containers manage the worker containers and worker containers will do your job. Okay, that's what is Docker Swarm in simple words guys. Now let me practically show you how to set up Selenium grid on Docker Swarm and how to run our Selenium automation scripts on this Docker Swarm. Now let's Google search these three terms guys. One is Selenium, second one is Docker and third one is GitHub. When you Google search for these three terms, you will get this link in the results from github.com Docker Selenium. Click on this link and you'll be taken to this page. Scroll down until you see something known as Docker Compose section. This is a section, guys. And in this section, under this section, you see something known as version 3 with Docker Swarm support. Okay, this section you have to find it out. Okay, and under this, you see a link to this .yml file, right? Just click on this link, guys. You'll be taken to this page, which contains a lot of instructions here. So we just need to blindly copy these instructions that are provided in this .yml file. Copy this. After these contents are copied, go to your notepad, create a new file and paste all these contents. Okay, whatever the contents you copied from here, from Docker Compose v3 swarm.yml file, you are pasting here in this notepad++ file and save that. Save that file somewhere on your machine. I'll choose the downloads folder. You can choose any folder, any location, guys. I'll create a new folder here at this downloads and say DC. DC stands for Docker Compose. You can give any name. I'll go inside this folder and save that file. So I'll name that file as Docker hyphen compose. Okay, you also name this file as docker hyphen compose and the extension should be YAML file, YAML. Okay, extension should be .yaml file and save as type as all types. After this, save this. This got saved. Okay, docker hyphen compose .yaml file got saved. Now next thing is go to the location where it got saved. Okay, in my machine in the downloads folder, I have saved this. Inside this DC folder, I have saved this docker hyphen compose YAML file. Okay, now here I have to run few commands. So if you go to this notes, you can find all these things, guys. First, let's okay, open the command prompt from here. Open the command prompt, cmd, just type and press enter and you'll get this command prompt opened from this DC folder location. Now let's find out any existing Docker image files are available or not. Okay, Docker images are there or not. Okay, for that this is the command Docker images. You see there are no Docker images that are already downloaded in my machine. Okay, there are nothing. There is no image. Now let's see any containers are running or not. Docker PS. There are no Docker containers currently running or no Docker images that are already downloaded in my machine. So everything is clear. CLS. Now next one. So you have to open this command from the folder location where this Docker compose file is available. Otherwise things will not work out, guys. Okay, make sure. Then we have to run a command, guys. Okay, we have to run a command to set up the Selenium grid on Docker Swarm. This is the command, guys. Docker hyphen compose up. Okay, so where we have to run the same location where this Docker compose for Docker Swarm is there. Okay, so simply say Docker hyphen compose and say up. This is a command. Okay, and run this where the instructions. Okay, this Docker hyphen compose file has the instructions of the Docker Swarm. Okay, to set up the Selenium grid on the Docker Swarm. Those instructions are there under this Docker hyphen compose file. So when I run this, everything it will take care, guys. You don't have to do anything else. Okay, so it will download. It will take a while, guys. Okay, it will pull all the Docker images. It will download the Docker images. It will create the containers out of the Docker images. It will run the containers. All those things it will do by itself, and that too on the Docker Swarm. All the instructions of the Docker Swarm setup for Selenium grid are available under this Docker hyphen compose YAML file that we have just now. The instructions we have copied from here and pasted into this YAML file, right? That's what. Now let's see. So it will take a while, guys. Okay, this will take a while to download all these Docker images from this thing. So I'll do one thing. I'll pause and resume the video. Okay, I'll pause and resume the video whenever required. For now, I'm passing the video. As you can see, the Selenium node Chrome Docker image has been downloaded already. Now it's pulling the Selenium node Edge. Started downloading for Selenium node Edge. Already downloaded the Selenium node Chrome. Okay, so it's download started. Again, I will pause the video and we'll resume the video once this Selenium node Edge is also Docker image is also downloaded. So now it is downloading the Docker image for Node Firefox. For Node Chrome and Node Edge, it has been completed. Now for Node Firefox, it's doing. Let's pause the video and I will resume the video once this Node Firefox is also Docker image for this Node Firefox is also downloaded. Now it is downloading for Selenium Hub, guys. Okay, this particular Docker image is getting downloaded now. So and once that is done, it's starting, it's upping, setting up the Selenium grid on Docker Swarm here. Okay, setting up the Selenium grid on. You see, you can see that, right? Selenium grid is being setting up on Docker Swarm. Let's wait for this to start completely. Yeah, it's now up. You see, from down to up. Now in this situation, just go to your browser and browse this localhost 4444. And you can see that Selenium grid is now running, and these are the nodes that has been added to this Selenium grid. Okay, so one for Edge and one for Chrome and one for Firefox. Now let's run our cross-browser automation scripts, which are already written here. This project I'm using from the last few sessions, guys. You can go back to the previous sessions and you can find this cross-browser automation scripts project, which contains one test case which runs on the Chrome container, one test case which runs on the Firefox container, which one test which will run on the Edge container, like that. I have already written the scripts, and also here. So here we are. I have already set this particular scripts to run on remote web driver. Okay, so that when you run the scripts, right, the scripts will run on your Docker Swarm. Okay, now run this testng.xml file, guys, which contains this group of tests 1, 2, 3. Okay, as a batch, if I want to run this 1, 2, 3, I have to run this testng.xml file. When I run this as a testng suite, all these automation scripts will run on Selenium grid, which got set up on the Docker Swarm now. Okay, the scripts are now running on the Selenium grid, which has been set up already and running on the Docker Swarm here. So it has to detect the appropriate Docker containers on the Docker Swarm. Let's see. 3 scripts should run. You see, it detected one of the container. It has been completed. Now let's see whether Chrome and Firefox also will be done. The scripts will get executed on the Chrome container and Edge and Firefox container also. Let's see. It will take some time, guys. Okay, don't worry. It will take some time. It's still running. Waiting for the next one. Yeah, next one got detected. Let's see which one is that. Chrome or Firefox. Yeah, it's Firefox, guys, not Chrome. Okay. Now the next, it will detect the last one. There is a Firefox Docker container. A Chrome Docker container should be detected now on the Docker Swarm, and our cross browser script should run on that one also. You see, all the 3 automation scripts got run on the Selenium grid, which got set up on the Docker Swarm. So this is the process, guys. This is the process for setting up the Selenium grid on Docker Swarm, and thereafter running our automation scripts on this Docker Swarm. Now, guys, after you completed running all your automation scripts on the Selenium grid, which got set up on the Docker Swarm, now we have to take it down, right? We have to take this Docker Swarm down. Okay, we have to take this Selenium grid, which got set up on the Docker Swarm down. For that, guys, again go to the same location where the Docker Compose file is available containing the instructions of the Docker Swarm. Now, just open the new command prompt and type here docker -compose, and here we have to type down. Okay, earlier we have typed up, now we have to say down and press enter. Selenium, okay, Selenium grid setup on the Docker Swarm will be taken down now. Okay, will be taken down now in a while. Hub and nodes are getting down on the Docker Swarm, and also it is removing the Selenium grid from the Docker Swarm. Okay, now if I say docker ps, we'll see none of the containers will be running, right? None of the containers are running now. But if I say docker images, whatever the docker images that were downloaded when I type this command docker -compose up will not be deleted. So if I have to remove them, what I have to do is I have to copy this individual docker images one by one, edit, copy. Now say docker rmi and paste this docker image that I want to remove. So this is a manually we have to remove, guys. Okay. This command will not remove the docker images. We have to remove by ourselves if you want to clean up your machine with this docker images from this docker images. Copy this second docker image and say docker rmi, paste it. So I paste it for twice. Let me remove that and paste it again and run it. So second docker image also is getting removed from our machine. Now third docker image I am removing, docker rmi and remove. Third one got removed, and the final one, final docker image I am removing from my machine. Copying this docker image and saying docker rmi and give the docker image id. The final docker image also got removed. Now say cls and say docker images. Now say docker ps. You see, no docker images are available, no docker containers are currently running. That means our system is now clean from this Selenium grid setup on the Docker Swarm. So everything is clean in our machine, guys. So hope, guys, you understood how to set up Selenium grid on Docker Swarm and thereafter run our automation scripts on Docker Swarm. So that's it, guys. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 11 of Docker Made Easy tutorial. In this session, I'm going to practically show you how to manage and how to remove Docker images and Docker containers using Docker software. So let's get started. In order to launch this Docker software, I have to click on this Windows search and type Docker here. And in the search results, you'll get this Docker desktop application if you have already installed Docker software in your machine. Now let's click on this. In a while, the Docker software along with its UI will be launched here. Let's wait. As you can see here at the bottom, this icon is blinking. Here, the Docker software is launching along with its UI in my machine. Let me click on this so that the Docker software will launch. So this is the UI of the Docker software, guys. And by default here, we can see containers by apps option selected, and it's clearly stating that there are no containers running right now in my machine. There are no Docker containers which are currently running in my machine. And at the same time, if I click on these images, this will give me the list of images that are already downloaded in my machine. But at this moment, there are no Docker images that are already downloaded in my machine. Fine. So no containers running and no Docker images that are already downloaded in my machine. Now, quickly, I'll jump onto the command prompt. Okay, I'll click on this window search and type CMD and open the command prompt. Now, I'll try to download one Docker image in my machine. How to download from this command prompt? Here, when I type Docker images, just see here, guys, there are no, right now, there are no Docker images as depicted here already, the Docker software UI. When I selected the images, there are no Docker images, right? Similarly, if I type Docker images in the command line, it will give you the list of the Docker images that are already downloaded in my machine. But now, right now, there are no Docker images that are already downloaded. So empty list has come with this command. Either from the UI you can check, or you can check using this command in the command line. Okay, both are same. Now, I want to download a Docker image. So let's say I want to download a Docker image related to Python. Okay, so from where I can download, I have to go to this website, that is hub.docker.com. Once you go to this website, search for Python, guys. Okay, simply type Python and press enter. In the search results, you'll get this Python Docker image, which is available on this cloud repository, that is hub.docker.com repository, and this is official image. Let me click on this. You'll be taken to this page where you can find this command, which you can use for downloading the Docker image in your machine. Okay, Docker image for Python in your machine. So copy this command, guys, and go to the command prompt and right click. You'll get this command pasted here, Docker pull. It is going to download the Docker image for the Python in my machine. Just press enter. In a while, the Docker image for Python will be downloaded. It will take some time, guys. Let it start first. It started pulling. It started downloading and okay, started downloading, guys. It will take a while. Let me pause and resume the video once the download is done. As you can see now, the Docker image for Python has been successfully downloaded. Now, if I type the command here, that is Docker space images command and press enter, it will give me the list of the Docker images which are already downloaded in my machine. Just now I downloaded the Docker image of Python. I can see that here. Python Docker images there in my machine right now. So if I go to the UI, that is Docker software UI, and select these images, as you can see, the Python is appearing here also. The Docker image of Python, which I just now downloaded from the command prompt, is now available in this Docker software UI also. That's one thing, right? Now I want to create a container using this Docker image and run it. Okay, I want to create the Docker container using this Docker image and also run it. But here, before I create and run, if I go to the containers, you see there are no containers right now running in my machine. But here, I want to create and run the Docker container using the Docker image. So how to do that? The command is Docker, okay, run hyphen it, and I have to give the name of the Docker image, that is Python. Okay, name of the Docker image is Python. Docker run hyphen it Python. If I run this command, it will not only create a Docker container out of this Docker image, but also will run it. Press enter. Now it is going to create the Docker container out of this Docker image, and also it is running it. Okay, it has started running it. So now since it is running it, I can run my Python statements here. Say normal statement in Python, that is print statement. I'll try to run this code. One statement, one sample statement I'm writing from Python, guys. Print of, in double quotes I'm saying hello, and press enter. Okay, you see hello is getting printed in the output. So that means Python container has started running. Okay, so if I open another command prompt and say Docker, okay, if I say Docker ps, you can see the container that is right now running in my machine. Okay, Python container is right now running, and also I can, since it is running, I can run all the Python programs here. Fine. Same time, guys, if you go to the Docker UI and select this containers by apps, as you can see now, earlier there were no containers right now running kind of, okay? But now, as you can see, there's a Python container which is running right now, okay? It is in running state. I can stop it if I want, okay? This is currently running. Now I have one Docker image and I have one Docker container which got created and running using this particular image. Fine. You see from the UI also I can check that how many images are there in my machine and how many containers are right now running, okay, in my machine. So here what I will do here is, here when I say Docker PS, I can see that this particular container is up and running. I can see that. Now I want to stop this container, okay? So how can I use the Docker UI? Instead of stopping the container from here, instead of stopping the running container from here, like a Docker stop and container ID, if I specify, I can run this command, guys, to stop it. Docker stop, I have to give the container ID. Okay, if I press enter here, if I run this command here, it will stop this container which is currently running. But I don't want to do from the command line. Okay, I want to stop this container from running from the Docker UI. For that, when I hover the mouse on this running container of Python, here I can see an option known as stop option. Okay, let me click on this stop option. I already clicked. In a while, guys, you can see that this particular Docker container will stop from running. This icon will get changed in a while. Let's wait. Already clicked, you see, from you are getting a start option because right now it has been exited. It's not running. Now, if you go here to the command prompt and cross check whether the Docker container has been really stopped or not. Okay. So I have to say Docker PS here. You see, there are no Docker containers that are rightly or right now running in my machine. Okay. This is one thing. So Docker container has been stopped from running. Again, if I want to start it, I'll get this option, start option. Okay. Instead of saying Docker run, okay, and giving the container ID or giving the name of the okay Docker image to run and all those stuff, instead of running like that, I can click on the start. In a while, you see it has started running. Okay. Now the Docker container has started running. That means I can operate this container from the Docker UI case, not only from the command prompt, you can also use the Docker UI to stop the container, start the container, and all those stuff. Okay. Now, if I say Docker PS again, see the container is now running. Docker container for Python is now running. So again, I will stop it, guys. Or I can also restart the container, guys. Okay. If I want to restart this container, that is, it will stop and it will start again, kind of. Okay. I can also restart. Extra options are there. But now I'll stop it. Okay. I'll stop this container. In a while, it will stop. Okay. It's currently running. It will change to exited mode in a while. Wait for some more time. You see it got exited. Okay. Now it's not running. Now again, if I type Docker yes here, no containers are right now running. I want to delete this container from my machine. Okay. Here I want to, this container is now not running, but I want to delete it. I don't want this container to run anymore. I want to delete. So there is a delete option here. Click on this delete and say remove. You see the container got removed, and at this moment there are no containers available or no containers running in my machine. That's one thing. And but if I when I delete this container, Docker image that I already downloaded here in my machine won't be deleted, guys. Okay. See, just by deleting the container, the Docker image will still be there in my machine. Okay. So I'll clear the screen and say Docker images here. You see that image is already there. So the container is not running. The image that has been used, okay, the image that has been used to create the container and run the container is not, it's still there. It's not removed it from here. Okay. But if I want to remove this image also, okay, if I want to remove this image also, I can remove. Before removing this image, guys, I want to show one more option, that is here. This Docker image, which is downloaded already in my machine for Python, is already there. So using this Docker image without using the commands from the command line, if I want to start the container, okay, if I want to create the container using the Docker image and start it, I have I have to click on these three dots, not three dots, guys. Sorry, here run option is there. Okay, I have to click on this run. If I click on run on this Docker image of this Python, it will create a container and start running this. Okay, at this moment, before I started running, you see there are no containers running here, but from the Docker software UI also, I can create the container and run the Docker container using this Docker image. Okay, click on run. Again, click on run. You see, a Docker container has been created with the help of this Docker image and is currently running in my machine. Again, if I go to the command prompt and if I say Docker PS here, you can see that the container is running. Okay, Python Docker container is running. Again, what I will do is I will stop the container. In a while, it will get stopped. It will get exited, guys. Wait for that. It will get exited, guys. It got exited. Now I'll delete this container. Now again, if I go here and say Docker PS, okay, no containers running. That's fine. Come to images again. So, so you can create the container out of this Docker image from the Docker UI itself, and also you can run it using this run option. But this time, I want to delete this Docker image also in my machine. Even though the container is not running, if I say Docker images, guys, you can see the Docker image still available like this, right? But I want to delete this Docker image. For that, I'll click on these three dots and say remove. You see the Docker image that has been downloaded earlier for Python in my machine has been now deleted. Now, if I go here, again type Docker images command, you will not see any Docker images. So that means you can manage and remove Docker images and Docker containers not only from the command line, but also from the Docker UI, Docker software UI. So hope guys, you understood how to manage and how to remove Docker images and Docker containers using Docker software UI. So that's it guys. Thank you. Bye. Hello all, welcome to part 12 of Docker Made Easy tutorial. In this session, I'll practically show you how to set up Selenium Grid in distributed mode on Docker. So let's get started. First of all, what exactly is this distributed mode of Selenium Grid? Let me explain that first. As part of Selenium 4 initiative, there are three modes introduced for Selenium Grid setup. What are those three modes? Let me explain. In the older version of Selenium Grid, we have only one mode. Okay, in the older versions of Selenium Grid, that is Selenium 3 and older, there was only one mode of setup for Selenium Grid, that is hub and node mode. As you already know, there will be one hub machine and remaining will be node machines. That was only one way of setting up the Selenium Grid before Selenium 4. Okay, till Selenium 3, this is the case. But now, as part of Selenium 4 initiative, three modes are available for setting up the Selenium Grid. Okay, so first mode is standalone mode. We can set up the Selenium Grid in this standalone mode. That is first mode. Okay, second mode is the classic, the same hub and node mode has been repeated here, is continued here in Selenium 4 also. That is second type of mode. Okay, for setting up the Selenium Grid, this is second type of mode, hub and node. And now the third one is distributed mode. Okay, the third one is distributed mode. So I'll highlight this one. So in this session, guys, I'm going to practically show you how to set up Selenium Grid in distributed mode on Docker. So we have to learn more about this distributed mode. So what is this distributed mode and what is the purpose? And when we have to go for this distributed mode setup for Selenium Grid. So when you want to set up a large Selenium Grid having many node machines, okay? When you want a bigger Selenium Grid, okay? When you want a larger or bigger sized Selenium Grid, a good amount of machines and nodes are there, okay? Such kind of environment you want or need for setting up the Selenium Grid, then we have to go for the distributed mode. Distributed mode is for larger, setting up the larger Selenium grids. Okay, for setting up the larger Selenium grid, we need to go for this distributed mode. And as part of this distributed mode, we have to launch a lot of components of Selenium grid. Okay, as part of Selenium 4 initiative, in the distributed mode, we have several components for Selenium grid. What are those components that we have to launch separately as part of setting up the Selenium grid in distributed mode? There are several components, guys. Let me write down. Router is one component, distributor is one component, then we have event bus, then we have session queue, then we have session map. So all the components of Selenium Grid, guys. And here, when you go for the distributed mode, all these components have to be set up separately. Okay, one by one we have to set up. Okay, session map, and there are node. Okay, so total 6, right? These are the different components of Selenium Grid we have to set up as part of running or setting up the Selenium Grid in distributed mode. Okay, these are the components of Selenium Grid which has to be configured separately. Fine. So this is what is the distributed mode, and it is suitable for the larger Selenium grids, guys. Okay, this is suitable for the larger Selenium grids. So hope you got some clarity on what is this Selenium grid distributed mode. So this is something related to Selenium 4 initiative, guys, where earlier only one mode was there before Selenium 4, right? For Selenium grid, only one mode, hub and node. But now we got three modes based on our purpose of using the Selenium grid. If you want to go for the larger Selenium grid, we have to choose this distributed mode of setting up the Selenium grid, okay, for running our automation scripts. Fine. Now let's go out of this topic. This much is enough, guys. This much knowledge on distributed mode of Selenium grid as part of Selenium 4 initiative is enough. Now let's try to see how to set up this Selenium grid in distributed mode on Docker. Okay, don't worry about that distributed mode now. Now let's see how to set up this Selenium grid in this distributed mode on Docker. Okay, that's what is the point. Now for that, guys, here we have to Google search for three terms. One is Docker, second one is Selenium, third one is GitHub. Okay, just three terms: Docker, Selenium, GitHub. Press enter. You'll get this link, GitHub page link for Docker Selenium, and click on that link. You'll be taken to this page. Scroll down until you see the distributed term. Okay, so keep on scrolling. Here fully distributed mode, all these components of Selenium grid for distributed mode, that is router, session queue, distributor, event bus, session map, and nodes. All the 6 components are there here, right? So how to set up this Selenium grid in this distributed mode containing all these components on Docker? So for that, guys, we have to separately start this, download this Docker image, download this session queue Docker image. All those stuff we have to do separately, guys. Okay, instead of doing all those stuff, Selenium guys are making our job easy with this .yml file. Okay, I don't have to do that, guys. With a single command I want to set up this Selenium grid in distributed mode on Docker. Okay, instead of typing so many commands for each and every component of Selenium grid, I want to type a single command and still set up the Selenium grid in distributed mode on Docker. For that, they have given this link, guys, .yml link. Just click on that, guys, and you'll get this setup contents for setting up the Selenium grid in distributed mode on Docker. These are the instructions. So copy them. Just click on this copy, guys. Open the Notepad++. Just open the Notepad++, and immediately click on File New, and here paste the contents. Okay, paste these instructions, guys. Okay, paste these instructions. Now save this file, save as anywhere on your machine. Let's say I'll choose this downloads location, guys. You can choose any location in your machine, guys. So since it is neat, I am choosing the downloads, and here I'll create a folder, guys. I'll name that as DC. DC stands for Docker Compose. That's okay. Okay, so here this section, right, is there under the Docker Compose only. Okay, so this section, you see, is under the Docker Compose. That's why I took the Docker Compose term here. Anyhow, come back here, Docker Compose. Okay, the name is also Docker Compose here, right? Fine. So that's why I'm naming that as DC. You can name anything, guys. Okay, there's no restriction. I'm just explaining the reason why I'm choosing the DC name for that folder, but that's okay, guys. You can name anything. Okay, there is no particular requirement that you have to name like DC only. You can name it anything, this folder. Just in this folder, guys, I'll create that file. Okay, in this particular DC folder, I'll create this file, and I'll name the file as, just name this file, guys. This is compulsory. Docker hyphen compose. Compose should be the name of the file. Okay, make sure that the name of this file is docker hyphen compose, and the extension of the file is .yaml. Okay, .yaml should be the extension, and here change the save as type to all types, and then click on save. You see docker hyphen compose .yaml file got created and saved in my downloads in one folder, okay, with the instructions of the Selenium grid setup for distributed mode, right? Distributed mode setup of Selenium grid on the Docker. These are the instructions. Now we have this file created. So now let's go back to this location where we have created this docker-compose.yaml file. Now from here, open the command prompt. Simple say cmd, and the command prompt will be opened from this location where this docker-compose file is available. Now here we need to type a command, that is docker-compose, okay, the same name of this file, docker-compose, followed by you have to simply say up. That's it. Okay, up this docker compose instructions. Click on, just run this command, guys. Okay, in a while, all the things that are required for setting up Selenium grid in distributed mode on Docker will be done automatically. All the Docker images will be downloaded automatically, and using the Docker images, any containers need to be created, they will be created, and the containers will be running. Everything will be done, guys. Okay, automatically. I don't have to do anything else. So you see the download has started. I'll pass, guys. I'll pass this video and resume this once all the download things have been completed. Okay, you see each and every component is being Docker image for each and every component is automatically downloaded. For example, one of the component of Selenium grid distributed mode is event bus is one of the component, right? That is getting downloaded now. Docker image for that is getting downloaded, and from the Docker image, a Docker container will be created and run for this event bus. Okay, so that will happen automatically, guys. You don't have to do anything. Just watch these things, watch this progress as a movie. That's it. Okay, you don't have to do anything else. Now I'm passing this video, guys. I'll resume whenever required. So for event bus, it has successfully downloaded the Docker image, guys. Now it's downloading for session queue. Okay, sessions. Okay, session, sessions queue is also done. Sessions queue is also done. Distributor is starting here. You see, distributor has started. Done. Distributor is also done. Now router Docker image for router, component of Selenium grid, distributed mode component. Now here nodes. Okay, node components. The Docker image for the node components, that is node Chrome. Right now it will take some time, guys. I'll pass and resume. Now the next node component, that is node edge, is getting downloaded, guys. Chrome is done. Node edge is started. Okay, so it's completing. Node edge has been completed. Now it started node Firefox. It started downloading the node Firefox. Looks like all the Docker images have been downloaded that are required for setting up Selenium grid in distributed mode, right? All the Docker images that have to be downloaded has already been downloaded, guys. Now it started creating the containers and all this stuff. Okay, using these Docker images, it's creating different containers. So let's wait. Now it's creating, yeah, it's created a lot of stuff, guys. It created a lot of stuff. Okay, fine. So let's wait for some more time. Yes, still running. You see, now once you see this down to up, then everything is done. Now open another command prompt, guys. Just open another command prompt and type the commands here to see how many Docker images have been downloaded as part of this running of this Docker compose thing, and also how many containers are now running. Let's check. For that, I'll run some Docker commands. Docker space images. If I say, let's see how many Docker images are there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Total 8 Docker images. How many containers? Docker PS. It will be definitely 8 only, guys. Okay. All the Docker containers related to this Docker images are running. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Total 8. 8 of 8. Okay. So this is what happened, guys. Okay. With a by simply running this single command using this YAML file. Okay. Complete Selenium grid in distributed mode got set up, and it's all the containers are running now. Okay. All the Docker containers, required containers for setting up the Selenium grid on Docker are now running. Now what I will do here is, I will run some Selenium automation scripts. Okay, I'll run some sample Selenium automation scripts, that is cross-browser Selenium automation scripts, which will run on different browsers like Firefox browser, Chrome browser, Edge browser, like that. Okay, here already I created this project, guys, which contains this automation scripts which will run on different browsers. For example, this particular one.java has one one test, okay, one Selenium automation test, which will open this application URL and will get this title of this application URL page printed in the output console. And here I'm simply adding this text from Chrome node. Okay, this will run on the Chrome browser, guys, because I'm initializing the browser for the Chrome. Okay, for Chrome I'm initializing. Like that we have two also. Two is running on the Edge browser, same script on Edge browser, and three has the automation script which runs on the Firefox browser. Here I'm initializing the which browser? Firefox browser. Where is this initialized browser available? Here under the base package, base class is there. Open that. Here I have written the script in such a way that this automation scripts run on the Selenium grid that I have just now set up on the distributed mode. Okay, on Docker. The scripts will run on the Docker, guys. Okay, because I have created like this desired capabilities, and I created an object for the remote web driver, and these scripts are going to run on the Selenium grid that got set up on Docker. Okay, this one we have tried, right? Generally, if you want to run your automation scripts on Selenium grid, okay, then we have tried like this, right? You have to create an object for the remote web driver instead of creating the objects for the Chrome driver or something. Okay. Anyhow, I explained all this stuff in the previous sessions, guys. Okay. If you are following this particular video as part of the in a series, okay, in this series, if you are following this video, then you will understand why we have written this code and all those stuff. Okay. I'm not going to explain this. And also you can get this project from my previous videos. If you have watched my previous videos in this series, this Docker series, you can get this project, guys. Anyhow, 1, 2, 3, one runs on Chrome, 2 runs on Edge, and 3 runs on Firefox. And here I created this testng.xml file. Okay, I created this testng.xml file containing these 3 files. Okay, 1.java, 1.java, 2.java, and 3.java. And because I want to run these 3 files as a batch. Okay, instead of running them individually like this, right click run as, I want to run all these 3 files as a batch. So I created this testng.xml file containing all these 3 files. Now I'll run this testng.xml file as a testng suite. Okay. So all these project details are there in the previous session videos, guys. Just go and watch those videos, okay, to understand this project. Now, when I run this testng.xml file, all this 1, 2, 3 will run on the respective Docker containers, here, okay. So Chrome related one will run on the node Chrome, okay, container, whereas Firefox will run on node Firefox. Edge related thing will run on node Edge container on this Docker. You see one of the container has been detected here. You will not see any UI, guys, as you already know from the previous sessions I was explaining, right? You'll not be able to see any UI here, but it will be running on the Docker containers. Okay. So Edge one is done. Now let's go with the next because here 2 is there. That's why Edge has been executed first. After that, here 3 will be running. Maybe mostly Firefox. Second one will be Firefox, guys. Second container also got detected, and here it will run on the Firefox node. Yes, done. Now ultimately third one will run on the Chrome. Okay, it has to detect. It will take some time. Sometimes it will take some time, guys. Okay, we can wait for that. Okay, to detect the container and all, it will take some time. Has detected anyhow. Now it has run, and this is the output we got. Okay, internet. This is the title of the page from Chrome node. Okay, so 3 tests got successfully run on Selenium grid in distributed mode, which got set up on Docker. Fine. So now, so things are good so far, guys. We are able to run our Selenium automation scripts on Selenium grid, which got set up on Docker in the distributed mode anyhow. Now you can see this local host also, guys, to see like whether the Selenium grid is running on the Docker, and how many nodes are connected. All those things you can see here. When you type localhost colon 4444, you can see whether the Selenium grid is running. If it is running, and how many nodes are connected to this. Okay, how many Docker containers are connected to the Selenium grid. You see, for one Docker container related to Edge is there, one Docker container related to Chrome is there, one Docker container which is having the Firefox is there. Okay, this is what is the status. Anyhow, after running the automation scripts, now we are done with this session, guys. Anyhow, but there are some post steps I have to do before closing this session. That is, I have to take the Selenium grid down. Okay. Now Selenium grid is up and running here with this Docker containers and all. I want to take all this setup down. Okay. Selenium grid in distributed mode setup on Docker. I want to take it down. For that, there's only simple command, guys. Okay. I'll open this command prompt from the same Docker compose file only. Okay. from this location also only you have to open the command prompt, guys. Don't open it from somewhere else, okay? Otherwise it will not, you cannot take it down. So here, guys, once you open this command prompt from this location where this Docker compose YAML file containing the instructions for setting up the Selenium grid in distributed mode on Docker is available. From there, run this command, that is docker hyphen compose. Okay. Earlier, to start this, you have used up command. Now to take it down, you have to use down command. Okay, up down. Okay, up for starting, down for taking it down. Okay, so docker hyphen compose down. Enter. Once you run this, the complete Selenium grid setup, which is set up in distributed mode on Docker, will go down. Okay, all the containers will be closed and all those stuff will happen. Okay, let's wait. It will take a while, guys. Let's wait for this to happen. You see, it's stopping all these containers. All the containers which are currently running on Docker are being stopped. One by one, they are getting stopped, guys. Totally 8 containers, it seems. All are stopping. Okay, fine. And also, the containers are getting deleted also. Okay, they are removing the containers also. Okay. So after everything is done, guys, now if you say Docker ps, you see there are no containers currently running on the Docker, right? But images will be there, guys. Okay, if you say Docker images, you will find all the images. You see the images which are downloaded as part of setting up the Selenium grid in distributed mode on Docker are still there. Okay, so if you want to remove them also, again you have to remove one by one, guys. Okay, that will take some time. Okay, that will take some time. I'll show you the process for removing anyhow. So one of the Docker image ID, I'll take, double click here, select right click and edit and say copy, and here say Docker RMI and give the ID of this Docker image. Run it. Okay, like this one by one I have to remove. Docker RMI, give the ID. So this is the only way, guys. We have if you have to remove this Docker images also, downloaded Docker images from your machine, one by one you have to remove like this from your machine. So 3 has been completed. I'm not only showing you how to set up, but also how to clean. Okay, once created, once downloaded, how to clean them from your machine also I'm showing here. Session Docker RMI manage. Done. Total 4 completed, right? Fifth one, Docker RMI run this. Fifth one done. Sixth one, guys. This is the sixth one. Docker RMI. Sixth one is done. Now go to the seventh one. Last but one. Docker RMI. Seventh one completed. Last one, guys. Let's remove the last Docker image from my machine. Docker RMI. Last one run. The last one also got removed. Now say CLS and say Docker images to see if any Docker images are there in my machine. You see there are no Docker images, and say Docker PS. There are no containers currently running. So my system is clean now. So hope, guys, you understood the post steps also. And if once everything got down, if you refresh this page, guys, you see the Selenium grid is not running and no nodes are attached to this grid now. Okay, you see site can't be reached. Everything went down. Okay, and we have successfully cleaned our machine from this Docker images and containers. So that's it, guys. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 13 of Docker Made Easy tutorial. In this session, I am going to show you how to watch the automation scripts that are running on Docker containers using a client known as VNC Viewer. So let's get started. First of all, we have to install this client, that is VNC Viewer client. How to do that? Simply Google search VNC Viewer. On Google searching, the search results, you'll get this link to download VNC Viewer from this website known as realvnc.com. Just click on this and you'll be taken here, guys. Here, click on the download VNC Viewer button. You see the exe file is getting downloaded here. for VNC viewer client. So double click on this and you'll get this installation wizard. Say OK. Just click on next, accept the agreement, click on next, click on next. Don't do anything, guys, just common steps. Click on install. And I'm getting this user access control dialog. I'm just selecting yes on my screen. Finally, I need to click on finish. That's it, guys. VNC viewer client has been installed now in my machine. Okay. Now, the next thing I have to do is I have to search for this three terms. That is Selenium, Docker, GitHub. Just three terms. Selenium, Docker, and GitHub. Three terms. And Google search. And you'll get this link in the search results from github.com for a Docker Selenium. Just click on that link. Scroll down until you see a section known as debugging. Okay. Find the section known as debugging here. Keep on scrolling until you see a section known as debugging. So yes, this is the section I was talking about. Okay. And here under this section, as you can see, using a VNC client. Okay. If you want to watch the automation scripts running in the Docker containers, we need to come to this section, guys. Here there are few commands. We are going to use these commands. Okay. So before that, guys, we will open the command prompt. Okay, we'll open the command prompt cmd. And in this command prompt, I'll type this command, docker command, that is docker space images. As you can see now, there are no existing Docker images in my machine. There are no Docker images that are already downloaded in my machine. And also, if I say Docker PS, at this moment, there are no containers, Docker containers that are running in my machine. No images, no containers, nothing. So everything is clean, neat and clean. So what I want to get is, I want to get this standalone Chrome. Okay. Selenium standalone Chrome Docker image I want. From where? I'll go to this website, that is hub.docker.com, and search for Selenium /standalone. This term I will search. When I search for this, in the search results, I'll get this Selenium standalone Chrome from Selenium. Okay, from Selenium by Selenium. Okay, click on that. You'll be taken to this page where you can find this command to download this particular Docker image. Copy this and go here and right click Docker pull Selenium /standalone -Chrome latest. You just add this at the end, latest, and press enter. The Docker image for this standalone Chrome will be downloaded in a while. It started downloading, guys. So it will take a while. I'll pause and resume the video once the download is done. As you can see, the Docker image for this standalone Chrome has been now successfully downloaded. Now I'll say CLS here. I'll clear this and say Docker images again. Now we have the Selenium standalone Chrome Docker image downloaded and available in my machine. So next I will create a container or run this Selenium standalone Chrome as per the instructions provided at this GitHub page. So GitHub Docker Selenium in the debugging section, and here using a VNC client section. Okay, here we have the command. Okay, from here I need to take the command. Don't take this command from anywhere. Okay, from the debugging section, and under this using a VNC client only, you have to take this command from to run the standalone Chrome. Don't take it or assume something and run it. Okay, so copy paste it blindly. Docker run -d and all those stuff till here. No need to take this version, guys. Till colon is fine. Now right click, it's not coming. Let me copy again. Now, okay, fine. I need to copy again. I didn't copy it properly. Copy. Yeah, it came now. Colon, just add latest. Okay, just add latest and press enter. That is, I'm running it. Now the Docker container will be created using this Docker image, and also it is running. Now if I say Docker PS, you can see that this particular Selenium standalone Chrome related container, Docker container, is now running. At which port number it is running? You see 5900. This is the one, guys. This is one which is very important. This section 5900. Okay. So here also you see I highlighted it. Okay. This is the important number for us. Fine. Now let's connect to the Docker container. Since the Docker container is now running, let's connect to the Docker container. Okay. Let's watch the Docker container and see what's happening inside the Docker container. For that, we need this client, that is VNC viewer client we need. Okay. So since I already installed this VNC viewer client in my machine just now, I'll search for VNC here and I'll get this VNC viewer app. Okay. Click on this app. The VNC viewer client app has been launched in my machine. Here I need to type the IP address followed by the this port number, colon and port number. But this is not my IP address, guys. Okay, whatever I specified in the notes is not my IP address. So how to find the IP address of my machine? Simply again open another command prompt and here type ipconfig. Okay, simple command known as ipconfig and press enter. Here you can get the IP address. IPv4 address, that is 192.168.0.101. This is my IP address. Okay, so go here and type the same IP address 192.168.0.101 is my IP address. And after that, I have to specify the colon. And inside this command that I have just now run right here, whatever the command I have run here, right? So this command, sorry. So here, as you can see, the port number is 5900. Okay, this port number I have to take. This port number I have to take is okay, whatever it is. So where was that? VNC here, IP address colon 5900. Now press enter. You see, you got this encryption dialog. Say continue, guys. Don't do anything. Unencrypted connection will come. No problem. Just click on this continue. Okay. Now it is asking for the password. So password is you can get the password from this section of the GitHub page, guys. Under the debugging, under the using a VNC client. Somewhere here they provided the password. If you get a prompt asking for a password by this VNC viewer client, then provide the password as secret they are saying. So let's give the same thing. Here I will give secret as the password. Now click on OK. You see, I got connected to the Docker container. Now I can see what's happening in this Docker container. Okay, VNC viewer Docker. Using with the help of the VNC viewer client, I am able to watch or connect to the Docker container. It looks like a separate machine, right? Container is like a lightweight virtual machine kind of thing. Okay, so now here scripts will run and all those stuff. But to run the scripts, I need to create the automation scripts right in my machine. So I'll open this Eclipse IDE and I'll immediately create a new project. File new project. I'll search for Maven and select this Maven project. Click on next. Again, click on next. And here I'll type Maven hyphen archetype hyphen start and select this 1.4 version of this Apache Maven archetypes start 1. Click on next. And here I'll give some project name, say demo 1. Okay, I'll give devo here and I'll give dpack here as a sample. Okay, instead of leaving them empty, I have to give something here. This is the project. Click on finish. The project name with the name demo 1 will be created in a while. After all loading is done, expand this under src java under this existing package. Delete this default file and create your own file. Right click and select new class and say demo class. Any name you can give. Select this public static void main for now for this script. And here inside the main method, I'll write some script which can run on the Docker container. Okay, I'll write some automation script which can run on the Docker container. Desired capabilities. DC is equal to new desired capabilities. Okay, like this, I'll create an object for the desired capabilities. Now, hover the mouse on this desired capabilities, and you are seeing that there are no import statements coming to import this class. This class belongs to Selenium library. So for that reason, I'll go to this website that is MVN repository. mvnrepository.com, and here I'll search for Selenium Java and I'll go to the Selenium Java and click on the latest version, whatever that is available at your time. I'm going with the latest version, that is 4.1.1. I'll select this, come back here, and in the open the pom.xml file, I'll go to the dependencies section of this pom.xml file. I'll remove this JUnit one and I'll add this Selenium Java one. Now I'll save this. One net saying something. I'll say Control Z once again. Yeah, I'll remove this once. Save this once. Yes. Now paste it. I'm just adding the Selenium Java dependencies. That's it, nothing. Okay. Now done. Now go back here. Hover the mouse on this desired capabilities. If you're not getting anything, just give it some time again over. You may get the option again. Okay. Now you got the import statement. Import desired capabilities from Selenium. Done. Next statement I'll write here is dc dot set browser name. Using this object reference of the desired capabilities, I'm specifying the browser name as Chrome. Okay. Because I'm running the Chrome container here. You see, I'm running the Chrome. This one is related to standalone Chrome container. Docker container is Chrome container. I'm giving Chrome here. Now here I will say driver is equal to new remote web driver. Now for the mouse on this web driver and import this interface from Selenium. Similarly, import this remote web driver class also from Selenium library. Now put a comma here and give this DC as a second argument. And in the first argument, give new URL like this. Pour the mouse on this URL and import this from java.net. And inside this URL, provide double quotes and say http colon double slash localhost colon 4444. This is for Selenium grade, right? Pour the mouse and say add throws declaration. Now after this, just write some script, guys. Let's say I want to open some sample application. Say I want to open this Internet Heroku app. Internet Heroku, I'll search and I'll get this application. I'll copy this URL, guys. I'll simply go to this application URL. And after going, I'll give this URL and I'll get the title of this page and print in the output. Very simple script I'm going to write. I'm not going to write any complex here. Driver dot get title. Okay, I want to print the title of this page. That's it. And after that, I'll quit the browser. Very simple script. Now, if I run this script is going to run on the Docker container. Okay, on the Chrome, because I mentioned Chrome here, right? So remote web driver. So this automation script is going to run on the Docker container of Chrome. Okay, let's run this. But we can watch this because of the VNC viewer. Here we already connected to that Chrome Docker container. Standalone Chrome Docker container is already connected and we can see what's happening inside this container. If I run this script, you can see that. Right click, run as Java application. Just see here, guys, just watch here, this container. Let's wait for the script to run. You see, the Chrome browser has launched here. It's opening the application URL and it has closed it. After printing the title of the page, here it has closed the browser in this container. So this is how, guys, we can watch what's happening inside the Docker container with the help of this VNC viewer client. So hope, guys, you understood how to visually see the automation scripts that are executed or running on the Docker containers. This is the process. So that's it, guys. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 14 of Docker Made Easy tutorial. In this session, I'm going to practically show you the live execution of Selenium automation scripts on Docker containers using our day-to-day browsers. So let's get started. To get started, I'll start Google searching for these three terms. First term is Selenium. Second term is Docker. Third term is GitHub. Just Google search for Selenium Docker GitHub, and in the Google search results, you'll get this link from github.com for Docker Selenium. Click on that link. You'll be taken to this page. Now you have to scroll until you find a section on this page known as debugging section. Let's scroll. Keep scrolling until you find the debugging section. Have to scroll a lot. So where is the debugging section? Here is the debugging section, guys. In the previous video, I've shown you how to watch the live execution of the Selenium automation scripts on Docker container using the software known as VNC client software. But now we are not going to install any software for watching the live execution of the automation scripts on Docker containers. Instead, we are going to use our day-to-day browsers to watch live execution of the automation scripts on Docker containers. So let's get started here. Here we have to run this command, guys. Before I start running this command, let me download the Docker image for this standalone Chrome. Okay. So how to download? For that, guys, I'll open the command prompt, and in the command prompt, first I will type the command Docker images. You see, there are no existing Docker images that are already downloaded in my machine. Zero Docker images. Similarly, I will type Docker PS. This will give the list of the containers that are currently running. As you can see, there are no Docker containers that are currently running in my machine. So no Docker images, no Docker containers. Simply say CLS, it will clear the screen. Now, what I have to do here is I have to run the command for downloading that Selenium standalone Chrome Docker image. How to download that? For that, guys, go to this hub.docker.com. Go to this website hub.docker.com, and here search for Selenium /standalone. When you search for that, you will, in the search results, you'll get this kind of results like Selenium standalone -Chrome from Selenium. This is the thing that we want, right? This is the Docker image we want. So to download this Docker image, I need to click on this. And here I have the command docker pull Selenium /standalone -Chrome. Copy this, go back to the command prompt, right click, it will be pasted. The command will be pasted. Say colon and say latest. That's it. Okay. So this will download the latest Docker image for Selenium standalone Chrome. Let's wait for this Docker image to get downloaded successfully. Okay. So let's wait. I'll pause and resume the video once the download is completed. As you can see here, the Docker image for Selenium standalone Chrome has been successfully downloaded. So we can cross check again. So here I'll say CLS and say Docker space images. You can see this Docker image now present in my machine, right? The downloaded Docker image for the Selenium standalone Chrome now exists in my machine. That's first thing. Now, after we have this Docker image for this Selenium standalone Chrome, what I want to do next is I want to go to this page again, and here under this debugging section of this page, under this using your browser, no VNC client is needed section. If you go there, you can see this command, right? Docker run -d and all those stuff. Okay, copy this. Till colon you can copy, guys. Remaining part you can ignore. Copy till here. Okay. Now go to the command prompt and right click. So it's not copied properly. I'll copy it again. Come back here and say right click. Now it got copied and pasted properly. So this is the command, guys, for running this whatever the Docker image we created, right? Using the Docker image, we are going to create the Docker container and run it. Okay, this is the single command. And here the main important thing is that this port number 7900 is there, right? This 7900 is important, guys. This part, this portion is very important. Okay, just remember this. We are running on the port number. This particular Docker container using this Docker image, we are creating and running on this particular port number, that is 7900. Okay, that is very important, guys. At the end, guys, after the colon, just type latest. Okay, just type latest and press enter. So you see the container has started running. Now I'll say Docker PS. You can see the containers that are currently running. You see only one container is running that belongs to this Docker image standalone Chrome. Selenium standalone Chrome Docker image related container is currently running. While this is running, and it's running at which port number? This 7900 port number it is running. Okay, it's running at this port number. When it is running, guys, when it is running at this port number, now you can type this URL. Okay, which port number? 7900, right? So you have to use this URL. Okay, so in any of your browser, guys, either in Chrome or Firefox or anywhere, just open the browser and say HTTP say colon / localhost colon, what was the number, guys? 7900, guys. After colon give 7900, that's it, and just press enter. you'll get this kind of page saying no VNC without using any VNC client kind of software. Now, directly from the browser, we are going to connect to the Docker containers. We can watch what's happening inside the Docker containers from the browser itself. That's what. Here I need to click on the connect. I need to ask for the password, guys. The default password for this kind of containers is secret, guys. You see, here it is mentioned on the page, secret. Just give the same password, secret password. Password itself is secret. And say send credentials. The moment you say send credentials, you will get connected to the Docker container. From the browser, you are able to see what's happening on the Docker container. This is the Docker container, okay, which is currently running in my machine. Fine. Now, let me run some automation scripts, okay, Selenium automation scripts, so that you can watch what's happening here on the Docker container, okay. For that, I'll open this Eclipse IDE, create a new project. I'll search for Maven here. Select this Maven project, click on next, click on next again. Here I'll type Maven, archetype, hyphen, quick start. Let's wait for a while for these archetypes to be available here. Once they are available, select this last one, 1.4 from Apache Maven. Maven archetypes quick start, click on next and give some project name, say demo project one, something like this, okay, DPO. Just give some random group IDs and package names here. This project name is important anyhow. Click on finish. The Maven project with that given name will be created here. Demo project one got created. Let's wait until this loads. Now expand this project and go to the src test Java directly. And under this package, we got a default file, Java file. Delete that. It's not required. Now under the package, create a new class, say demo class. You can give any name anyhow. Select this public static void main. We are auto generating the main method inside the demo class. Now here, let's write the code. Let's write the Selenium automation code here. So how to write? First line will be, we need to create an object for the desired capabilities class. Desired capabilities, DC is equal to new, desired capabilities. Okay, desired capabilities, DC is equal to new desired capabilities. For the mouse, you cannot import this desired capabilities because this is a predefined class of Selenium, guys. So how to get this class imported? For that, open this pom.xml file. Go to this dependency stacks inside the pom.xml file. Remove this default JUnit one. Save this once. And now go to the another website, that is MVN repository, and search for Selenium Java here. Selenium Java. Once you search, you will get this link. Click on that and take the latest version, whatever that is available as per your date. Click on that link. You'll get this. Copy this, guys. Copy this and go back to the Eclipse, and in the pom.xml file, paste it. Whatever you copied, you just paste the dependency tags of the Selenium Java here. This is what we have to do. Now save this. This jar files for this added dependency will be automatically downloaded and configured in this project. Now close this. Hover the mouse now on the desired capabilities. If you're not getting, just give it some more time and again hover. This time you got import desired capabilities from Selenium. Click on that. Now here say dc dot set browser name. Okay, this object reference dot set browser name, and in the double quotes give Chrome. Okay, Chrome browser. Now say driver is equal to new. We need to create an object for the remote WebDriver class, guys. Remote WebDriver. Instead of creating an object for the classes like Chrome driver class and all those stuff, we have to create an object for the remote WebDriver class. This kind of scripts only will run on the Docker containers. That's why we have to create an object for the remote WebDriver only. Okay, Docker container is a remote container, right? That's why you have to create an object for the remote WebDriver instead of Chrome driver or whatever the drivers. For the mouse, import this WebDriver interface from Selenium and hover the mouse and import this remote WebDriver also from Selenium. Put a comma here inside this remote WebDriver constructor. Put a comma here and give the second argument as this GC. And the first argument you have to give that as new URL with circular brackets. Hover the mouse on this URL and import this URL from java.net and provide the double quotes here. And here type http://localhost:4444. Okay, this is the URL you have to give. Now hover the mouse and say add throws declaration. Ignore the exception. Now here, so let's write some automation script here using this driver object, driver.get command. I want to open a sample application URL here. let's say I'll open this Internet Hero Co application, guys. This application I want to navigate to or open using the Selenium automation script. After that, what I want to do is I want to get the title of this page, printed in the output console of this Eclipse ID. For that, system.out.println I'll write, and here I'll say driver.get title, nothing much. Okay, it will print the title of this page here in the output. After that, I'll simply close the browser. I'll quit the browser. Now save this, guys. The sample Selenium automation script is now ready. And if you run this script, it should run on the Docker container, and we should be able to watch it here. Okay, we should be able to watch it here. So from the browser, we connected to the Docker container and we can see what's happening inside the Docker container now. Using the browser itself, we can watch. Now, when you run the script, you should see what's happening inside the Docker container. You should open the Chrome browser. It should open the Chrome browser. It should open this application URL in the Chrome browser. Then it should get the title and print in the output and then close the browser. Okay, that's what should happen. Now run this. Right click, run as Java application. So it started. It will be very fast, guys. So let's see. Sometimes it will be fast and all. So better let's focus on this container while the script is running in the background. Let's see if any Chrome browser launches here. You see the Chrome browser has launched here. Chrome is being controlled. Okay. And now you see application has been opened, and then it would have already collected the title of the page and printed in the output console here. And then it has closed the browser. So we have watched it live, right? The execution or running of the automation scripts on Docker container, you are able to watch live by connecting to the day-to-day used browsers like Chrome browser or whatever the browser. We just have to give this URL in the browser and we can connect to the Docker container and see all the things that are happening on the container. So this is what, guys, I wanted to explain as part of this session. Okay. Yeah, you have this, whatever the script I have used here, that script you can get from here. Okay. From here you can see, and you have visually seen the automation scripts getting executed on the containers. So that's it, guys. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 15 of Docker Made Easy tutorial. In this session, I am going to practically show you how to check logs of Docker containers that are currently running in our machine. First, I will set up Selenium grid using several Docker commands, and thereafter I'll show you how to check logs of Docker Hub before and after adding node to it. So let's get started. To create the Selenium grid, guys, we can find the instructions at this page. To get that page, I have to search for Selenium, Docker, GitHub. These three keywords I have to type and press enter. In the Google search results, we'll get this link for github.com for Docker Selenium. Click on that link. After going to this page, guys, go to the section of Hub and Node. Just scroll down until you find something known as Hub and Node. You see Hub and Nodes section. And after going to this section, here we have the commands, guys, that we have to run to set up Selenium grid. So first I'll open this command prompt in my machine. After opening the command prompt, here first I will type Docker images just to cross check there are no existing Docker images available in my machine. You see there are no Docker images that are already downloaded in my machine. After that I will type Docker PS to cross check if any Docker containers are running in my machine. You see there are no Docker images and there are no Docker containers. So I'll simply clear the screen and start creating the Selenium grid. Okay. I'll run this command, first command, that is Docker network create grid command to create the setup for the grid. So we started the creating the Selenium grid now. Now we need to start the hub. So this is the command, guys. Okay. Copy this command till here, till colon, copy this and go to the command prompt and right click here. So Docker run and Selenium hub, and at the end after the colon you just provide latest, guys, and run it. You see it will first download the Docker image for this Selenium hub, and thereafter it will create a container out of it and run it. Okay, all these things will happen with this single command. So now I will pause and resume this video once this downloading is done. As you can see here, the Docker image for the Selenium hub has been downloaded, and also a container has been created and started here. You can check this. Simply type Docker images and we'll get a Docker image now available for the Selenium hub. And at the same time, if you type Docker PS, You can see one container for Selenium Hub is running here. You see with the container ID, this particular container is running on this machine. Fine. So now let's use this command for checking the logs of the Docker containers that are currently running in our machines. So what is the command? The command is very simple, guys. You have to give Docker, then say logs, and after that you have to give this container ID for which you want to get the logs for. Okay. Copy this container ID. Just select this one. Just select this one like this and right click here and select edit and say copy. Now here, provide, paste it. So if I say Docker logs and this container ID of the Selenium Hub, I'll get the logs of this container. Okay, just run this. Whatever the logs that were displayed till now for this particular container got displayed here. You see, till started Selenium Hub 4.1.1. Okay, till here the logs are there, right? Till here the logs are there. Now what I am going to do is I'm going to add a node to this particular hub. Okay, I'm going to add as part of the Selenium grid setup. I am going to add a node to this hub. So how to do that? For that we have separate commands, right? We have a lot of commands here. For example, if you want to add this Selenium node Chrome to this particular hub, we have this command. Okay, so this is in several lines. So I already formatted here and pasted as a single line, guys. Okay, you can copy this line if you want. Okay, so at the end I added colon latest. Okay, so copy this line and come back here and run this. Okay, before adding the node to this particular hub, you see the logs of the Selenium hub are like this. Still started Selenium hub. Okay, now if I run this, it will download the Docker image for this Selenium node Chrome, and also it will create a container out of it and run it also. Okay, similar way that happened with the Docker hub, right? Selenium hub, right? Same thing will happen with the Selenium node Chrome also. Okay, so I'll pass and resume this video once this downloading and starting of the container is done. As you can see here, uh, the Docker image for this Selenium node Chrome has been downloaded, and also a container has been created out of it, and that node container has been added to the hub. Okay, both hub and node are got connected. So how to check that? How to check whether this node is connected to that particular Selenium hub? For that, guys, again we have to go with the same command, Docker logs. This is where, guys, logs command will get useful for us. Okay, this is the use of the logs. So before we added the node to the hub in the Selenium grid setup, what were the logs we already know. Now after you add this node Chrome to the hub, we can see what are the logs of the hub. Okay, again let's find the logs of the hub. For that, again I'll say here, I'll simply say Docker images. Now there will be two images, guys, one image for the hub and another image for the node Chrome. And if I say Docker ps, you will see two containers are running now. This was the old container that have just before shown, before we have started this node Chrome container, right? So first we have already checked the logs for the Selenium hub once the container has been started, right? Now after this node Chrome has been added to this hub, then how the logs of the Selenium hub look like? How to find out? For that, guys, I'll copy this container ID of this hub again. Same container ID of the hub, guys, I'm copying. Here I'll say Docker logs and container ID of the hub, guys. Okay. So just press enter here. You see earlier when we have uh, triggered this command, that is executed this command, logs command for this Docker Selenium hub container. So the logs were only up to this part, 1249. Started Selenium hub 4.1.1. You see few more logs came up, right? After adding this Chrome node, Selenium Chrome node to this hub, we got this extra 3 lines, binding additional locator mechanism and added node. You see here it added the node to the hub, switching node. Okay, so these are the node related logs that has been added to the hub. So this is the main purpose of the Docker logs, guys. Okay, you can run this command as many number of times as you want to see the current logs of any Docker container that is running in your machine. Fine. So this is what is the purpose of this session, guys, to check the logs. Okay, and these logs will come into use when you set up the Selenium grid, where you add the Selenium hub. Okay, Selenium hub Docker container and check the logs. And after you add the node container to that particular hub, again you can check the logs of the hub container to see any update happened. Okay, whether the nodes have been added to the Selenium grid, that is hub or not, we can check using this logs command. This is one purpose of the logs, real time purpose of the logs. in case of Selenium grid. Now guys, as a as whatever I thought of explaining, I covered in this session. Now some post actions are there, post steps, okay, just to clean up this mess, okay. Whatever I created here, right, I want to clean up that, okay. So for that guys, I'll say CLS here and say docker ps. There are two containers running here. I'll stop these containers guys from running. I'll stop this container first. Select, double click this and right click edit and say copy this container ID of this Selenium hub container and say docker stop and give the container ID of that hub and press enter. So it will stop this Selenium hub docker container. It has stopped guys. Now let's stop this docker container of this node chrome, okay. So again select that container ID of that node chrome and copy this and say docker stop and run this. It will stop the container of this Selenium node chrome also in a while. Yeah, it stopped. Now if you say docker ps, you see no containers are right now running, but docker images still exist, right? Docker images are still there. So I want to remove these docker images from my machine. For that, I'll copy this image ID of this docker image, Selenium hub image ID, edit copy and say docker rmi, give the docker image ID and press enter. You see, I'm getting some error response. I'm getting some error response. There are few ways, guys. Okay, I'll try to forcibly remove this. Okay, this I smoothly try to remove this Docker image. After I stopped the containers, I tried to remove this Docker image in a smooth manner. But I will try it this time. I will try in a harsh way. That is Docker RMI. Give the same container ID of the Docker image and say -f. Forcibly, I'm trying to remove. Okay, run this. You see, it has removed it. Now, similarly, another Docker image I'll try. That is this one, node chrome Docker image. Copy this and say docker rmi, give this Docker image and press enter. You see again error is coming. Again I'll forcibly remove because it's not smoothly removing. So I'll say docker rmi, give the container ID of that node chrome and say -f for forcefully removing this Docker image. It got removed. And one more final step guys, whether this is there or not, just type docker system prune, okay, prune and press enter. And it will say whether you want to continue or not, okay. This will remove all stopped containers, all networks not used by at least one container, all dangling images, all dangling build cache, okay. All these things will be, if any problems in removing any of these images or containers, right, finally this is the final step guys, it will completely clean, swipe out, okay. Just y, just give y, it will clear out, okay. Even network got removed guys, okay. I don't even have to run this command docker network rm grid also. I don't have to type. You see it's saying that it's got deleted, okay. How can we check? Docker network rm grid, okay, and run this. You see already no such network, means it already got deleted guys. I don't have to separately run this command to close the Selenium grid, okay, or remove the Selenium grid setup which I started with this command. So guys, now my system is clean. Simply I'll type docker images. I'm not finding any docker images. I'll type docker ps. I'm not finding any docker containers running in my machine. So my system is back to form and it's clean. So guys, this is all about how to check logs of docker container in our machines. So that's it guys. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 16 of Docker Made Easy tutorial. In this session, I'm going to practically show you how to run Selenium automation scripts in headless mode of Chrome browser on Docker container. So let's get started. To begin, I'll show you how to run Selenium automation scripts in the normal mode of Chrome browser on Docker container. Later, I will show you how to run the same Selenium automation scripts in the headless mode of Chrome browser on Docker container. First on the normal mode. For that, I'll run this command guys. This is the command I have to run. This command will download the Docker image for the Selenium standalone Chrome, and also it will create a container and run it. Copy this. So here open the command prompt, and in the command prompt, paste this command. Just right click, it will be pasted. And when you press enter or run this command, the Docker image for the Selenium standalone Chrome will now be downloaded, and after it gets downloaded, a container will be created out of this Docker image and it will be running. Let me pause and resume this video till this download is done. As you can see here, the Docker container, that is Docker image for the Selenium standalone, has now been downloaded, and also a container has been created and is running now. Okay, just to check that, we can type these commands, Docker images. You will see the downloaded Docker image for Selenium standalone Chrome. Now, when you type Docker PS, you can find the containers that are currently running. Okay, out of this Docker image, a container has been created and is running here with this container ID. Fine, it's running at this port number, guys, 7900 port number. Fine. Now let's connect to this container. Okay, let's connect to this container because we have the port number, right? Let's connect to the container. So how to connect to the container with this port number? Simply I have to type here local host colon the port number of the container ID, that is 7900. Okay, here 7900 is there. I'm giving that here. Just press enter. You see, from the browser I am connecting to the container. So just click on this connect, and here the password, default password for the Docker containers is nothing but secret, guys. The Selenium Docker containers have the password as secret by default. Okay, just give the secret SECRET and click on send credentials. You see, now I can see the container, right? I can see the Selenium standalone Chrome container. So standalone Chrome means it will have the Chrome browser. It can run the automation scripts on the Chrome browser. That's what is this container all about. Now let me run the Chrome browser in normal mode, not in headless mode, guys. Normal mode. I want to run the Selenium automation scripts on the normal mode of the Chrome browser. For that, I'll go to this Eclipse IDE. Here we have this sample project which is already configured with Selenium 4, guys. Okay. If you go to this pom.xml file, you can see here this particular project is already configured with this Selenium 4, latest version of Selenium 4 as per today. Fine. Now I am writing the code here under the main method. So I have to write like this, guys. Desired capabilities DC is equal to new desired capabilities. Once you create an object for this desired capabilities, import these desired capabilities. If you're not getting that import option, just give it some time and hover again, you will get it. Yeah, you got it. Now say DC dot set browser name. Okay, here you have to give the browser name inside the double quotes. I'll give Chrome, guys. Now after that, I'll write WebDriver. I need to create an object for the remote WebDriver class and assign to the variable of this WebDriver interface. So WebDriver driver is equal to new remote WebDriver. Put a semicolon here. Hover the mouse on this WebDriver and import this WebDriver interface from Selenium, and also hover the mouse on this remote WebDriver and import this remote WebDriver class from Selenium. Now put a comma here and say DC. Okay, give this desired capabilities object reference here, and before this comma you have to say new URL. Provide the circular braces. Import this URL, guys, from java.net, and inside this URL type http:// localhost 4444. Now hover the mouse on this and ignore this exception by selecting this add throws declaration. Now write the code, automation script code. Here you can write driver dot manage dot window dot maximize. And also you can write driver dot get, provide double quotes, and here give the URL of the application that you want to open. Let's say for sample, I want to open this application URL, that is Internet Heroku application. Just click on this. Just click on this, guys, and here is the URL. Copy this and paste it here. So after you open this driver.get, then I want to get the title of this page. For that, system.out.println driver.get title. I'll print the title of the page, and after printing the title of the page, I'll quit the browser. I'll simply quit the browser. Done. This is a sample automation script, guys. Very simple automation script. If I run this script, guys, this script will run on the Docker container for that Selenium standalone Chrome Docker container. This script will run automatically. Okay, put a semicolon here. That's the error. Fine. So next what I will do here is I'll run this code. Right click, run as Java application. You can see this container, guys. Okay, you can watch this container. What's happening inside the container? You can see. I have run the script there. I have started running the script there, and you can check the container, guys. Okay. You see, this time the Chrome browser has to launch in a normal mode, not headless mode. In normal mode, guys, you can see the UI of the Chrome browser. You see, the UI of the Chrome browser is visible, right? You can see what's happening on the Chrome browser and all the stuff. That is what is normal mode. Okay. Normal mode means what? Normal mode of Chrome browser means we can see the UI of the Chrome browser. Okay. When you are running the Selenium automation scripts in the normal mode of the Chrome browser, we can see what's happening on the browser, how the browser is opening, how the browser is maximizing, how the browser is opening the application URL, how the browser is performing the operation on the application, and how the browser is getting closed. Everything we can see in the normal mode. But coming to the headless mode of the Chrome browser, we cannot see anything. Okay. So for now, this script is all about the normal mode. Okay. The Selenium automation script is written in such a way that it will open the browser in the normal mode, Chrome browser in the normal mode. Here we have set that to Chrome, right? Run this again. You can see that again. The container, guys, you can see that again. That the browser will launch and you can see everything. That is a normal mode. So you see, we can see everything that is happening. Whatever I was saying that's happening here. We can see everything. But now I want to run the Chrome browser in headless mode on the same Docker container. On the same Docker container, I want to run the Chrome browser in headless mode. Headless mode means we cannot see any UI, guys, but automation script will run invisible kind of Chrome browser, guys, which doesn't have any UI, but the automation script is running. Okay, we cannot see anything on the screen, but an invisible Chrome browser is opening up and maximizing and opening the application URL and doing all those stuff. But we cannot see the UI of the browser. That's what is the thing, headless mode. How to run the Chrome browser in headless mode on the Docker container? For that, guys, we have to change this automation script a bit. Okay, for that, we have to change this automation script a bit. How? Here, instead of providing this desired capabilities, these two lines, okay, I'll comment this if you want. I'll comment these two lines. Instead of providing the desired capabilities, we have to create an object for the Chrome options class. Okay, we have to create an object for the Chrome options class. Chrome options is equal to Chrome options is equal to new Chrome options. Like this, you have to create an object for the Chrome options class. Over the mouse and import this Chrome options class from Selenium library. And using this object reference, I have to call one method known as add arguments method. And inside this add arguments, you have to pass hyphen hyphen headless. That's it. Okay, just pass hyphen hyphen headless, guys. Nothing much. Now, if now next thing is here, I need to copy this Chrome options for which the headless mode is set for the Chrome browser. And here, in place of this desired capabilities object reference, you have to paste that. You have to replace the DC with this Chrome options. Okay, here I am replacing this DC with the Chrome options, which has set the headless mode for the Chrome browser. That's what I have to change. Nothing much. Save this. Now run this code, guys. Run this code. You see, it started. Now just see the container, guys. You will not see anything happening here on the container. You will not see any script running or any browser opening with any UI on the container. But the execution is happening, guys. Okay. On the container, the execution is happening right now. We even got the output here. You see, the script has been executed and we got the output also. We got the title of the page printed. But we didn't see anything on the container, right? That's what is headless mode. Okay. Invisible mode of the browser, guys. So hope guys you understood how to run Selenium automation scripts in headless mode on the headless mode of Chrome browser on the Docker containers. Okay, this is what is the process. We have to simply change the automation code and set the Chrome browser to run in headless mode. Okay, so we have to change the Selenium automation script so that accordingly the script will run in headless mode in the on the container. That's what is the thing, guys. Now, guys, the session has been done, but let's do the post steps. Let me clean up my machine. So here, if I say Docker PS, if I said CLS, clear the screen and say Docker PS, you can see one container is running, right? Whatever the container on which I have run the Selenium automation script just now, that container is running. I want to close that. I'll copy this container ID, guys. I'll copy this container ID, edit, copy, and say Docker stop. I'll stop this container. Okay, just give this container ID and stop it. Container has been stopped, guys. Now again say Docker PS. You see, no containers running. Now there are some Docker images that got downloaded. The beginning, you see, when I run this command, right, Docker image has been downloaded. That Docker image also I'm trying to delete. So I have to get this, copy this Docker ID, Docker image ID, and say Docker RMI, give that ID and run it. You see, if it's unable to remove, you have to forcibly remove, guys. Same command, Docker RMI container, Docker image ID, and say space -f. It will forcibly remove. Now say Docker images. You see there are no Docker images. Finally guys, just to clean up everything, Docker system prune. This command you type and press enter. If anything else is there, that will be cleaned up. Completely cleaning will happen. Okay. All the things that are left up, you see some memory, some reclaimed space, and everything got cleared, guys. Okay. Even the memory slot also got cleared up. Now CLS, simply say Docker images, no Docker images, simply say Docker PS, no Docker containers running. So the environment is now clean. So that's it guys for this session. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 17 of Docker Made Easy tutorial. In this session, I am going to practically show you how to run Selenium automation scripts in headless mode of Firefox browser on Docker container. So let's get started. To begin, I'll first show you how to run Selenium automation scripts in normal mode of Firefox browser on Docker container. Later, I'll show you how to run the same Selenium automation scripts in headless mode of Firefox browser on Docker container. First, normal mode of Firefox browser on Docker container. For that, I have to run this command, guys. I'll copy this command from here, from these notes. This is a command. You can get this command from this page also if you want. Selenium, Docker, GitHub. Just Google search for these three terms. Selenium, Docker, GitHub. Click on this link. GitHub link for that Docker Selenium. Click on that. Scroll down until you see some section like debugging section, guys. On this page, there is section like debugging. Just go to that section. So it will take some time to find that. Let's keep scrolling. You see there is a section known as debugging. Under debugging section, there is some other section known as using your browser. Okay. So here we have these commands, guys. Okay. You can take this command from here, or this command you can take. Okay. This command you can take. For Firefox, right, you can take this command. Okay. The same command I provided here, guys. Okay. The same command. So here instead of 7902, I gave the port number as 7900. Okay. You can give it 7900, 7901, 7902, up to you guys, no problem. Okay. But that's where from I got this command. I just modified this command a bit. Okay. Whatever the command that is there, I just changed the port number, and also here at the end after the colon, there is some version number, but I gave here colon latest. Okay. Those were the only two changes. Now I'll take this command, copy that either from this website page or from here. I'll take the command and I'll go here and open the command prompt. Right click here, guys. The command will be pasted. Whatever the command I copied from here will be pasted here, and just run it. Okay, I have run the command. When I press enter, it has run. Now it will first download the Docker image for the Selenium standalone Firefox. It will take some time, guys. After downloading the Docker image for the Selenium standalone Firefox, it will create a container out of it and run it. Okay. For now, I'll pause and resume this video once the download is done. As you can see here, the Docker image for the Selenium standalone Firefox has been successfully downloaded, and also a container has been created out of this Docker image and is currently running here, right? So how to check that? So for that, guys, I'll run two commands. First command, Docker images. It will show us whether this Docker image for this Selenium standalone Firefox has been downloaded. Yes, it is downloaded. Also, a container out of this Docker image has been created and is running. How to check that? Docker space PS. You see the container for this Docker image Selenium standalone Firefox is now running here with this container ID. So while this container ID is running, while this Docker container for this standalone Firefox is running, we can now run our automation scripts. Okay, we can create and run our automation scripts. For that, I'll open this Eclipse ID here in this sample project, which is already configured with this Selenium 4. As you can see here, this sample project is already configured with Selenium 4. You see dependency tags for latest version of Selenium 4 as per today is available here. Now I will write the automation script here inside this main method. Desired capabilities, DC is equal to new desired capabilities. Like this, I'll create an object for the desired capabilities predefined class of Selenium. Hover the mouse on this desired capabilities. If you don't get that import statement, again hover it. Once save this, guys, and hover the mouse. Okay, there may be some mistake here. Desired capabilities. TIES. Okay, that's a problem. For the mouse, you'll get the import statement. Fine. Now DC dot set browser name. Set that to Firefox. Okay. Set this browser name to Firefox because I want to run. First, I want to run the Selenium automation scripts on the normal mode of Firefox browser on the Docker container, right? And also, guys, here the container is running, right? We can connect to the container, guys. Okay, we can connect to the container. The container is running at this port number 7900. Okay, this particular port number. This is a port number, guys. Okay, this before this arrow, whatever the port number is there, that is a port number where this Docker container for the Selenium standalone Firefox is running. So how to access that? With using this port number, we can access. Go to the browser and type localhost in my machine at this port number, that is 7900 port number. Just run this. We'll get this connect option. No VMC connect option. Click on that connect, guys. It will ask for the password. Give the password. Password is nothing but secret, guys. By default, for all the Selenium containers, the password is secret. Okay. Just give SCCR80 inside this box and click on send credentials. Now you see we got connected to the Docker container where Firefox browser will be launching and all. Okay. This container is related to Selenium Firefox. Fine. If you run your scripts here, the scripts will get run on the Docker container having this Firefox browser and Selenium. Fine. Now here, guys, I'll write WebDriver. Driver is equal to new remote WebDriver. Import this WebDriver interface from Selenium and import this remote WebDriver class from Selenium. Put a comma here and say desired capabilities. Okay, object reference of this DC you give here, that is now set for the browser name as Firefox. And now here new URL, before the comma you have to give new URL, circular braces, and hover the mouse on this URL and import this from java.net. Inside the URL you provide the this URL http://localhost:4444. This is a URL you have to give. Now hover the mouse on this error and say add throws declaration. Okay, ignore the exception. Now write the automation script here. Driver.get, give the URL of the application that you want to open. And before even opening, I'll say driver.manage.window.maximize. Put a semicolon here. I need to open the application URL here. So which application I want to automate is, I'll just open that application, Internet Heroku application. Heroku app, I'll search it in the Google and I'll get this link. Copy this link, guys, and paste it in the script, automation script. Now say driver, now just print out the title of this page, guys. Once this application URL is opened in this Firefox browser in the normal mode, just print the title of this page, driver.get title. Driver.get title. Okay, get the title of the page and print in the output. And finally, driver.quit, close the browser. Okay, that's it. Now run this script, guys. This script should now run on the normal mode of Firefox browser. Okay, it's not the headless mode, this is normal mode. And we should be able to see this in the Docker container here. Whatever the Docker container we connected via browser, right? There we can see that the script is running or not. Right click, run as Java application. I have started running the script, guys. Now switch on to this Docker container and see whether the Firefox browser is launching, maximizing, opening the application URL, and getting the title and printing the output and closing the browser. All those things should happen, guys, here. And you can see the UI, right? Here, this is a normal mode. Normal mode means you can see the UI of the browser and you can see the UI of the application loaded in the browser. Everything you can see. You see, everything happened. And whatever the script that got executed here, very simple script though. But whatever the simple script is there, we can see the UI of the browser and application, everything we can see. But coming to the headless mode, guys. Okay, if you want to run the same Selenium automation script in the headless mode of the Firefox browser on this Docker container, you will not be able to see anything. Headless means invisible. Okay, invisible mode. That means there will not be any UI, but the browser is actually launching, maximizing, opening the application URL and doing the automation activities and closing. Everything is happening, but we cannot see, guys. That's what is headless mode. Invisible browser. There will not be any UI. In normal mode, we can see the UI of the Firefox browser and the application being loaded. But in the headless mode, we cannot see any UI of the browser or application URL that is loaded in the browser. Okay, so everything will happen in invisible mode, but the script will be running, guys. Okay, so how to make that happen? To make that happen, to run this Firefox browser in headless mode on this Docker container. For that, guys, I have to change this automation script. Okay, instead of writing this desired cable T's and all those stuff, I'll comment this out. These two lines I'll comment, guys. In place of these two lines, I have to write Firefox options. I need to create an object for the Firefox options class in Selenium, guys. Options. So Firefox options is equal to new Firefox options. Like this, I need to create an object for the Firefox options predefined class in Selenium. Pour the mouse on this Firefox options and import this from Selenium library. Now here, using this object reference, I have to say dot add arguments, and inside this arguments, I have to say double quotes and provide hyphen hyphen headless. Okay, this argument we have to provide. That means we are setting the Firefox browser to launch in headless mode. So, and these Firefox options have to provide inside this remote web driver constructor. Okay, in place of this DC, earlier we provided DC in this place, right? There you have to provide Firefox options. In place of DC, we have to provide this Firefox options object reference. Now run the script. This time the script will run in headless mode of the Firefox browser on the Docker container. Okay, run this code, right click run as Java application. Just see the container, guys. You will not see anything happening here on the container, but the script will be running in the background. The invisible mode it will be running. You see, just watch the container and you'll not be able to see anything else. Okay, it will take some time. Wait. The script is running, but you are not seeing any browser launching or maximizing because headless means there will not be any UI. But here the script already got executed and we got the output also in the output. Eclipse ID output, we already got the output. But the script already got executed in invisible mode. So hope guys you understood how to run Selenium automation scripts in headless mode of Firefox browser on Docker container. Now let's go with the post steps, guys. Since the execution has been successfully done in a headless mode of the Firefox browser on the Docker container, now let's clean up this container that is running and also let's delete this Docker image. So for that, guys, I'll say CLS and say Docker PS. You'll get this container that is currently running. I'll stop this container first. Double click here on this container ID, right click edit, copy and say Docker stop, give the container ID of that Selenium standalone Firefox. We'll stop the container. It will stop the container. The container has been stopped. Now say Docker PS. You see there are no containers that are right now running for Docker, right? Now say Docker images, but the downloaded Docker image is still there. I want to delete this from my machine. Okay, I want to clean my machine from this Docker image. I'll double click on this image ID of this Docker image and say copy. And here I say Docker RMI, give that and run this. If it is not getting deleted, forcibly remove it. RMI, give the Docker ID image and Docker image ID and say -f. Okay, this will forcibly remove. It's not getting removed normal way. Now CLS, and to make the system more clean, just type the final command, guys. Docker system prune. Run it. It'll ask for the confirmation. Say why. If any other things are left out, any memory or anything, that will be cleaned up here in a while. You see, 6.945 MB got cleaned up, and any other things left out that will be cleaned by this final command. Now say CLS and say Docker images. There are no Docker images. Say Docker PS. There are no Docker containers running. So the cleanup process is also done, guys. Post process is also done. So that's it, guys. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to explain and practically show you how to set up auto scaling Selenium grid on Docker containers using Selenium. So let's get started. First of all, what exactly is the Selenium and how it is different from the normal way of setting up Selenium grid on Docker? Let me explain. The normal way of setting up Selenium grid on Docker, the count of the Docker containers is fixed, that is static. During the runtime, if there is a demand or need for our Selenium automation scripts to run on more Docker containers, the count cannot be changed. That's the drawback. But coming to Selenium, guys, Selenium will auto scale. That means it will increase the number of Docker containers during runtime based on the need of our Selenium automation scripts. So that's what is the Selenium all about? It auto scales, guys. Okay, based on the needs, it auto scales the Docker containers. So now you understood what is the main advantage of using Selenium compared to the normal way of setting up Selenium grid on Docker, right? So there are few more advantages apart from this main advantage of Selenium, having Selenium. There's one. There are few more advantages, guys, that Selenium provides. That is, video recording option is there. Okay, after you run your automation scripts, you can watch your automation scripts in the video format. How the scripts got executed on the different Docker containers. You can watch the videos. That is one advantage. And second thing is live previews. Not only video, but also during live you can see like in which Docker container which scripts are getting executed. That we can see. Then we have a dashboard, guys, where we can get these videos and all those stuff. Okay, logs and a lot of things are there on the dashboard, guys. Okay, apart from the video recordings. And also parallel execution, guys. Okay, when you perform parallel execution on the Selenium grid, based on this needs or requirements of our Selenium automation scripts, as I already mentioned, Selenium will auto scale the Docker containers in number, right? They are not fixed in count. Now you understood the theory, guys. What Selenium is all about and how it is making the difference when compared to the normal way of setting up Selenium grid on Docker, right? But how to how to use Selenium? We need the practical stuff, right? So for that, guys, I'll start here. Okay. So to have the Selenium, first we have to download and install Docker in our machine. Okay, Docker is required. So Selenium also sets up this Selenium grid on Docker itself, but it auto scales. Okay, the normal setup also Selenium grid on Docker only, but Selenium also Selenium grid on Docker. But the thing is, it auto scales. That's what is the difference. Okay, but Selenium also needs Docker. So before I start downloading and installing Docker in my machine, there is a prerequisite for Docker also. That is, we have to enable this Windows subsystem for Linux. Okay, from our Windows, we should be able to run Linux related stuffs. Okay, this is a Windows operating system, right? How can we run Linux related stuff from the Windows? That's what is the problem, right? But there is a way. So in Windows, we can enable this Windows subsystem for Linux. Then we can start using the Linux related stuff from the Windows. Okay, that's what is the advantage. And if this is enabled, we can download and install Docker also. So let's get started of enabling this Windows subsystem for Linux in this Windows machine. Fine. So first, guys, to enable that Windows subsystem for Linux or to download or install Docker, we have several prerequisites here along with this enabling of WSL2. First prerequisite we need for this Docker software to download and install in on machine is our machine should be either Windows 10 or higher. Okay, let's see the version of my Windows. So I'll go to this Windows search and search for WinVer. When I search for WinVer here, I'll get this run command option. Click on that. You see, my Windows machine is Windows 11, which is way higher than Windows 10. So no problem. Either Windows 10 or higher we should have. Second thing is I should have at least 4 GB of RAM. How to check that? Further, guys, again Windows search for system information here, system information, and click on the system information app, and you'll get all the information of my machine here. I have around 8 GB, which is more than enough, right? 4 GB is minimum. I have 8 GB, so we can go with this. Third prerequisite for downloading and install Docker in my machine is BIOS level virtualization should be enabled. So further, guys, I have to click on this Windows search and search for Task Manager here. Let me open this Task Manager app. The Task Manager app has opened here. Let's click on this Performance tab, and here we have a label known as virtualization, which is in enabled state. So it's enabled. Okay, BIOS level virtualization is enabled. Three prerequisites are now satisfied for downloading and installing Docker in my machine. The fourth important prerequisite, guys, I was telling you, right? We should enable this Windows subsystem for Linux so that you can run Linux related stuff from the Windows operating system. So further, guys, to enable that, these are the steps I have to follow. First, I have to Windows search for this term, turn Windows feature on or off. Okay, just go to the Windows search and say Windows, turn Windows features on or off. Okay, type this one and select this control panel option. You'll get this dialog Windows features option with a lot of options you'll get. And scroll down here, guys. The bottom, from bottom, if you see, last but second. Okay, last but third. Here we have Windows subsystem for Linux. Okay, this option should be in selected state. Okay, in your machine, if this option is not selected, select it. Okay, otherwise you'll not be able to download and install Docker. Okay, so we have to select this option. Windows subsystem for Linux need to be enabled here. And also, along with this, guys, there's one more option here: virtual machine platform. Also select this option. Two options we have to select. Windows subsystem for Linux, select it. Virtual machine platform, select it and say OK, and immediately restart your machine, guys. Okay. In my machine, they're already in selected state. I'm not restarting, but in your case, after selecting these options, Windows subsystem for Linux and virtual machine platform options, immediately restart your machine. Now, after you restart your machine, let's go to this step 2. Okay. So step 2 at this particular link, guys. Okay. How to get this link? Okay. To get this link, guys, you can simply type Windows WSL install manual. Okay. Windows WSL install manual. If you Google search here, you'll get that link, guys. You'll get this link when you Google search like this. And this is a link from docs.microsoft.com, WSL install. Click on that. You see Windows WSL install manual. Directly jump onto the step 2, guys. Okay. Directly jump onto the step 2 here. And here, you see, if your machine is having 64-bit, okay, Windows 64-bit or something, then you should verify whether the build version or number of your Windows is higher than this or same as this. Okay, same or higher than this should be there. Build 1830 18362 is the number here. So how to check my Windows build number? Further, guys, I'll say winvar again. Open this command prompt. Again, Windows 11 will come. And here you see build number is there, 22,000 is there, which is higher than 18362. So no problem. This one is also satisfied. Okay, step 2 is completed, guys. Now scroll down. Now, so this one you don't have to do anything, guys. Okay, directly go to step 4. After step 2, go to the step 4. After step 2, directly go to the step 4. Okay, when you go to the step 4, guys, here you need to download this update. Okay, WSL2 Linux kernel update package for 64-bit machines. Okay, this link you have to click. The software will be downloaded. You have to install. Okay, just click on this link on the step 4, and the .msi file for this WSL2 Linux kernel update is getting downloaded. Okay, by default, Windows machine will not have this update, so you have to manually download from here and double click and install. Okay, it will not take much time, guys. Only for downloading it takes time, but for installing it will take very less time. Okay, let me pass and resume this once it is downloaded. As you can see, it got successfully downloaded here. Let me double click on this. You see, it will be completed, guys. I don't have to do anything. Just click on the finish. Done. Okay, the downloading of the Linux kernel update package for Windows machine is done. Now scroll down and go to this step 5. Copy this command, guys. Copy this command, and we have to run this command in the PowerShell of the Windows. Okay, how to get the PowerShell? Windows search and type PowerShell here. Whatever the command you copied from here, whatever the command I copied from here, that I will. Okay, it's loading. PowerShell is loading, guys. Still. So let me close and launch it again. PowerShell. PowerShell. Open this PowerShell and see whether, yeah, it has launched properly this time. I'll copy this command and right click. The command will be pasted. Just run it. That's it. Okay. Operation completed successfully. Done, guys. Step 5 is also done. Now go to the step 6. Now to check whether this WSL is enabled on your Windows machine and you can use the Linux operating system related stuff from the Windows. For that, I need to install any of these Linux distributions of choice, Linux operating system types of choice. Either I can go with Ubuntu or any of these things, guys. I will go with this Debian, guys. Okay, Debian. Just randomly select one thing. Just click on that. So why we are downloading this one is to cross check whether we will be able to use Linux related stuff on the Windows. Okay, if you are able to use means that WSL2 is enabled. So guys, during this pre-exercise, guys, before actually installing and all, just restart again. Okay, just restart your machine again. That is after installing this update, right? After installing, especially after installing this Linux kernel update package, right? Step 4, you better restart your machine once again. Okay, and then better to restart multiple times. After step 4, after step 5 also you restart your machine, and then only you install this whatever the Linux distribution type, like Debian or whatever the random you want to choose. Click on get. It is asking whether to take you to the Microsoft store. Say open Microsoft store, no problem. In a while the Microsoft store will load. Let's wait. So the Microsoft store for this Debian has been loaded. You can choose anything, guys, not only this Debian distribution of Linux, but any distribution of Linux is fine. Click on get, guys. It will be downloaded and installed. Okay, in a while. Let me pass and resume the video. It's now downloading. Now it has installed and it is giving us an option like open option. Just select this open. In a while, you will get this dialog from Debian, guys. Okay, a Debian dialog will come. Whatever the distribution you have installed, that dialog you will get. It will take some time, guys, and it will ask you for some username and password. So give some username, guys. I'll give my name and the last name as a username and password as some sample password 12345. Just press enter. Again, it will ask for the password. Again 12345. Done. Password updated successfully. Now I can use this Debian distribution from Windows. So WSL2 is enabled. This proves that since it's giving me the control of this Linux distribution type, that is Debian, right? Here I can run the Linux commands if I want. Okay, if I want to run the Linux commands, I can run from here. So since it is giving this thing, that means WSL2 is definitely enabled. And now we are in a state where we can download and install Docker without any problem. Okay, this all the prerequisites are met now, right? Only thing that is left is we have to download Docker. So for that, guys, open the new tab and say download Docker. Search for this download Docker. Search results you will get Docker desktop for Mac and Windows from docker.com. Click on this. It will take you to this page where download for Windows will come because my machine is Windows. So let me click on this download for Windows. It will download the exe file for the Docker desktop for Windows. Let's wait until this exe file gets downloaded. Let me pause and resume the video once the software is downloaded. As you can see, this software has been downloaded. Let me double click on this to install. So in a while, I got this user access control dialog. I'm just selecting yes. And, I'm getting this installing Docker wizard. So it's now downloading, guys. It's downloading the packages. Let me pause and resume the videos when required. Okay, so here we got this install required. This one is enabled now, and add shortcuts to desktop. I don't want the shortcut on the desktop. If you want, you can keep it, guys. Say okay. I'll just use the Windows search to get that. Okay, that's why I'm not selecting shortcut on the desktop. So it's unpacking the files. It will take some time. Let me pause and resume the video once unpacking is done. Now it started installing, guys. It has now successfully installed. Let me close this. Okay, we are done with the downloading and installing of the Docker on this machine. That's the first thing we have to do. So guys, let's launch the Docker. Okay, let's launch the Docker. We have now downloaded and installed, right? With default settings, we downloaded and installed. Now let's launch the Docker. For that, I'll click on this Windows search and search for Docker. Then I'll get this Docker desktop app. Just click on that. It will launch. So it may ask for the license agreement, guys. So it will take some time to launch. Let's wait. It's taking time. You see Docker option came here, but it has not come here. It's loading, guys. It will come. Okay, let's wait. You see I got the license agreement. Accept the license agreement and say accept. Done. And now it will launch. Okay, now the Docker will launch after accepting the license agreement. So when it launches, guys, it will try to start the Docker engine. You'll see that in action anyhow. Let it launch now. You see it's launching. Just click on that. It's starting the Docker engine as I mentioned, right? So before it starts the Docker engine, we cannot select any of these options, guys, either containers or images. We cannot select here and see those options on the screen. So we have to wait until this Docker engine starts. Let's wait for the Docker engine to start here. Let me click on these options, but nothing will happen until the Docker engine starts anyhow. Okay, it's taking time, some more time, fine, that's okay. You see, the Docker engine started and now we are able to select these options, right? After the Docker engine starts, here we can select the containers and all. And also you'll get this kind of tutorial kind of stuff. You can skip the tutorial, guys, not required. So now when you select this containers apps on this Docker, right, it says that there are no Docker containers currently running in this machine. And when you select these images, guys, there are no existing or downloaded Docker images in this machine. So it's also blank, containers also blank, Docker images also blank. Okay, fine. Now let's move on, guys. I have launched the Docker in my Windows machine. That's fine. Next thing is So we should have this Docker knowledge, guys. Okay, there are a few commands in Docker, like how to work with Docker and all those stuff. How to create the how to download the Docker images, how to create the Docker containers using the Docker images. Okay, this I already explained as part of other videos on the Docker, guys. Okay, so you can watch those videos on Docker of mine. But guys, here in this session also I'll give you some basic knowledge of Docker knowledge I'll give based on the requirement I'll give. Okay, but if you want any serious knowledge on Docker, go and watch my other videos on Docker. Okay, but for this Selenium purpose, if you want to gain the knowledge on Docker, no need to go there. I'll explain everything here itself. Okay, so some basic knowledge of Docker is required that you will get in during this session anyhow, and also you should have some Selenium grid knowledge also. Okay, what is Selenium grid, what is hub, what is node. Okay, all those stuff you should have some basic knowledge. Okay, if you don't have this basic knowledge of Selenium grid, go and watch my videos on Selenium grid. Fine, and come back here. But that is not much required for Selenium. As part of this understanding, you can still go through this, and later you can go through and watch other videos on Docker knowledge and Selenium grid knowledge of mine. Okay, fine. Anyhow, keeping that apart, now let's set up this Selenium. Okay, Docker is now installed, so now we can set up Selenium. How to set up Selenium? So to set up Selenium, guys, let's go to the official website of Selenium, guys. Simply Google search for Selenium here. Just Google search for Selenium. It will take you to the official website of Selenium. You see, opensource.zalando.com. This is the official website of Selenium. Click on this. So you see, it says that scalable container-based Selenium grid. Okay, flexible and scalable. That's what is the main advantage of Selenium, right? I already explained in the theory anyhow. Along with that, you get the video recording, live preview, dashboard, and many other stuff. Okay, that's what is Selenium all about. So currently, guys, the Selenium Grid supports two browsers. One is Chrome and Firefox. Okay, if you want to experiment or use Selenium in your local machine, then only two browsers it is supporting. Okay, what are the two browsers? I'll tell you. So where is that? Okay, so if you need different browsers, you have to go for this. Okay, for now it supports only Firefox and Chrome. You see, Selenium by default supports Firefox and Chrome in your local machine. That is on Docker containers. Will have only Firefox Docker container and Chrome Docker container. Okay, when you set up the Selenium grid on Docker using Selenium, right? Only Docker containers will belong to the Firefox and Chrome. Other browsers, if you want, you have to connect to the cloud platforms. Okay, that is out of topic for this session anyhow. So Selenium only supports Firefox and Chrome for now. Maybe in the coming days they may support more browsers also. For now, Selenium supports Firefox and Chrome in local machine. But if you want other browsers, there is no exemption, guys. You can go for the cloud platforms like SaaS Labs and all those stuff. Okay. Fine. Then Selenium works on the Docker. We already installed Docker, right? Okay. Why did we install Docker? Without Docker, we cannot use Selenium. Okay. Without Docker, we cannot use Selenium. Either we should have Docker or we should have Kubernetes in our machine. Okay, Selenium works on a lot of platforms, guys. Not only Docker, but not only Kubernetes. There's something like Docker Swarm. Okay, many things are there. It will work. But for this session, guys, I have installed Docker so that I can demonstrate how Selenium works on the top of Docker. You can also get Kubernetes and also get Selenium work on the Kubernetes also. But for this session, I'm using Docker. Okay, I'm going to set up Selenium grid on Docker using Selenium. You can also set up Selenium grid on Kubernetes using Selenium, but in this session, I'm going with Docker, guys. Okay, that's what I'm saying. Fine, anyhow, let's scroll down. Let's scroll down, and what we have to do. First thing is that let's not go into more theory, guys. That basic is enough. So what I want to do is I want to get this Selenium in my machine. I want to get this Selenium. Okay. Further, guys, scroll down until you see these commands. Okay. This box you see, either this box or this box you can see. You can take either you can take this box or this box. Any commands. Okay. Any one of the commands. You just follow blindly these commands or follow these commands. Anything is fine. But I'll go with this first box because it includes everything. So first command is docker pull. Okay, docker pull ilagu / selenium. Okay, this one I have to get the selenium. I have to run this command. Okay, so I'll open the command prompt cmd and right click here. This command got pasted here. If I press enter here, the docker image for this ilagu selenium will be downloaded. Okay, docker pull. So if you don't know the basics of Docker, guys, this command, docker pull command, will download the Docker image. Here, earlier, guys, if you when you launch a Docker here under the images, there are no Docker images, right? Downloaded Docker images are not there. But now using this command, you are downloading the Docker image for Elago Selenium. So after the download is completed, we can see that there is a Docker image here. I'll show you. For now, guys, as this process takes time, let me pass and resume this video once the download is completed. As you can see here, the Docker image for Elagu Selenium has been now successfully downloaded. You can come here to this Docker UI, and in the images you see Elagu Selenium Docker image is available. Okay. But using this image, you have to run the containers, guys. I don't have to run the containers manually here. I'll show you how to run these containers of Elagu Selenium and all the stuff. Okay. For now, only Docker images for this Elagu Selenium got downloaded. What is the next step then after downloading this Docker image for Elagu Selenium? We have to download the Docker image for one more thing. That is Docel Selenium. Okay. Docker image for Selenium we have to download from Docel. For that, copy this command and go to the command prompt again here. Right click here and run this. The Docker image for this Docel Selenium will be now downloaded. Selenium Docker image will be downloaded. So the download will start now. You see, download started. It started downloading. I'll pass and resume this video once the download is complete. As you can see here, the Docker image for the Selenium also got downloaded. The next step is to run this command, guys. We have to run this command. Okay, to start the Selenium and all we have to. For now, guys, here only two Docker images are there. But if you go to the containers, no Docker containers are right now running. But using this Docker images, if you have to run the containers, then this is the command. Okay, this is the command we have to trigger in the command prompt here. So before I run this command, guys, I'll copy this command and copy this command and go to this new tab and paste it here. And here, whatever the backward slashes are there, I will remove them first. Okay, these backward slashes will not run in the command prompt, so I have to remove them before running. So here, let me remove all the backward slashes. So this statement doesn't, this command doesn't have any more backward slashes. I'll copy this command, guys. Come back here and say right click here. The command got copied without backward slashes. Now run this. Selenium will start, guys. This is the command for starting the Selenium, and you will see some containers running in a while. Okay. Here you see some containers already came. Okay, Selenium container is now running, guys. Right. So it was very fast. It was very fast. So it's actually, you see, it's doing some more things. Let's wait. Selenium is now ready. It's saying. So any other things left out, I'm just checking. Selenium is now up and running. Here we can see here, guys, we not only have the Docker images, but also using these Docker images, we are now running the Docker containers. You see, 3 Docker containers came. Earlier only one was there, now 3 came. So, so most probably one will be like, the general Selenium container, and 2 will be like node containers. Okay. This is like Selenium grid on Docker, right? So fine. Fine. Next thing, after you start that thing, okay, at the end you can stop the Selenium like this, guys, but I am not going to do this. I'm not going to run this command because it will stop this container. Okay, it will stop the Selenium. At this moment Selenium is running, let that keep running. Once the Selenium is running on the Docker and all, okay, so here we have few links, guys. Okay, so we can, I told you in the beginning, right, beginning of this session, where like we can see the live previews, video recordings, dashboard, and all those options are there, right? So here are the links, guys, for them. So here below these commands, you see grid console. You can open this grid console, guys. You see, you can see the grid console. So here there are two nodes. Okay, two nodes are there at this moment, and they have the capability of this Firefox and Chrome. As I mentioned right in the beginning, Selenium only supports Chrome and Firefox in the local machine. If you want more browsers, you have to connect that to the cloud platforms like SaaS Labs, etc. Okay, in local machines only Firefox and Chrome. So that's why here two nodes are there. Two nodes have the capability of this Firefox and Chrome. Okay. Now there is one more link for dashboard, guys. Click on the dashboard. Just click on this dashboard, guys. So here is the dashboard, guys. We got this dashboard here. Okay. Here is the dashboard we got. Let me open this again. Just click on this dashboard. It will open. So at this moment, there is nothing in the dashboard. Once your scripts, Selenium automation scripts run on this Selenium, right? Then on the Selenium dashboard, you will get some kind of items you will get where you can watch the videos and all those stuff. Okay, you can watch the videos of the execution of the scripts on the Docker containers. Everything you can see here, guys. But at this moment, this dashboard is blank. But this will get occupied once the automation scripts got run on the Selenium. Okay. So next thing we have here is scroll down, guys. Scroll down for few more links. Don't worry about any other stuff here. This is more advanced stuff. You don't have to go there now. Keep on scrolling until you see a link here. Let me keep scrolling. Okay, keep scrolling, keep scrolling. You see a section of live preview came. So here guys, there are some links for live preview. So this link, you just click on this guys. Okay, just click on this link. Is another kind of link that you can use guys, where you can watch the uh, Docker containers on live. Okay, on Selenium is taking care of this Docker containers guys. And you see at this moment in this Docker containers, nothing is running. Okay, so we can see the Docker containers. Okay, they are like lightweight virtual machines. Okay, so when you run your automation scripts, Selenium automation scripts, right, you can see those Selenium automation scripts running here. Okay, so this is what is live, and this is a dashboard. This is a grid console. Fine. So I think that's it. Let's move on to the next few things. So fine. Now the time has come for us to run our Selenium automation scripts on Selenium. Okay. So how to run our Selenium automation scripts on Selenium? So anyhow, only Firefox and Chrome, right? Because here you see as clearly mentioning only Firefox and Chrome are allowed. So I'll be writing out my Selenium automation script for Firefox and Chrome only. Okay. So fine. So for that, guys, I'll open this Eclipse IDE and I'll start from scratch, guys. So I'll create file new. I'll say project. I'll create a Maven project, guys. Select this Maven project. From scratch, I'm creating the project and I'll create the automation scripts also. Just click on next and here say types Maven hyphen archetypes hyphen quick start archetype hyphen quick start. Yes, quick start. I need to get this archetype from Apache Maven quick start archetype 1.4 version. Click on next. Here give the project demo project. Demo project. I'll give some name, guys. Okay, so Selenium, right? Demo project for Selenium. And here I'll say dpfz some dpack. Just give some random values into group ID and package name. This one is a project name anyhow. You have to give that carefully. Click on finish, guys. Once you click on the finish up top, the Maven project with this given name will be created here. Once it is loaded, expand this. Expand all this stuff. And under src test java, you have this package, guys. Okay. So what I will do is I'll delete this package which came by default. Okay. Now here under this, I'll create a package known as test package. Under this test package, I'll create a class known as one class one, and I'll give the, so here I'll click on finish, guys. I'll click on the finish, and here I'll start creating the automation scripts. First, I'll create a method public void test on Chrome. Okay, I'll say test on Chrome. Some random method I'm giving, and I'll provide this test ng annotations here. At the rate test, import this test ng annotation from test ng. But here, this project is not configured with test ng. I'll go to the pom.xml file and add the dependency tags for the test ng. So here JUnit is there, but not test ng is not there. I don't want JUnit. I'll remove the JUnit, guys, from this. Now save this and I'll go to this website, that is MVN repository website. I'll go mvnrepository.com and search for testng here. Once I search for testng, in the search results, I'll get testng. So see a lot of things came here. So go to testng. Copy, just click on this latest version of testng. It's slow. It's loading slow. That's okay, guys. Because a lot of things are running in my machine. Things become slow because fine. Okay, this is the page. Copy the dependency tags. Come back here and paste the dependency tags of testng in this pom.xml file of this project. Now save this. Now come to one.java and hover the mouse on at the rate test. You can now import test from testng. Now save this once. Yes. Now create few more methods. Public void setup method, and another method also I'll create public void tear down. Another method is tear down. So on the top of setup, I'll say at the rate before method, import this annotation from testng, and here after method I'll give also import this annotation from testng. Then after that, here I'll write the script. Have to initialize the browser, guys. So for initializing the browser, I'll write some script here. Desired capabilities, DC is equal to new desired capabilities for the mouse. Import. I cannot import this desired cables because desired capabilities belong to Selenium, guys. So this project is not configured with Selenium. In the pom.xml file, only testng is there. Again, go to the mvn repository and get Selenium Java. Once you search for the Selenium Java in the search results, you will get the Selenium Java. Click on that link, and in this page, go with the latest version. That is 4.1.1 as per today's date. Copy this. You can take the latest version in your time zone. So now paste that. So here is 4.1.1 of Selenium Java configuring with this project. After that, go back to the 1.java and hover the mouse on desired capabilities. If not coming, again give it some time and again hover. In a while, you will get the import desired capabilities. Okay, you have imported the desired capabilities. Now DC dot. Okay, so this is Chrome, right? I'll say set browser name as Chrome. I'll say Chrome. Fine. Or else, guys, before going for testng, to make these things easy for you, I'll create a public static void main method. Okay, main. Otherwise, I have a shortcut, guys. Main control space to create the main method. So instead of using testng, right, I'll go with this normal main method. Otherwise, to just to make the things simple, okay, to show you how the scripts are running on the Selenium. So for that, again, I'll write the script desired capabilities. DC is equal to new desired capabilities. Import this desired capabilities from Selenium and say DC dot set browser name. And here we have the browser name as Chrome, guys. So now here I'll write the code WebDriver. Driver is equal to, I need to create an object for the remote WebDriver, guys. Remote WebDriver. For the scripts to run on the Docker containers, we have to create an object for the remote WebDriver only. Okay. Hover the mouse on this WebDriver and import this WebDriver interface from Selenium. And also hover the mouse on this remote WebDriver and import this remote WebDriver class from Selenium. Now here put a comma, and as a second argument provide this desired capabilities, which is now set to the Chrome browser. And in the first place, give new URL like this. Hover the mouse, import this URL from java.net. Okay, here provide double quotes. Inside the URL, just give double quotes, guys. And inside the double quotes, type http:// local host 4444 slash wd webdriver/hub. Okay, total URL you have to give, till hub you have to give, guys. Okay, for Selenium grade up to here is fine, but for Selenium, guys, you have to give up to here. Okay, up to hub you have to give. So hover the mouse and say add throws declaration. Done. Now here driver dot manage dot window dot maximize and driver dot get. So I have to give the URL of the application that I want to open. So I'll take the sample URL, guys, a very simple URL, Internet Heroku. Click on this sample application URL I am taking, pasting it here. So after opening this application URL on the Docker container of Chrome, I want to get the title of this page printed. For that, system.out.println, I'll simply say driver.get title. That's it. Okay. After that, I'll quit the browser, guys. Driver.quit. That's it. Nothing much. Okay. I'll quit the browser. So this is a script, guys. This is a script for the Chrome, but this script is not going to work. I'll tell you why. There's a problem. I'll tell you in the script there is a problem. Once I get the problem, I'll resolve that. Okay. Now run the script. Right click, run as Java application. This automation script of Selenium should run on Selenium. Okay. Just see this videos, guys, live preview and all those stuff. Just go to the live preview and see. anything is happening, it will not happen because you are going to get a problem, right? So here you are going to get a problem in a while. So the script is not going to run most probably. If it runs, that's okay. But if it doesn't run, I'm going to give you the solution, guys. Okay. So it's taking some time. Let's wait, guys. Let's wait for some more time. You see, already you got the problem. Session not created exception is coming, right? There's an exception coming as session not created exception. So the problem here is when you get such kind of exception, guys, here Chrome is not working. Guys. Simple terms is Chrome is not working. I have a workaround for Chrome. So before I go to the workaround, I will go with this Firefox now. Okay. If I give Firefox here, it's going to work. Okay. If I give instead of Chrome, if I give Firefox, it's going to work. Guys. With Chrome, I have a workaround. I'll tell you. If I run this Firefox now, this time it will work. Okay. This time this setup will work for Firefox. Go here. Just refresh once, guys. Better. Just watch this live to see if any scripts are running or not. These are the live containers, guys. Whatever you are seeing on the page, you see Firefox browser has launched, right? The script is running. You see, it's you can see on one of the live container, like maximize the browser window. It's opening the whatever the application URL I gave, Internet Heroku. I will get the title of this page and it will close the browser. You see, it's happening here, right? So this is what is the live container feature, guys. That is there in Selenium, and the script got executed. But for Chrome, it's not working, right? For Firefox, it's working. For Chrome, it's not working. If I put Chrome here, it will not work. But I want this particular thing to run on the Chrome also. So what I would do? For that, guys, I should not give this desired capabilities here. Okay. So I'll comment this out. For Chrome, desired capabilities are not working. So there is a workaround. You have to create an object for the Chrome options. Chrome options, Chrome options is equal to new Chrome options. Instead of creating an object for the object reference for the desired capabilities, I have to create the object reference for the Chrome options class of Selenium. And now using this Chrome options, I have to say add arguments. And here I need to provide some arguments. I'll tell you what arguments you have to provide. Hyphen hyphen. Here we have these arguments, guys. Hyphen hyphen disable hyphen dev hyphen SHM usage. Okay. Hyphen hyphen disable dev SHM hyphen usage. If you give this one, then it's going to work, guys. But before that, guys, you have to copy this Chrome options which have been set to this particular disabling arguments of the SHM usage. Right? You have to replace this DC with Chrome options. Now things will work. Okay. Now run the script. This time you will see on the Chrome browser also the scripts will be running on the Chrome browser. Okay. Just watch the live containers again. Just refresh again just beforehand. Just watch the containers. It should run now the Chrome. Okay. It should run the automation script. Same automation script that was running on the Firefox should now run on the Chrome. You see, this is the Chrome browser, not Firefox browser. And you can click on this, guys. Okay, just click on this. You can see in full screen, and you can even interact also. Okay, so it was very fast, guys. Okay, so I'm not able to show you, but you can actually see in full screen. That's okay. Fine. Let me run it again. This time we'll see in full screen. And just clicking on a full screen. Let's see whether it will come here or not. It's disconnecting actually. You see, in full screen, we are able to see the script running, automation script running on the Docker container. So this is one of the Docker container, guys, on the Selenium. You see Selenium background is there. Fine. So this is what is a live preview feature, and okay, this is what is a live preview feature. So I showed you how to run your Selenium automation scripts on Docker container for Chrome and Docker container for Firefox also separately. But now let's do something. Let's run multiple automation scripts. Okay, not just one script, but multiple scripts. So for that, guys, I'll do one thing. I'll just instead of creating the main method here, okay. So here instead of creating the main method, what I will do is I'll create a test-ng method. Okay, public void test one on Chrome, test1 on Chrome, at the rate test, import this test annotation from testng. After that, just create some two more methods, public void setup. I'll just create some cross browser scripts for Chrome and Firefox. Multiple files I will create. So here, not at the rate test, at the rate before method, guys. Import this before method from testng. Now here for Chrome, right, I have tried the scripts, right? For Chrome, this should be the case, right? For Chrome, this should be the case. So I'll write this Chrome here. Chrome, remote web driver and all those stuff up to maximize, I'll write here. Now remove this portion. For Chrome, this is the code. Note the exception. Now here, this script you write in the test method. Driver.get, open the application URL, and thereafter get the title of the page and print. After that, this driver.quit you write inside the another method, that is after method, public void tear down. Here you write at the rate after method of testng. Import this from testng, and here you write the script. Now remove this main method. This is not required now. But here driver, it's coming the problem because here the driver is created inside, right? I'll just make it global. Just driver, make it public, guys. Make it public. Public web driver, and here say driver is equal to. Now save this. Done. This portion is done. One script is now ready. Similarly, I'll create one more script. I'll say right click new. Two, I'll say. Here click on finish. I'll copy the same contents, but I'll just modify something. Copy them and paste into the 2.java. And but here I'll just name it as test2 on Firefox. Test2 on Firefox. So yes. So here, instead of saying this Chrome, I'll say desired capabilities. For Firefox, desired capabilities is working right already. DC is equal to new desired capabilities. Import this desired change to. I'm just giving some spelling mistakes, so just converting that again. Change to. Then it's working fine. Then DC dot set browser name. I have set that to Firefox, guys. Firefox, done. This desired capability you place in place of the Chrome options. Okay, that's what is the change. Done. This script will now run on the Firefox browser. So 1.java will run on the Chrome browser, 2.java will run on the Firefox browser. Now, just instead of creating many more, what I will do is simply I'll copy paste this, guys. Okay, Control C, Control V. Here I'll say 1, 2. Here I'll say 2, 2. Okay, Control C, Control V. 2, 2. Now we have 4. 4 we have. Fine. So by default, guys, this Selenium will create only 2 node containers. Okay, if you see here, containers, only one Selenium is the 2 nodes are there. Okay, these are the 2 nodes. Only 2 nodes are there. But as I was telling you in the beginning, right, Selenium will scale up. If your automation scripts need more, okay, if your automation scripts need more Docker containers, Selenium will auto scale them during the runtime, right? That I will show you in a while. But before that, here I have 4 automation scripts, right? 4 scripts are there. If I run them in a normal way, I don't want to run them individually, guys. I want to run them as a batch, as a group. I want to run 4 scripts. I want to run as a group. What will happen? Let's see. After that, I will show you how to scale up the containers also. I'll show you how Selenium scales up the containers also. I'll show you at the end. So here, guys, to run all these things, I have to right click on this project and select testng and say convert to testng. Here, all this with all these files, I'll get this. Click on finish. Now open this testng.xml file, guys. You see 4 tests are there. Now let's run them. Right click, run as testng suite. All the scripts will run on, all these 4 scripts will run on the Docker. Just refresh this once. You see two live containers are there now at this moment. Okay, let's see how the scripts will be running. How my scripts will be running, let's see. Chrome and Firefox scripts, 4 are there. 2 Chrome, 2 Firefox. Okay, 2 scripts should run on the Chrome. You see this one is for Firefox, it seems. This is for Firefox. One script is running, guys. Only one script is running at this moment. Okay, that is on the Firefox. Let's wait for this to finish. 4 scripts has to run. Let's see how they are running. Only 2 containers are there, right? There are 2 containers. By default, Selenium is coming with 2 containers. In that, one of the container is getting occupied. One script already got executed. Now in another container, the Chrome related stuff is running. Chrome test is running. Second test is running on the second container. That is also done. Now third test. Let's see on which container the third test will run. It's disconnecting. Let me refresh, guys. Whenever it says disconnecting, just refresh. Okay. No containers are there actually. So only 2. What about the third and fourth? Not running. Now it detected, guys. Now refresh again. You will see a container. Third one got executed, guys. Okay. So maybe fourth one also may have got executed. We don't know. 3 got completed. Last one is left. You see it's occupied. Let's see whether the fourth test is running or not on this container. Looks like all the 4 scripts got run. Okay. Though we are unable to watch all the things live because happening one by one, and by the time the containers are getting expired, that's okay. So you see here only 2 containers are given by Selenium by default. And now when does our automation script demand for more containers? The only simple answer for that question is during parallel execution, right? When you run this all these 4 scripts parallelly, then Selenium will require more Docker containers. By default, Selenium is coming with 2. If I run all the scripts parallelly, then it may require more containers. So what I will do here is thread count is 5, guys. Let that be like that only. And here I'll simply say the test engine, I'll say parallel is equal to classes. Now if I run this testengine.xml file, this time these 4 scripts will run in parallel mode, and that's the reason Selenium will require more containers. To run more scripts at a time, Selenium will require more Docker containers. Let's see whether that will happen or not. I'll say right click on testengine.xml file. I'm running parallelly the scripts on Docker containers of Selenium now. Let's see. Just keep refreshing, guys. Just keep refreshing to see how many containers are being created. Only 2 we can see at this moment. Let the scripts run. You see script started running. This one is occupied. This one is occupied. Okay, I cannot show you actually. Let's see here. You see here many containers are coming, but I'm unable to show you on the live screen, guys. But here, can you see how many containers are being created based on our requirement, right? Here only 2 were there. Now based on the requirement, the Selenium is scaling up the number of containers, right? Selenium is scaling up the number of containers from 2 to 3 or 4. Okay. But here I'm not able to show you on the live. You see, one more container came. One more container came, right? So this is what is Selenium all about, guys. It scales up the number of containers based on the requirement. It scales up the number of the containers. Hope you have seen one of the extra container. It has only 2 containers, but when the requirement comes, it has creating more containers, right? That's what is Selenium all about, guys. And on the top of that, guys, you have this live watch on Selenium, right? Let's see whether all our scripts got executed. Yes, all our scripts got executed. That's fine. The parallel mode, that's great. And live preview, you understood. And also, you have seen that how it's auto scaling the containers during the runtime. And also, guys, now dashboard is full of lot of stuff is there. Earlier, dashboard was empty. Now, as you can see, right? You see, when you click on that, the video recording is there. How the script got executed on this particular container, the video recording is there. And you can even download this recording, guys, if you want. Download this recording into your machine if you want. Okay. The video will get downloaded here. So on Chrome, how the script got executed, the video is there. Just run this. Nothing is there here. Here you see Firefox. Here Chrome, it's running. The scripts are very fast anyhow because the you see the video recording is there. You can even see the logs, guys. You can see the Selenium logs, what happened and all those stuff. Browser logs you can see. Okay, a lot of things are possible in this dashboard. And you see total 12 tests so far. You can clean up, reset if you want. Okay. So that's one thing, and grid console we have already seen. So that's all, guys. That's what is Selenium all about. It auto scales the Selenium grid Docker containers based on the need or requirement of the Selenium automation scripts. When your Selenium automation scripts during the runtime need more Docker containers, Selenium will automatically auto scale them. Okay, create more Docker containers and reduce them also, guys. Not only scaling up, but also if it is not required, it will scale down also. Okay, that's also there. Okay, when required, it will scale up. Otherwise, it will scale down. So this is all about the Selenium, guys. Now to stop the Selenium, guys. So this, if you close this command prompt, guys, automatically Selenium will go down. Okay. If you simply click on this close, Selenium will go down. All these containers will go off. Okay. At this moment, you can see some 3 containers, right? These containers will go off if you are not running this here. This command prompt is not open means the containers will stop and stop from running. That's one thing. So other way to stop the Selenium containers is there was a command, right? If you see in the beginning, if you go to the official website of Selenium here, let's go to the official website of Selenium, and here there were some commands. If you can see, uh, where were the commands? We came very bottom. Let's go to the top. Scroll down from here. You see Docker stop Selenium. So I'll open another command prompt, cmd, and here I'll type run this command, that is Docker stop Selenium. Docker stop Selenium. Run this. Okay, it will stop the Selenium. Let's see. Before stopping, the containers are there, images are there. After stopping, let's see what will happen. The containers are 0 now. No Docker containers are now running, but images will be there, guys. So these images also we can remove, guys. They got disabled, but we can remove these images. Just click on this remove, or just yeah, one of the image got removed. This image also let's remove. Now there are no Docker containers or there are no Docker images now. So this got removed or not? Yeah, it got removed. Now come back here. Just run Docker images. No Docker images. Docker PS. No Docker containers running. Now simply say Docker system prune. System prune. Final cleaning stuff, guys. To see if anything is left out, it will clean down. You see nothing is there. So nothing is there, guys. Okay. With this simple command, the Docker got this Selenium got closed down. Okay. That's how we can stop Selenium from running from our in our machine. So hope, guys, you understood how to set up auto scaling of Selenium grid on Docker containers using Selenium in this session. So that's it, guys. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to practically show you how to record videos of the automation scripts that are running on Selenium grid, which has been set up on Docker. So let's get started. To begin, let's search for 3 terms. First term is Docker, second term is Selenium, third term is GitHub. Once you Google search for this, you'll get this GitHub link in the search results saying Docker Selenium. Click on that link. Once you are taken to this page, scroll down until you see a section known as video recording section. Keep on scrolling. You see here, there is a section known as video recording. This feature is now in beta state. No problem, guys. Still it is working. We can try it out. Scroll down in this section and here you will file .yml file. Click on that YML file. Here there are a lot of instructions already given by Selenium guys, using which we can set up Selenium grid on Docker containers by enabling the video recording. Okay, we don't have to do anything guys, just copy these instructions. Copy these instructions and in your notepad or notepad plus plus file, whatever you have, just say new file and paste it here. Okay, that's it. The first thing you have to do. Now you need to save this file. Okay, you need to save this file with this name and extension. Okay, they have given the name and extension. Copy this name and extension. Copy this. Say file, save as. In your machine, any place. You can choose any place, guys. I'll choose the downloads place. Okay, any place you can go and create a new folder. I'll say Selenium Grid. Okay, Selenium Grid video recording VR. I'll say. Okay, just give any name, guys. Just go into the folder and in this folder, I'm going to give that name and extension. Whatever the name and extension I copied from that YAML file, right? Instructions file, right? I pasted here the name and extension of the file. Now here I'll say normal text file too. I'll change that to all types. Now save this, guys. This is the first thing we have to do. Okay. So now I have saved this. I copied these instructions and created this YML file in my machine with the suggested, with this instruction suggested name and extension in my computer. It's any location, guys. You can go for any location and do that. Okay, I just choose the, I have chosen the downloads location. That's okay, fine. Next thing is you have to scroll down in these instructions. Scroll down here. After scrolling down here, you will see something like Chrome services, then Edge, then Firefox. You will see, and here there is one more thing like Chrome video, Edge video, and Firefox video. Let's go with these video sections. Chrome video will go, and here by default they are giving this path, but I don't want the recorded videos of my Selenium automation scripts at this path. Okay, instead I want my own path. For that I'll give dot slash before this colon, guys. You have to remove whatever that is there before this colon. Remove that and give the path like this. Dot slash. Give the folder name. Say any name you can give. Recorded videos. Okay, like this. I'll give some name. Okay, copy this. Copy this, guys. And for Chrome video, you changed it. Similarly, for Edge video, you have to change this. This is by default a given path, but I want this path for the videos to be recorded and saved. So also for Firefox video, also change it, guys. Done. 3 places you have changed it. That's fine. So after changing this instructions and all, so what will happen is whatever the videos that you have that have been recorded during the running of the scripts on this Selenium grid on this Docker containers, right? That videos will be saved at which location? They will be saved at this wherever this YML file is there in your machine. I created the YML file here in the downloads location, right? I created this YML file at this downloads location under this SGVR, some folder given name. Here is a file, right? Here itself, another folder will be created dynamically, guys. When you run the scripts on the Selenium grid on Docker, right? Automatically, this recorded videos folder will be created, right? In that recorded videos folder, we'll get the videos. Okay, we'll see that in action. No problem. So when, but you got the idea, right? Why we have to change this path. Okay. So dot means the location where this YML is available. Under that location, recorded videos. Okay, folder will be dynamically created. Under that, whatever the videos that are recorded for the scripts that we have executed on the Selenium grid on Docker, right? Those videos will be there. Okay. Now, once you change these instructions, guys, don't forget to save this file. Okay. Save this file, guys. Otherwise, these instructions will not be valid, right? These changes will not be valid. You have to save this file. Okay. So then fine. If required, guys, you can close this once. Okay. If required, you can close this file and again go to the location where you have created this YAML file. Right click and open this, guys. Okay. So here, edit with Notepad++ like this. You can open and just cross check whether the changes are saved or not. Okay. This is very important, guys. We have to see whether this whatever the changes you have done to this YAML file they got saved or not. You have to see recorded videos record here. Yeah, the changes are there, guys. No problem. Now go to this location where this YAML file is available and here type cmd and you'll get this command prompt. You have to open this command prompt from this location only. Don't open the command prompt by default. Okay, just go to this location where this file is available. From that location only, you have to open the command prompt. You can see the path here. Downloads SGVR. Okay, this is the location, right? Downloads folder, and here where the file is there. From there, I'm opening the command prompt. That's another one. Now, which command I have to type here? That is specified in this instructions itself. Okay, the YML file instructions itself. The command is provided, guys. This is a command. Okay, copy this command, guys. Copy this command. Come here again and right click here. The command got copied. You see here it is mentioning the name of the file docker-compose v3 video.yml. Okay, the same name, right? So remaining are the command. Here at the end up is there. So when you run this command, guys, Selenium grid will be set up on the Docker containers. Okay, with the single command, it will download all the required Docker images for the Selenium grid to be set up on the Docker, and it will create the containers out of the Docker images downloaded, and it will run the containers. Everything will happen with the single command. You don't have to do anything else. Just press enter here. The process will start. It will start downloading the Docker images. And meanwhile, you can see here, guys, here a folder should be created dynamically. Okay, just watch here while the things are happening. Just watch here while the process is happening. A folder will be created dynamically here with the name recorded videos. Whatever the name you gave for the folder, right? In that instructions file, with that name, a folder will be created. I gave recorded videos, so recorded videos folder will be created dynamically. First, it is downloading the Docker images, guys. I'll pause this video and resume this video once this Docker images got downloaded. Okay, guys, it took around 2 to 3 minutes to download the Docker images. As you can see here, recorded videos folder has been now created. This is very important, guys. Okay. So if everything is going fine as per your instructions, you should see this folder here. Okay. Whatever the name I gave in the instruction, with that name only the folder got created. And it's now setting up, guys. These logs are not important for you anyhow. It will do its part. It will create the containers. It will set up the Selenium grid, that is hub and nodes. It will register the nodes. It will enable the videos. All those stuff will happen automatically. You don't have to worry about these logs. Let's wait until this logs complete. So almost there, guys. We are almost at the end. Node has been added. Node has been added. Node has been added. 3 nodes. That's fine. One for Chrome, one for Firefox, one for Edge. Okay, 3 nodes. And once you see this down to up, then fine. Okay. So guys, here as you can see, some recorded videos is there. Go inside the folder. Go inside this recorded videos folder that got created. You see, before I started running any Selenium automation script, some sample video files are available here. But don't worry about that. Okay, don't worry about that. Just come out. Let's not open that files because nothing is there in that video files. Because without you running the Selenium automation scripts on Selenium grid on the Docker containers, how can you get the videos, right? They are like temporary videos, you can say, video files, you can say. So their Selenium grid is getting ready. Okay, the videos are getting ready. That's it. Nothing but. So open this Eclipse IDE, guys, and where I already have created this project, Selenium project, which is already configured with Selenium, and already the code has been written, guys. This 1.java is there, 2.java is there, 3.java. 3 files are there. 1.java will have one test method which will run on the Chrome browser, guys. You see clearly I mentioned Chrome browser. Okay. 2.java will have the automation script which will run on the Firefox browser. 3.java will have some sample automation script, Selenium automation script, which runs on the Edge browser. In all these classes, guys, we are calling this method initialize browser method, right? So this initialize browser method is there inside this base class. From here, we are calling that. So this initialize browser will take the browser name. Okay, when you are running the test from here, Chrome will be passed. Let's say one will pass the Chrome to this browser name, and if the given name is matching, Chrome.chrome equals. So here we are creating the desired capability and setting the browser name according to the passed browser name. Okay. At the end, once these desired capabilities are set, we are passing the desired capabilities here in the object creation statement of the remote WebDriver class. And that thing we are storing into the variable of this WebDriver interface. Then we are maximizing the browser window and returning the WebDriver. Okay. So this script, we have to write the automation code like this if you want your automation scripts to run on the Docker containers. If you don't create an object for remote WebDriver, your scripts will not run on the Docker containers. Okay. So and also in this remote WebDriver, we have to pass this desired capabilities of the individual browsers. If you pass Chrome here, you see it will set the browser name desired capability for Chrome. Okay. If you pass Firefox here, it will set the Firefox as the browser name for this desired capability. If you pass Edge here, okay, Microsoft Edge will be the browser name set for this desired capability, like that, guys. Okay. So all these things are in place. I don't have to do anything. Now, only thing what I want to do now is I want to run all these 3 tests together at a time. As a group, I want to run 1, 2, 3. For that, guys, I created this testng.xml file. When I open this testng.xml file, you'll find the references to all these three, 1, 2, 3 classes. Okay, 1, 2, 3 classes. It's there. Now, if I run this, all these three classes will run. Okay, and these Selenium automation scripts are going to be run on Docker containers. And one more thing is there, guys. One more thing here is, if you go to this one.java, here I intentionally added this thread.sleep of 15 seconds, guys, because I want to halt the program for 15 seconds because this script will be very fast, right? I want to show something on the real time. Okay, so while the scripts are running, I want to show something, but if the scripts are running very fast, I cannot show you that thing. Okay, I cannot show you some live videos. Okay, so that's the reason in every test 1, 2, 3, I added this thread.sleep so that this program will halt for 15 seconds, and it will take minimum 15 seconds to run the scripts. Okay, 3.java also 15 seconds is there. Okay, intentionally added. So before I start running the scripts, guys, I'll show one more thing again. That is, I need to go to the browser and search for browse for this local host colon 4444. Once the Selenium grid has been set up on this Docker, if you go to this URL and browse, okay, you can check whether Selenium grid is now running or not. Okay, you see Selenium grid is now running, and there are three Docker containers. Okay, three nodes of Docker containers. Okay, here three nodes are there, right? Those three nodes you can see here. For Edge, there is a Docker container. For Chrome, there is a Docker container. For Selenium, Firefox, there is a Docker container. Now let's go to the sessions, guys. You see here under sessions, there is nothing, but when I'm running the scripts on the Docker containers, you can see something here. I'll show you. You can watch the scripts live. Okay, I'll show you. Now right click on this testng.xml file and run as testng suite so that all these three tests will run on the Docker containers one by one. So it started, guys, started running. So let's go here and see under the sessions, nothing is there at this moment. So it will take some time, guys. Okay, we have to be patient here. Okay, so it has to detect the Docker containers and then run the Selenium scripts on the Docker containers. Okay, so it will take some time. You see, one thing is on queue. Some indication came like Chrome is on queue. So let's wait for the Docker container to be detected. It has not been detected. Once the Docker container is detected here some W3C something should come. Then we can see that it will be there. Okay, it will take some time, guys, for the Docker containers to be detected. You see, Docker container has been detected, and we are getting this video option. Click on that, guys. Click on that, and you'll be asked for a password, guys. Give the password as secret, guys. SECRET. This is the default password for Selenium grid on Docker containers. So anywhere you are asked for the password, you see, you can see the live, right? So here, since I kept it at like 15 seconds, you are able to see that. Otherwise, you will not be able to see that session. You see, now Firefox is in queue. Now it has to detect this W3C has to be detected here for the Firefox also. Let's wait. Let's wait. It will take some time. Once it is detected, you will see this video option here, and then you can provide the password secret, and then you can see what's happening on the Docker container. From this URL, you can see what's happening on the Docker container. This is live watching of the videos, guys. Okay, live watching. Just click on this. Give the password as secret. Accept. Now you can see live. You see the browser is opening. Application has opened. Let's wait for this browser to close. I gave 15 seconds intentionally in our script so that this script will take 15 seconds minimum time. You see the browser got closed, and this will close also. Okay, this will automatically close, guys. You see now queue is Microsoft Edge is in queue. It has to be detected here. Then we can watch the video of the execution of the automation script on the Edge Docker container also live. You see it detected. Done. Click on this. Give the password as secret again. It's not asking the CCRET. Accept. Done. You see on the Edge browser, it's working, right? Done. Edge browser is also done. Three scripts got executed, guys, and you see everything got passed here. Now the thing is, I want to watch the video recordings. Okay. So live videos we have seen lively. We have seen like how the scripts are getting executed on the containers. But let's say you have missed the live part. Now you want to get the videos. Okay, I just want to watch the videos of how the scripts got executed earlier. Okay, on the Docker containers. For that, guys, you can go to the location here, recorded videos. Go inside this recorded videos, and you see 3 videos are there, but you cannot run them now. Okay, I'll tell you the reason. Just double click on this. You'll not be able to play, guys. You will get an error here. Can't play kind of error will come. Dialog will come. You see, can't play. The reason behind that is this will be only processed once this session stops. Okay, once the Selenium grid stops here, then only you can these videos will be processed. To stop that, guys, here as provided in the instructions of this YML file, you have to hit Control plus C here. Okay, just go here and say Control C. Forcibly you are stopping all the things. All the containers will be stopped for Selenium grid, and in a while, you see this will get converted into the actual music, getting converted, processed. All the videos are getting processed. Lively you are seeing, right? Once these containers are stopped, you see these videos are now there. Now, if you want to watch any video, let's say a Chrome video, okay, how the script got executed on the Chrome Docker container. Double click on that. You can see we can watch the video, guys. Just scroll it. Somewhere it will start the browser. Just keep going. You see the browser has launched here around, let's see. This is the place, right? Somewhere here. 550 at 550. Okay. 525. So just see the timer here, like when it started and all. Around 550 we'll get that browser opening. You can see this video, right? I'm now running the video. See, browser is opening up. Then it will maximize the browser. Then it is opening the application URL. Stay there, and then after some time it will close. Okay, this is what happened. So this is a video recording, guys, that we got. Okay, done. That's what happened, guys. So similarly, you can watch the videos of Edge and Firefox Docker containers also. Now we can down this is just stopping, guys, stopping, but we have to clear the stuff. For clearing the stuff, guys, there is one more command. So this is a command, like to set up the Selenium grid on the Docker, we have used this up command. Now we have the down command. Okay, copy this down command from here to here, go to the place where this is available. This command prompt is now opened from this location only. Now right click here anyhow, just press enter. You see the containers will be removed. Okay, you'll not see any containers. So now say Docker PS, Docker space PS. You'll not see any containers, but Docker images will be there. If you want to clean up your machine from these images, you can remove them also. Okay. As the task is done, I'm cleaning up my machine from the previous Docker images and containers. Okay. Docker RMI. Just right click here. You'll get the Docker container. Enter. Second Docker image. One by one, I'll remove, guys, like this. Docker RMI. Third one. Now fourth one. Sorry. Only one more thing is there. I'll remove that. So fifth one. Okay. Now I'll say CLS. It will clear. Now say Docker system prune. Okay. Final cleaning part. Generally, I use this command. I gave the wrong command there. Some backslash was there. It will ask for y. Yes or no. I'll give y. Got cleaned up. Now everything is clean, guys, in my machine. Docker PS. You see, everything is clean. Done. So, guys, this is a process. Okay, this is a process for recording the videos of the automation scripts. Okay, this is a process for recording the videos of the automation scripts that are running on the Selenium grid, which has been set up on Docker. Okay, this is a process. So that's it, guys. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to practically show you how to watch the Selenium scripts that are running on Docker containers live using Selenium Grid portal. So let's get started. First of all, let's set up this Selenium Grid on this Docker container. For that, I'll open this new tab and search for three terms. One is Docker, second one is Selenium, and third one is GitHub. When you search for these three terms in the search results, you'll get this first link saying github.com for Docker Selenium. Just click on that link. You'll be taken to this page. Scroll down, guys, until you see something like Selenium Grid. You see Selenium Grid is there here. And under this section, guys, of Selenium Grid, there are different modes. Let's choose a standalone mode of setting up Selenium Grid on Docker. So I'll choose a Selenium, that is standalone mode for setting up Selenium Grid. Here there are three things. Either you can set up this standalone mode using Firefox browser or Chrome node or Microsoft. Any of these three commands you can choose. Okay, one out of these three. I'll choose Chrome one, guys. Okay, I'll choose Chrome. So I'll take this command. I'll copy this command from here and open the command prompt in my Windows machine. And I'll right click here. Whatever the command I copied from here got pasted when I right clicked. Right. So when I run this command, what will happen is it will download the Docker image for Selenium standalone Chrome. And after that, it will create a Docker container using this Docker image and start running it. That's what will happen. Let me run this. So we are setting up the Selenium Grid on Docker container using the standalone mode, and that too we are choosing the Chrome, right? Fine. So either you can even choose Firefox and Edge, guys, if you are interested, that's fine. But I am choosing Chrome for this session. So this will take some time, guys. This will take some time. So now it is actually downloading, guys. At this moment, if I type this Selenium Grid portal, okay, I'm talking about Selenium Grid portal here, right? We are going to watch these Selenium scripts running on Docker containers live on this Selenium Grid portal. What is the Selenium Grid portal that I am talking about? Here, the Selenium Grid portal is nothing but this localhost colon 4444. Okay, when I press enter here, at this moment, you will not be able to access this portal, guys. Okay, there is a reason. You see, the site can't be reached. Will be coming. But once this downloading of this Docker container is done and it creates a container out of it and start running, right? Then Selenium Grid will be ready on this portal. Okay. So let's wait for this download to finish. Let me pause this video and again resume this video once this download of this Docker image is completed. As you can see, the Docker image for the Selenium standalone Chrome has successfully downloaded, and also a container has been created for this doc using this Docker image, and it's currently running, right? So I can check that here. Docker images, if I type, I will get the Docker image. So this is the Docker image that got now downloaded using this command. And also if I type or run this command docker space ps, you can see the Docker container that got created using this Docker image and it's currently running here, right? So I have run different Docker commands so far. Three Docker commands I have run so far, guys. Okay, this is only possible because I have installed Docker software already in my machine. I have downloaded and installed Docker software before doing this. So if you are not aware of how to install or download the Docker software, you just watch my previous sessions in this series, guys. Okay. So assuming that you already have the Docker software, I am running this command from the command prompt. Okay. Otherwise, you'll not be able to run any of these Docker commands. Anyhow, now guys, this Docker portal, that is Selenium Grid portal that was giving this site can't be reached earlier is now accessed, right? We're able to see Selenium Grid running and also a Docker container is now available on this Selenium Grid for this Chrome browser, right? Fine. So once this Docker container has started, when you refresh this Selenium Grid portal, that is localhost 4444, then you can see that running. But where can I watch the Selenium scripts running on Docker containers live or using the Selenium Grid portal? Here I was saying that, right? We can watch Selenium scripts running on Docker containers live using Selenium Grid portal. Here on the Selenium Grid portal, in this sessions section, you can watch. Okay, at this moment, there are no automation scripts running, so you cannot watch anything live here. But now let me start writing the automation script so that it runs on this Docker container and we can watch it live here. So for that, I'll open this Eclipse IDE, guys, where we have this sample Selenium project, which is already configured with Selenium. Okay, and here we have the sample class having the main method. Inside this main method, I'll write the Selenium automation code in such a way that when I run that code, it will run on the Docker container. Okay. So let's write the code. First, I will write desired capabilities DC is equal to new desired capabilities. Like this, I'll create an object for the desired capabilities and over the mouse and import this desired capabilities from Selenium library, right? So this project is configured with Selenium 4 library for now, anyhow. Now I will say DC dot set browser name. On which browser we have to run the automation scripts? Here, since we have this Selenium standalone Chrome, we should set the browser name to Chrome itself, right? Otherwise, this automation script will not run on the Chrome node of the Docker container. Okay, it will not run on the Selenium standalone Chrome because if you take another browser, it will not run, right? Firefox cannot run on Selenium standalone Chrome Docker container. That's what is the problem. So I'm setting the browser name for the desired capabilities to Chrome. After that, I'll write WebDriver. Driver is equal to new remote WebDriver. I should not be writing Chrome driver here. I should be writing remote WebDriver here. Otherwise, the scripts will not run on the Docker containers. Okay. So we have to use even for locally setting up Selenium grid, not on the Docker container also. We have to use a remote WebDriver, right? Same thing applies for setting up Selenium grid on the Docker container also, same thing, okay? So if you want your scripts to run on the Selenium grid, either it is in your local machine or on the Docker container, you have to create an object for the remote WebDriver, guys, okay? So import this WebDriver interface from Selenium and import this remote WebDriver class from Selenium. And this cannot be empty, guys. Put a comma here. And as a second argument, copy this DC, which is now set to the browser name as Chrome. Just copy that. And here, as a first argument, type new URL. Hover the mouse on this URL and import this URL from java.net. And inside this, provide double quotes and type http:// localhost 4444. Okay. This grid portal URL you are giving, simple terms, right? Over the mouse and say add throws declaration. Ignore the exception. That's it. Ignore the checked exception. Now here, I'll write some sample Selenium automation code. Driver dot manage dot window dot maximize is one line, and after that I'll say driver dot get. Here I'll open one URL, some sample application URL I'll open. I'll take this one, okay, internet Heroku. I'll search for this internet Heroku, and this one I will take for sample. Okay, this URL I'll take, copy this URL and paste it here. So what I want to do after opening this application URL in the Chrome browser is I want to get the title of this page. Here the title of this page is internet, the internet that I want to print in the output console of Eclipse. Okay, system.out.println, system.out.println. Sorry, I just typed it wrong. Let me write it again. Okay, now it's okay. Now here I'll type driver.get title. That's it. Then put a semicolon. Now here I'll quit the browser, guys. Driver.quit. This is a sample automation code I have written. The sample automation code I have written. So which will open the, okay, which will run the Selenium automation script on the Selenium standalone Chrome Docker container. Okay. And it will maximize the browser there. It will open this application URL, will get the title and print in the output console, and it will finally quit the browser. But this script is very, kind of very short, right? So there's a problem here. The problem is, what is the problem? Okay, this is fine. This is also fine. Let me close this and open once. Okay, what is the problem? Okay, here is a problem, guys. I just okay, fine. Now it's okay. So this script is kind of very simple, guys. The script is very simple, and when you run the script, it will be run very fast on the Docker container, and we'll not be able to watch this live on the Selenium grid portal. Here, we want to watch that live, right? Whatever the script that is Selenium automation script that you have written here, when it is running on this Docker container, if you want to watch it live, this will not take so much of time. So what we can do here is I'll intentionally add a thread.sleep statement, thread.sleep, or you can even write this thread.sleep way before here. Okay. So, okay. So what I will do here is, yeah, here I'll write thread.sleep, and I'll give 15,000 milliseconds. That is 15 seconds of time. Okay. We got a lot of time here. I'm just increasing the time span of this automation script, guys. Otherwise, the script will be very fast and okay. Let's close this and open. Fine. Okay. Some syntax issues. That's fine. Pour the mouse on this and say add throws declaration this and save this. The automation script is now ready. If I run this code, automation code, it will run on the Docker container. And since because of this 3.sleep, right, the script will take more time and we can watch it live here in the sessions section of this Selenium Grid portal. Okay. Now let me run this. Right click, run as the application. Okay, let's go to this Selenium Grid portal here and go to the sessions. Let's wait and watch. You see something is in queue. Chrome browser name Chrome is in queue. So it's going to start, guys. So you see some video icon came. Click on that. The password is secret, guys. By default. Okay. By default for Selenium Grid on Docker containers, you have to give secret as a password. You see it has maximize the browser window. It's opening the application URL. After that, it has closed, right? Everything we were able to watch. So this is what I was talking about, guys. If you want to watch Selenium scripts running on Docker containers live using the Selenium Grid portal, we can watch. Okay, that's what I am saying. Okay, this feature we have the latest version of Selenium Grid, the Selenium Grid 4. You can watch the sessions live. So that's it, guys. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 4 of Kubernetes Made Easy tutorial. In this session, I'm going to explain the difference between Kubernetes and Docker. So let's get started. First of all, Kubernetes and Docker are not competitors. Rather, Kubernetes can be used along with Docker for more benefits. Together, they give more benefits. They are not competitors. First of all, let me explain what exactly is Docker. Docker, in simple terms, is a software which can be used for creating and using containers. Okay, using Docker software, we can create and use containers. So, what are containers? Containers are nothing but the lightweight, isolated virtual machines having the required applications along with its libraries, dependencies, and environment packed inside a single box, okay, or unit. That is called as a container. Okay, a single box or unit where the required application, its libraries, its dependencies, and environments are packed together. That's what is a container, which is nothing but the lightweight virtual machine. To create such kind of lightweight virtual machine containers containing the application, its libraries, dependencies, and the environment, we need to use Docker software. Okay, we need to use Docker software. Now let me show you the process for creating such kind of Docker containers using the Docker software. Here is an image which depicts the process for creating this Docker containers. As you can see in this diagram, at the end, Docker containers are created, right? How they are created? With the help of Docker software. What is the process? Let me explain. It all starts with this Docker file. A developer will create this Docker file which contains the instructions to create Docker image. Upon building this Docker file, we'll get this Docker image. Okay, upon building this Docker file, we'll get this Docker image, which can be passed to the Docker software for creating the Docker containers. Before we pass this Docker image to the Docker software for creating the Docker containers, the developer who has created this Docker image will upload the Docker image to the Docker Hub. What is Docker Hub? A cloud repository where all the developers will upload their Docker images to. Why they want to upload this Docker image to the Docker Hub? Why the developers will upload their Docker image to the Docker Hub cloud repository? So that anyone can download from there, right? This is a process of shipping. You see, you are shipping the goods like that. Okay, you are shipping the Docker images to other people who are in need of creating the containers. Okay, so developer of the Docker image will upload the Docker image, which is kind of executable one. It's not exe file. It's a kind of executable which we can run. Okay, that Docker image will be uploaded to the Docker Hub cloud repository. From the Docker Hub, who are in need of this Docker image will download that particular Docker image to their respective machines where they are working. And once they download, they will pass this Docker image to the Docker software. And with the help of the Docker software and by using this Docker image, they'll create this Docker containers, which are nothing but the lightweight, virtual, isolated machines having the application packed along with the required dependencies, libraries, and environment to run the application. Everything is there here. Those are nothing but Docker containers. Fine. This is the process of creating the Docker containers with the help of the Docker software. So now tell me, what is Docker? In simple terms, Docker is a software which can be used for creating and using the containers. Okay, simple. Okay, we create containers with the help of the Docker software. Then what about Kubernetes? Kubernetes is not a competitor of Docker. Okay, Kubernetes is not used for creating the containers, guys, but Kubernetes is used for managing such kind of containers. Okay, so Docker creates that containers, whereas Kubernetes manages the containers. It doesn't manage one container. Kubernetes doesn't manage one container. Rather, Kubernetes manages a group or a cluster of containers on the server machines. Okay. So the purpose of the Kubernetes is to manage a group or cluster of containers created by Docker on server machines, a set of server machines. Okay. That's why Kubernetes is known as container management tool, because it manages the containers. So container management tool. And also we can say Kubernetes is a container orchestration engine, shortly known as K8s. Okay, it's shortly known as K8s. You can call Kubernetes as K8s also. Okay, now let me show you an image, guys, where Kubernetes is managing a group or cluster of containers on the set of server machines. Okay, let me show you the image. So this is the image where the Kubernetes is doing all these management activities on a group of cluster of containers. Here, each and everything is a container, which is nothing but a lightweight virtual isolated machine having the application tagged along with the required libraries, dependencies, and environment. Okay, so these are all the isolated virtual machines. Okay, lightweight isolated virtual machines which are created on the set of server machines. Okay, Kubernetes is managing this group or cluster of containers on that server machines. Okay, not one machine, multiple server machines. Okay, fine. So what are the management activities that Kubernetes will do on these containers which are there on the set of server machines? Kubernetes will deploy the applications onto these containers. Okay, these are the different things that Kubernetes manages these containers. Okay, one thing is deploying the applications onto this set of containers. Second thing is Kubernetes can schedule. Okay, it can schedule the containers, it can schedule the processes, jobs, and all those stuff. Okay, and also Kubernetes can scale up and scale down these containers. Okay, based on some real time needs and requirements. Sometimes we need more containers, so Kubernetes will scale them up. It will create more containers based on the requirement. Whereas when when we don't need so many containers, Kubernetes will remove the containers. Okay, add the containers and removing the containers will be done by the Kubernetes. But who is creating these containers? Docker. Okay, Docker is a software which can create these containers, whereas Kubernetes is simply adding, scaling up or scaling down, adding or removing the containers from the set of servers. Whereas Kubernetes also balances the load for performance related stuff, guys. Okay, so you see, in real time, we'll get a lot of traffic to our application. And if all the traffic goes to one of the containers, if there are many containers, but all the traffic goes to one container, what will happen? The application will becomes very slow, and also the container will go down over a period of time. Rather than that thing happening, Kubernetes will balance the traffic between these containers so that the application will run fast, and also load is the traffic load or whatever the user load, right? That will be divided or distributed properly across all these containers that are there on the set of server machines. And more things, guys. Okay, many things can be done by, many things can be managed on these containers by this Kubernetes, like batch execution, rollbacks, monitoring, which I'm going to explain in the upcoming sessions. Fine. So this is what is Kubernetes, guys. While Docker creates the containers, Kubernetes, okay, Kubernetes manages the containers on the server machines. Now you understood the clear difference between Kubernetes and Docker. Just to cross check, guys, where we are, Docker is nothing but a software which can create this virtual isolated machines where the applications are packed along with the required libraries, dependencies, and environment. Okay. Whereas Kubernetes simply manages such multiple containers. A group or cluster of containers can be managed by Kubernetes, while Docker can create those containers. Is the Docker only software for creating such kind of containers? No, guys. There are other alternative software available in the market apart from Docker for creating such kind of containers. Okay, but Docker is the famous one in the market. Similarly, Kubernetes is a container management tool which manages a group of containers on the set of server machines. But is a Kubernetes is only the one that container management tool available in the market? No, guys, it's not only one. There are many other softwares which can, or kind of container management tools which can manage such kind of group of containers on the server machine, but Kubernetes is the famous one. Okay, Kubernetes can use the containers created not only by Docker but also by other softwares also. But Kubernetes and Docker are kind of famous in the market, guys. Okay, while Docker creates the containers, Kubernetes will manage the containers on the server machines. Okay, Docker will automatically build and deploy the applications onto these containers. Okay, well, as a process of creating the containers, right, Docker will automatically build and deploy the applications onto the containers. Okay, whatever the containers created by Docker, it will automatically build and deploy the applications. Whereas Kubernetes will take care of the management of this application containers. Okay, so it will automatically schedule all the management activities will be done by the Kubernetes. Whereas Docker, few more things about Docker, guys. Okay, so apart from creating the containers, guys, Docker can be used for distributing the containers. You see, there was something known as, while during the process I explained, right, Docker Hub, a cloud repository. So here, once the developer creates this Docker image, he'll upload that Docker image to the Docker Hub, and so that everyone can download and use it. This process is called as shipping, guys. Okay, shipping of the containers. It's not just about configuring, creating the containers, but also shipping the containers is also done by Docker. Okay, so apart from configuring, creating, shipping, distributing means shipping. With the help of Docker Hub and all, Docker can ship the Docker images to the all the people who are in need of the Docker image. Once the people download the Docker image to their respective machines, by passing that Docker image to the Docker software, they can create the containers. This process of uploading and downloading to the from and to the Docker Hub is known as shipping, guys. Okay, that is called as shipping. So in simple terms, Docker creates and ship the containers in simple terms, guys. Okay, and container simply manages. Okay, container simply manages the cluster or group of Docker containers or any other software created containers on the set of server machines. So final conclusion, guys, Docker in simple terms is a software which can be used for creating, shipping, and using the containers. Whereas Kubernetes in simple terms is a container management tool or container orchestration engine which can be used for managing a group or cluster of containers on a set of server machines. So hope, guys, you understood the differences between the Kubernetes on Docker now, and at the same time you have understood what exactly is Docker and what exactly is Kubernetes. So that's it for this session, guys. See you in the next session. Thank you. Bye.